Can't believe he's done it. The conference room Clash champion, Pat Chowder, being lifted into the air by a cow with human teeth.
Oh my gosh, that's the game.
What a game.
And Zero Skater is our new champ.
Oh my goodness. He was not expecting to survive that attack.
And that is it. Chad is the winner of Summer of Legends.
Welcome everyone. We are here with the first semifinals for this tournament, the Winter of Champions 2024. I am Zach, your host for today, also known as Darkblade113 on the Discord. And with me, I've got some wonderful co-commentators. We'll start with Angel, or Angelcake. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited for this weekend. We've got a lot of Unmatched going forward.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be some riveting matchups here, and cannot wait to start getting into them. But before we do, we've also got a newcomer to the commentary scene here, Kike, the maneuver man himself. How you doing?
I'm doing good. DB, my boy, thanks for having me. I got a lot of energy going. I'm really excited to watch some Unmatched. This stream will be particularly biased with the commentary because my hero, Zero Skater, is going to be going crazy. I'm rooting for him. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to start off this way, like controversial, but man, I wanted to wear a tank top today, but I didn't get my workout in, so I'm just going to wear the suit instead.
Fair. Awesome. And then we've got finals weekend veteran Jeremy, or PoindexterG. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's always good to be back here with you guys and see this. And yeah, we're excited about the matchup that we're going to have here because we've got two really great players on here, and I think this is going to be a real great match.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing to mention here, now that we've got some introductions out of the way, is this will be the semifinal between zeroskatr12 and PhantomX. The other semifinal, which we'll have tomorrow, is going to be Chad versus Boderham. And we're going to have it later today, is Chad versus Boderham. And I think all four of these players are absolutely incredible. Not only have they made it to the finals here, but in order to get there, they had to go through probably the toughest tournament so far, just because it had the highest number of players that we've ever supported. In fact, there were 192 players this tournament, which was quite a big jump from last time where we had, I think it was 128, and that's kind of been our cap in the past. So not doubling, but not getting too far off from it. So there were 32 groups of 6 players. And in order to advance to the bracket, then you had to make top 2 in your groups. All the players that advanced of the top 64 had to be one of the top 2 players in their group of 6. And then after that, it was a single elimination 64-player bracket to be able to get to this stage. And so they've made it through the top 64 all the way to the semifinals, and there's been some absolutely incredible games in the process. I've been able to host for most of these players throughout the bracket on my own Twitch channel, and there's been some absolutely wild games. So I can't expect that we'll see anything less than that from these matchups today as well. So definitely excited to get into it here. Angel, yep. You played and actually made it to bracket yourself this tournament. What was the experience like for you, like just it being so much bigger than before and whatnot?
Well, it was really interesting because there's two key factors, right? There's obviously the personal factor where I feel like I've gotten better as a player and I've experienced more. There was a lot of smaller events that I was able to go through that taught me how to be better. One of the biggest ones I want to briefly shout out, Team League. Probably my favorite format to this day. It is so much fun to meet a bunch of new players and have them teach you how to be better because they're better than you, and I used to suck. And here we are. I got to bracket. It was really awesome, and it was really exciting because it was the first time I'd ever made it to bracket. But the other factor, outside of the personal factor, is something that I think we're going to talk about a lot this stream, and that is the addition of all of the new fighters that we've had up until this point after Summer Legends. We've got Tales to Amaze, we've got Sun's Origin, and all of those fighters I think have a place in the competitive scene. And Tales to Amaze especially, I feel like has been extremely impactful in this Winter of Champions, to a point that surprised, I think, most of us.
Yeah, honestly. We'll get into a little bit of that more in a bit, but I did want to ask Jeremy. This was Arsenal format again, switching from the band quest that we did for last tournament. What are your general thoughts on kind of how Arsenal plays out compared to maybe other formats that we run?
Well, Arsenal does allow you to get down a little bit deeper into the roster down there and allow some other things there because of the way that you can have with both players picking a few, starting out with 5 at a time there, and then any of them that are the same being canceled out. You can end up potentially having a lot of matches in there. And have fighters going out, and so you go a little bit further and deeper into the roster, which is really important because, as you can see by all these boxes here around me, Unmatched is growing, and we are getting a lot of more fighters, and we want to take advantage of those fighters, and we want to be able to see all of those, and we don't want to see just the same top few in there. And it also makes it that your players that can be more generalists that really know how to maneuver and how to handle a lot of different players instead of being, or fighters, instead of just being good at a few, is really ridiculously important. It's one of the reasons that we're seeing like zeroskatr and Phantom here, because they're both very good across the board. If you look at their player stats, who they've played is, the fighters they've played is all over the board. So I think that's the biggest advantage of it, is just being able to showcase more of the fighters.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point there. That was a big selling point for a lot of people for the Arsenal format, in that you do end up getting a bit more varied matchups, where with something like BanQuest, where there's kind of like, to a degree, very common pre-bans and kind of pick order for stuff. I found that there was still a good amount of variety if you looked for it, but I think you kind of had to go a little bit out of your way if you wanted to set up certain fighters and stuff. Like I went for red in my drafts a lot more consistently than I could with something like Arsenal, but Arsenal generally, because of how the picking works, leads to a bit more variety, even if you're not necessarily specifically targeting it, because you can go very like similar drafts in BanQuest if you want, and it'll probably work out. I did like exploring a bit more, but yeah, I do think that's a big thing that Arsenal has in its favor. And for anyone who is not aware of generally how the format works, Jeremy did touch a little bit on it. But essentially, each player going to the draft will pick a roster of fighters that they want to pick. And in the past, it would just be you pick 4 fighters and then you reveal at the same time. Any that are mirrored are banned out for the rest of that draft. And then you keep going. So if you each mirrored 3 fighters and had 1 left over, then you'd keep that one unique fighter on each of your rosters, and then go to the next round of picking, which you would pick 3 in that case, and reveal them at the same time. And you keep doing this until you had a unique roster of 4. For this one, we wanted a little bit of an update and took some inspiration from the BanQuest rules, where now you pick 5 and reveal those simultaneously and keep going until each player has 5 unique fighters. And then after you have your 5 fighters, then you will ban one of your opponent's fighters, again, simultaneously, so you don't know before you're choosing what your opponent's banning out. And then now those are your 4 fighters that you'll assign to the lineups. So for pools, we had best of 2s, where you would only need to assign 2 of your fighters. And in bracket, onward, we had best of 3. So it'll be best of 3 for the semifinals today, and then it'll be a little bit of modified best of 5 tomorrow for the grands. And how you assign your fighters is there's 1 fighter that you put on your choice of advantage, 1 on your opponent's advantage, and then 1 neutral. Now, another adjustment we made to the draft this time around, and particularly with the assignments, was advantage is no longer full advantage. So in the past, you would get both map and position choice on your advantage game. Now you get choice of advantage, which means you get to choose whether you want map or position, and then your opponent will get the other one. And that helps prevent certain fighters from being a bit too snowbally if they can get on full advantage, and leads to overall more balanced matchups and makes you consider a little bit more than you did in the past. It also gives you a better chance on your disadvantage game if you can get a good matchup there, just because you're not having to work against so much from your opponent's side. And then for neutral, which is if it gets to a game 3, instead of one of the players choosing advantage, there will be a die roll to randomly assign which player has which advantage. So it'll be random which advantage you get there, and you won't know until after your assignments, which does add a little bit of randomness, but it also encourages putting fighters on neutral that don't necessarily need advantage and can work on either advantage or disadvantage, since you won't know which one that you have going into it. So generalists, as was noted before, are quite strong, being able to adapt to those situations and give yourself the best chance even on that neutral game, because obviously if it gets to game 3, you're going to need to win that one to win the set. So I do like how split advantage has played out, and I think it definitely makes some fighters a bit less oppressive than they would be otherwise. For example, T-Rex is one that we saw be an absolute monster whenever she could get full advantage, and now I think she's still in a pretty solid spot, but it's not as much of a free I win button into certain matchups. There's more fighters that can deal with her when she doesn't have full advantage, and there's plenty of other fighters on the roster that also are quite strong on full advantage. So seeing that evened out a bit has been a good thing in my experience, because we always like to see even games when possible. The back and forth is the most fun part, of course. So yeah, we'll be seeing kind of how each of these players approaches the draft and assignments shortly. But while we're waiting, Kike, what do you think John is looking to do going in here? And noted as his biggest fan, of course. What do you think that we'll see from him, either with fighters or kind of how he approaches that draft?
What I like about John Zeroskater is that he doesn't just play to win, he plays to destroy. That is my favorite thing about him. He makes sure that he can pick a character if he can. I mean, if the bans are banned and he's got to play lame, he's got to play lame. But he's trying to play cool. And thank goodness we have a top tier number 1 who is the desire is to play sick. Because in my opinion, I'd rather have a sick game than win one. Hype over winning. You know, that's always my thing. And so if you know, if you gotta, you know, play the fatigue game, like there's its own fun in that. You know, we all love Electra. We all love, you know, those characters, but especially Angel, that's his main. And but at the end of the day, he's gonna go for it, and that's why I respect, because like I believe it was the last championship he went for Robin Hood. It's like, yo, Robin Hood? He didn't do that for himself, I don't think. I think at the end of the day, he wanted to like make everyone go, Robin Hood, I thought Robin Hood sucked, and then beats Houdini. Like, yeah, that's hype. And that is also a great excuse for if you lose, then you can, John, no offense, Zeroskater, that's a melee term. You can make the excuse of, well, I was playing sick, so that's why I lost, which is, usually I make top 4 in these things, but I didn't even make it out of polls this time. I think it's because of Arsenal. I got Arsenaled, you know? So I completely blame the format and not how I played or anyone being better than me.
Of course. Speaking of pools, Angel, I wanted to touch with you because you were actually in Phantom's group stage, and so you know just with how he performed in your pools, how good of a player he can be as well. What do you kind of expect to see from him, especially having faced him in this tournament yourself?
Yeah, so let me break down what Kike had just stated about Zeroskater and ask you to flip that on a 180 degree. Because Phantom is definitely a technical and strategic player. He is a player that is like, I am here to win. You're not getting in my way. I'm going to stop you, and I'm going to stop you in the most perfect victory way possible. Every time that I have seen him play, he'd streamed all of his games up until this point for Winter Champions, and every time I'd seen him play, it was very calculative, it was very analytic, and even with some of the new fighters, he was able to adapt and learn how they were going to function in the meta, and that's something I gotta give him props for. With, for example, in like pools, I would see him use like some of the newer fighters, and he would use them in different ways that I hadn't seen them used previously. And that's like a key factor that I think will be coming into this set, is just the fact that he's able to adapt on the fly. He's able to like pay attention to what the opponent's doing and answer accordingly. And he is definitely here to win.
Yeah, I definitely think well said. The drive I see from Phantom a lot is very cool, and like you said, we've seen a lot of different strategies from him, like picking fighters that you see a little bit less frequently, but even the fighters that you do see more frequently, you can see some of those surprise kind of play patterns or whatnot. For example, Winter Soldier is a fighter that we've seen a lot from Phantom, and I think he's inspired others to play the fighter a bit more, because while he isn't quite as well positioned as a lot of people thought he would be after seeing kind of what the deck did, we saw Phantom last finals weekend pilot Winter Soldier absolutely fantastically, and I believe it was a game up against Achilles, and it was he was able to get a win using a playstyle of Soldier that's quite different from how I think a lot of people thought he should be played. And it's that kind of innovation and flexibility with the actual gameplay and finding those things that I think can give Phantom an edge a lot against people that aren't expecting it, especially.
Yeah,
Another
I
thing
can
that
throw in
you,
one thing
yeah,
about
go ahead.
Phantom real quick here. You can go to umleague.net. You can pull up like the stats from the tournament here and look at this. PhantomX, there was only one match that he had that he did not win the match. He has 2-0s on there on all of them. Means and the one match that he didn't win, he tied, which means he only lost one game in this entire tournament. Yes, and it was to our very own Angelcake here. So I mean, just to show you what we're looking at with the quality of player we have here with PhantomX, he is, really, very difficult to beat this year.
Oh yeah, definitely. And this is kind of a clash of the titans. Not only are both these players kind of in that same spot where it's very tough to take games off of them in general, and they always perform well. This is also a rematch, of course, of last tournament's grand finals. So both players, I'm sure, have quite an investment in how this one turns out. Not just to make it to grands, of course, but to kind of get that rematch from last time. And of course, Phantom wanting to get another shot at the trophy, while Zero, he's got a lot of trophies already, but I'm sure he wouldn't mind adding another. And depending on how the other semifinal goes, I know that he's in particular looking to potentially get a rematch against Chad for grand finals, which we saw a couple tournaments ago. So it'll be, I think, regardless of outcome, it'll be an exciting grands. But yeah, both these players have a lot at stake here as far as getting back to the grands and kind of getting some of those rematches that they've been looking for from past tourneys. One of the things that Angel mentioned, which I do want to touch on, are some of the new fighters that have been introduced since the last tournament. And I think in particular, Tales to Amaze has been a huge splash in the tournament scene as of late. We've seen all 4 of the fighters used, Annie a bit less so than the other 3, but Bat, Tesla, and Jill have all seen quite a few plays. In fact, I believe Bat is the most played fighter of the tournament. And he's also one of the highest win rates as well. He's up there in the high 60%. That has gone down a little bit since pools. I think he really took the meta by storm and found its success into a lot of popular fighters who he has good matchups into, such as She-Hulk and Yenenga. And people weren't necessarily prepared for that because of how new Tales to Amaze was. Like, there was a little bit of time that people got to practice with it, for example, in Team League and whatnot in the fall, but there wasn't as much like solid testing for the major tournaments, which have a different format than something like Team League. And so I think part of that was people not necessarily knowing how good he was into a few of those fighters, and him being able to take advantage of that. But of course, just in general, Golden Bat has a pretty strong game overall. Angel, if you want to kind of touch a little bit on why that is, because I'm sure it's a fighter that we'll either see banned out or perhaps played by one of these players in the semis here.
Yeah, so Tales to Amaze, first of all, is in general, like, Annie, we love you, but you are definitely like the lesser one of the four. She's still relevant in some cases, but the other three are the main topic at hand here. And so Jill, Tesla, and Golden Bat all have very unique attributes that are added to the game that not a lot of other fighters have done before. Golden Bat would probably be the one that's closest to like other fighters, but he has such versatility in his combat and his defense and his more passive play and more aggressive play that it kind of confuses the opponents into what they're going to do. One of the things that I've noticed in a lot of the hosts that I've both commentated and spectated on is that a lot of people are still trying to adapt to how exactly to tackle Golden Bat, because he's such a different monster than what we've dealt with before. And one of the things that I think is the key weakness to Golden Bat, and something that I think a lot of players should pick up from this and any other future streams and tournaments, is Golden Bat's greatest weakness would likely be aggression. Any fighter that can just go in and just keep going and not stop at any moment can stop him from breathing. And yeah, I get it. The +2 can be really, really scary, but it's not scary if he doesn't have anything to hit you with. So you just have to keep going and keep punishing him, not let him breathe. If you let him breathe, he will teleport right over to you, and he will make sure that you don't breathe.
Yeah, no, I think really good points on Bat in particular, and one that is, I think as we see more people figure out kind of how to play against him, to your note, we've seen him drop a little bit in bracket. It's a thing where he's still quite strong and he's still had success for sure, but people are figuring out kind of those counterplay options and how to not be as scared of him because of the how much you can pressure him if you go for it. However, we will see here in a moment if that is going to be relevant for this semifinal, because it sounds like we do have fighter picks ready here.
Let's go.
All right, so we see no Golden Bat, so likely mirrored in the draft is what I would expect. Or perhaps maybe both players going for a thing where they're prepared for him, but don't go for the pick. I find that unlikely though, just based on what we see here. What stands out to you, Jeremy, here as we see these lineups?
Well, we see another case here of someone letting zeroskatr end up with Yenenga, which just like boggles my brain. An interesting other thing I see with that is that he also picked Sinbad, which is the one really do not want to play against as Yenenga. So he kind of protected himself a little bit by getting that one there. Which is a huge thing for him. We do see Phantom leaning heavy into a lot of newer fighters in there, with Jill and She-Hulk and Widow not having been around all that long. So some newer stuff there. John going a little bit more of a classic lineup there. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who I'm looking at this. Just kind of looking down every fighter that each of them have versus the others to see who they're wanting to try to line up into the others and who you think the bans will be on both of them.
Yeah, so looking at it here, I find it a bit interesting because I think just based on the picks that we can at least surmise a bit of how some of the draft went. You noted the Sinbad, which I definitely think is a good call out. I think that probably this was a pick by Zero in an attempt to make sure that the Yanenga was safe. My guess would be that Yen got through in the first round because Phantom did not mirror it, and then Zero probably in this second round picks Sinbad, because if Phantom goes for it as a potential counter into Yen, then it gets banned out and neither player gets access to it. Or he gets it on his lineup, and because one of the fighters on each side is going to be banned, and there's another one that will not be assigned, he could always choose not to assign Sinbad. Now, of course, if you get in the spot where you're a little bit too predictable in what you're doing because you have one fighter that just doesn't really work, you do have to be careful about that. But that being said, Sinbad doesn't even look terrible into a good portion of Phantom's lineup, so I think Sinbad is one that we could still see assigned. Depending on what Zero's ban is. We also see Achilles and InGen, which could also be part of a blocking pick too, just because if Zero got Achilles, InGen is probably one of the hardest counters to Achilles, just preventing him from ever being able to reach you and eventually exhausting him out. Because InGen's good at exhaustion already, and you throw in traps and a bunch of workers, and it's going to be tough for Achilles to get there before drawing a bunch of cards and just exhausting to defeat. I also personally love to see the little red pick, and because we've got Sinbad on our lineup, that is protected a bit there, because that's also a matchup that Sinbad does really well in. So yeah, looking into kind of what we might see ban wise, I will say that on Phantom's side, Wukong is always an interesting one. Right now, he has kind of two good lineups into Zero's side, which is Sinbad and Achilles. So if Zero thinks that those are going to be left open, he could look to get rid of Wukong just to eliminate that problem. She-Hulk is also quite strong, and we don't see any like extreme counters to She-Hulk here, though Zero does have fighters that can do fine into her, so I don't think you're as concerned there. So if I had to guess, I'd be leaning a little bit more towards a Wukong ban if I was in Zero's position. But I could see perhaps going for maybe a Luke as well, if you're worried about kind of his resilience and the fact that he can do all right into a couple of your lineups. But yeah, my bet would be on Wukong personally.
Yeah, I will like to note two things. One, I believe I've heard zeroskator mention multiple times that the newer fighters are a little out of his range right now. He's still inexperienced with them a little bit, but I don't know if he knows it, but he actually has a mostly really solid lineup into Jill Trent. There's no one that's really like uncomfortable against her out of the 5 here. There are some that can be like a little even. Like I would say Jill into Yanenga is like solidly even, if not slightly Yanenga favored. Little Red Jill, really interesting matchup. One of my favorites from Jill Trent, but definitely not Jill sided either. Like it's just like solid. So, and Achilles as well, inadvertently pretty solid into Jill. So most of the roster feels pretty nice into her, and as someone who, she's one of my favorite fighters in the game currently, I would probably not pick her in this roster if I was Phantom. And a little secret, Sinbad is also one of those fighters that is really solid into Jill, surprisingly. On paper, you would think that she has so many answers into it with like voyages and stuff, but it gets really rough the second you realize that he can use all of his after combat voyage effects on Daisy, and unless she's blocking perfectly, it's going to get really rough really fast for her. And Daisy is a key factor to Jill Trent's playstyle.
Yeah, definitely a good call out there. The fact on paper, oh well, I could get extra cancels and I can line up some of my good effects into him, but then you look at the other side, like you're saying, and your Hypno Ray is probably not getting much value because Sinbad's boosts are absolutely terrible. Does mean that you might get some value from Battle of Wits, but it's not guaranteed necessarily. And then, yeah, Daisy not being able to cancel the voyage effects is definitely a huge thing, because you can get cancels for Jill, but not for Daisy. So, and not only is she going to be able to be pressured that way and potentially stop recursion, and then if you only have 2 cancels, well, Sinbad loves fighters that have less than the normal 3 cancels. And even if you do get some of the recursion, again, he can always guarantee at least some effects. And eventually you're going to run out of resources because near the end game, we all know that Sinbad just loves to maneuver, attack, and you're going to run out of stuff eventually if he gets to execute his game plan in the way he wants. PK, which of these fighters out of the 10 do you want to see the most? Like, what is your dream? Even maybe perhaps a matchup that you want to see played out here in this set based on what we've got here.
Come on, DB. You know I want to see Sinbad. Dude, because it's not going to be respected. You know, they're not going to ban Sinbad. Phantom's not even like, he's sneezing around Sinbad, not covering his hands. He does not notice Sinbad's existence right now. And I would love if he picks position advantage for She-Hulk, and then we get that Sinbad action going, because little do people know, he can actually go kind of crazy on She-Hulk sometimes. So I would love to see that. I would love to see him into Jill Trent. I would love to see him into... I could see it being a little dicey for Black Widow because she has so many like after combat cancels. But I mean, if he's going, you know, and she's running for her life. I mean, she's move 2, he's move 11. So I'd love to see that. I really think that Little Red might be banned because I've noticed that Phantom and them, they don't really love like Yananga so much. There's not a bunch of fear in that, because you should at least fear Skater's Yananga, right? At the end of the day, like if not respect Yananga, respect his Yananga. So I could see that being a ban. I could see that why that wasn't even drafted just for the ban. But I think Little Red has a good amount of matchups in here that's just gonna go. As much as I want to see Little Red being played, that's my second most character I want to see played. But I think she's got to go, unfortunately. And I reckon I'll see Wukong getting banned on the other side, because Sinbad and Achilles are just going to cry if they have to deal with all those little guys.
Yeah. And in fact, InGen is one that I didn't call out, but InGen actually struggles a little bit as well. Part of that is the double attacks, but also just Wukong can kind of play an exhaustion game with him. As well, and Wukong can get aggressive when possible, and InGen doesn't have too many blocks, so both Yen and Wukong out of that set giving InGen some trouble, so I do think the Wukong is even stronger consideration. I do also like the Little Red call out, because I agree that pretty much all these matchups are ones that she can definitely take, and I know that Zero has a good amount of experience with her as well as into some of these matchups, so I could definitely see that being one of the bans being looked at. Speaking of which, I do think we have those ready, so I guess we'll see whether our predictions were spot on or not.
Oh!
Ooh, okay.
Hey.
So we do see the Wukong ban as expected, but we're actually going to see Achilles banned, which I definitely think is very reasonable in this lineup as well. There's quite a few fighters that he's either even with or has a favorable matchup to on Phantom's side, so still makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, maybe he was anticipating the Wukong ban, so he was like, well, okay, Wukong's definitely got to go.
Yep.
So in that way, I don't need to really ban, like, according to a different way, so.
Yeah, I think that's probably exactly what the thought process would have been. If you know that your best matchup into Achilles is being taken off the board, then yeah, he can become a real issue after that.
Right.
And then, yeah, we also see that Jill Trent and InGen were the ones that were not assigned. So these are the 6 fighters that we'll see in this matchup here. And we don't know exactly where they are yet. Where do you think you'd be putting these fighters if you were in the players' spots, Angel?
Well, the first thing I'd like to immediately note is that John better hope that Sinbad doesn't run into Luke Cage, because that is going to get dicey quick. It is not impossible on technicality, but it is pretty miserable. Ideally, if you're Zero Skater, you want to run Sinbad into something like She-Hulk, like PK mentioned, because secretly that is actually really solid for Sinbad. So you want to try to get that into a connection. Yananga Widow, I mean, if anyone's gonna know about that matchup, it's gonna be Zeroskater. Those are like his two favorite fighters right now. And I believe it's actually a pretty decent matchup too for the both of them. I haven't had too much experience in it personally though. But what I have had experience in is the last one that I would assume would line up here is Little Red into Luke Cage. Little Red into Luke Cage can definitely go either way, but Little Red doesn't mind playing it. It feels pretty comfy, but she just has to play careful. And Luke can definitely try to mind game her into stopping any of those big mouth cards that'll try to deal 6 damage to him, but he's like, nope, I actually played a regroup. So I guess you lose and I take 1 damage. Better hope you get the rest of your auto damage off somehow. So it's going to be really interesting here because I think those are the lineups that Zeroskater will be aiming for. On Phantom side of things, I think you probably want Luke into Sinbad. That's like the comfiest thing of the 3. She-Hulk here, kind of interesting. I think you want to land her into Little Red. I've never played that matchup before, but I'm thinking about it on paper, and I'm thinking that she has enough health pool to where the auto damage is scary, obviously. That's Little Red's thing, but she can recover from it, even if she takes a lot of it. And she also has her random discard stuff that can really mess with Little Red's basket. So that could be really interesting if Phantom lines that up. And then the last one would probably be Widow into Yanenga, which, again, I have no idea how it would go, but I assume that it would be decently even considering they're both pretty prominent fighters.
Yeah, and that would be an interesting one to see just because of the fact that John favors both of those fighters. So seeing them kind of square off would be really cool. And as far as the Little Red She-Hulk one, while I haven't played it as much as some other Little Red matchups, it's definitely one that Red can win, but I'd say it's probably still the best lineup here for She-Hulk into what Zero's got. And actually, I am getting word here that we do actually have the assignments, and they are in the current order that we see. So basically, the 2 inside ones, the middle ones, and the outside ones. So we're gonna have. And I think that's the order of the games too. Yes, so it's going to be game 1 of Yen versus Widow. So we are going to get to see that. We're going to see She-Hulk Sinbad for game 2, and then if it gets to game 3, it'll be Luke Red. So yeah, looking at that game 1, Jeremy, what are your thoughts kind of going into it with the Yen versus Widow, especially with Zero's Yen being the Yen side?
Well, first of all, we have like all the range going on there because we're going to have, 5 ranged fighters running around some map, and that map is going to be a very interesting component to this here. We know that, John is very good with that. We know this is a matchup that he should be in good position for because he has cranked out a ton of Black Widow games against like everybody, and he kind of knows what is going on with her really well, and I think that puts him in a good spot. Not that Phantom doesn't understand Widow or Yanenga, but I know that he is definitely prepared to be able to go up against Widow with all that. And Widow's a little interesting because there's a lot of different ways to go about playing her. Also the same with Yanenga there, for that matter. But yeah, just that many ranged fighters on there, and playing around Widow's scheme missions. That's going to make it just an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I can't wait to see exactly how this one will play out because there's one thing that that I think will be a big key in it, and that's usually going to be like hand advantage and tempo, because both of the fighters they approach it in a little bit of a different way, but both of them kind of want to pressure the opponent and kind of force them into bad spots. I know one of the things that Zero really likes doing with both fighters is corralling the opponent and kind of sticking them into a zone. And because you're ranged, even if you're not right up next to them, and sometimes you would prefer not to be right up next to them, you can just keep attacking and they can't really get away unless they have some specific cards to like maybe move through your fighters or whatnot. And this is something that we've seen a lot of success with Yen, but he's also adopted that playstyle with Widow. And I do think that's where she excels, especially because of one of her missions, drawing her a bunch of cards, which is something that I think Zero's going to have to watch out for, because if Phantom can set it up where you can kind of start slugging it out with Yen and then play the Budapest to draw back up, not only drawing 5, but forcing a random card out of Yen's hand, it will put a lot of pressure on her, because one of Yen's weaknesses is the fact that she cannot really draw cards outside just maneuvering. You can theoretically get a little bit of extra draw on a turn that you play like Master of the Hunt to gain actions, which just gives you more maneuvers, but you don't have any actual card draw on your effects. So it's something to keep in mind, that you don't let Widow kind of get to that desired hand state and just completely blow you out with card advantage. So yeah, definitely going to be an interesting matchup to see. And then moving on to the She-Hulk Sinbad one. This is one that Angel called out as being pretty good for Sinbad, and I would agree. I actually played this one myself in a tournament not this tournament, but the previous one, and I was on the She-Hulk side, and it was definitely close. Like it's one that She-Hulk can win, but you pretty much have to call everything perfectly and not get stuck in a spot where you don't have like good defenses into what Sinbad's got going on. We'll get to it more when we get to that game in the deck highlights, but there's a lot of things going for Sinbad, even though She-Hulk has a lot of health, and he can kind of go toe to toe with her in that regard and force her into bad spots. In my game, I ended up taking an undefended attack, hoping that it was a regroup that was kind of a bait attack. It ended up being a 6-value voyage, and that definitely put me into a spot where I couldn't really come back from that afterwards. But if I had blocked it, then maybe I could have gotten there. But yeah, still a really solid one for Sinbad.
Do you remember what voyage it was?
I think it was the heal.
Oh,
I think it was the heal. So he also got some health back, which was particularly rough. Just a casual 8 health swing there. It's no big deal.
Shout out Gaze of Stone.
Oh yeah. And then yeah, the Luke Little Red one is one that I'm particularly interested in, because that's one where Red has so much auto damage that it can be very difficult for Luke to avoid that. And if Red can get into a certain state in the game, she can basically guarantee a win against Luke. But getting there is difficult at times because Luke can just hit her really hard. And if you just smack her a bunch before she gets the card she needs, or can set up the symbols to effectively get the auto damage off, then you can still definitely take it. We recently saw one on stream with Chad, one of our other semifinalists, who played the Little Red side of the Luke Red matchup, and basically played a textbook Little Red in that matchup and made it look not even close for Luke, just because everything lined up how Red wanted, and Luke just couldn't really find what he needed to get over that auto damage and get out of those ranges where he just dies to the effects. But it doesn't always go quite as well as that for Red, so it's definitely still one that you have to be on your toes with. Of course, I'm sure Zero is hoping that it doesn't get to the game 3, just because you'd love to close out the set in the first 2 games if you can, just because that takes off some of the pressure. But if we get to game 3, I think it'll be really hyped, because not only is it a fun matchup, but I think both players will have a pretty even likelihood of taking it, especially since we've seen Phantom play a good amount of Luke, so it's a fighter he's very comfortable with. Same thing with Zero and Little Red, so I'm sure that both of them will be very aware of those win cons for each side, and seeing that is what I'm personally hoping for. I always kind of hope for, going to maximum games, because more unmatched is awesome, especially at this level. But I think, especially with this being the Game 3 matchup, I would really like to see how these players approach it, for sure.
Yeah, and as you pointed out earlier on that matchup there, a lot of people kind of scoff at Regroup being like this terrible little card, but Regroup can be really good against Red. And for Luke in general, he has other things that he can do with it having a stupid boost value for him. But yeah, it's definitely a good matchup there. And as you said, we always love to see it go to a game 3. You always hope you get to commentate on 3 games. So I've got kind of a personal stake in wanting us to go to 3 games.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the matchup here for the first one that we're going to see in game 1 with Yen versus Black Widow, what kind of maps? Oh, and I guess let me double check. It looks like, yeah, I think Zero is going to be leader, which means the game 1 is the one with his choice of advantage. So assuming that he takes map, what kind of maps do you think Yen wants to take in this matchup?
It's always interesting because whenever you have like range against range, and it's like literally all the fighters, because even the sidekicks are all ranged in this matchup. So do you want to go with like a really like map that's like great for ranged fighters, or do you want to go with something that's not as good, because even though it kind of disadvantages you, it does the same to your opponent? I'm trying to think through Yananga and Widow to see if either of them would be favored by one or the other, but it's just an interesting call with them all being ranged. And it's kind of a unique thing you don't normally get into. It's usually melee versus range where you're really having to think about that harder.
Yeah, I know that one map that Zero likes to take a lot for both of these fighters, in fact, is Sunnydale High. It has zone layouts where it can be quite easy to corral your opponent, no matter where they have to be very careful with positioning to avoid it. But that being said, because it's solid for both fighters, I wonder if that will either be A, banned by Phantom knowing that that is a really good one, or maybe left open. And if it is left open, perhaps Zero not being fully comfortable picking it just because it is solid for the Widow's side as well, and doesn't want to run into the situation where if the archers do go down, then Yen can kind of be bullied with what Widow's got as far as being able to kind of keep her where she wants her.
I just love that, we get to see Black Widow in big tournaments like this, because I'm also a big fan of Black Widow. And I've noticed that these Marvel characters are super relevant, but Zero Skater gets to have the representation of the public domain versus Marvel like lineups right now. And it shows me that you can still play like some of these older characters, because I've noticed that Red isn't being played as much. And that makes me sad, because I want to see the Red play. I know if you were in Tournament DB, you would have definitely been representing that, showing us what Little Red could do. But she's not irrelevant. She's totally a strong fighter, and I think she's just going to remain relevant to some degree always, just because of her kit. It's just so good, and she's so defensive, stuff like that. And I cannot wait to see each of these fighters going at it. Like, especially because Zero knows Yananga and Black Widow. He's seen it all with both of them, so it's just gonna be interesting. It's like fighting himself. Like, this is a metaphor of like a mountain that he's got to go through. Like what's that? He's seeing like a shadow version of himself right now, and it's up to the hero Yananga to like get through this, Black Widow, which I also really love very much. But yeah, I'm interested to see how he's gonna approach this. I'm interested to see Phantom playing Black Widow. I don't think I've ever seen that, so that's really fun. I think this is one of the best case scenarios for lining up the bands as well too. Like the fact that he got Sinbad She-Hulk. I mean, that was, I don't know if he slipped somebody some money to like figure out where he's placing these characters. It seems like every time Zero gets this lineup, and I always see one where I'm like, I don't know what you're going to do with that. If it goes wrong, what are you supposed to do? But somehow, some way, he drafts it to where it's relevant. I don't know what the psychology is about that. I don't know if he's got a specific idea about how to approach that, or if he's just like, I'm going to put Sinbad here, She-Hulk's going to be there. I have no idea if that's the case or not, but that's always impressive, because I feel like when I draft, I feel like I'm like a good drafter, if that means anything. And when you it doesn't mean anything if you don't line it up right. If you got that one counter that just gets you, like, you're like, oh, well, I'm bad at the game and this is a bad matchup. So, you know, it just can go like that. But when you believe in your draft really well and you just have a feeling like, I know this player's going to put this there and it works out, that's incredible.
Yeah, definitely one of the skills. In addition to getting a good lineup, you kind of have to make sure that you have some intention with where you're assigning stuff. And sometimes, you know, you're going to get arsenaled, as some people refer to it, and you're just going to, despite your best efforts, get matchups that just aren't great. And it's not something you can fully avoid all the time. But we do see, I think, a lot, especially at the top end, players really kind of figuring out how to navigate those positions and still give themselves the best chance. And sometimes, you know, you get pretty solid lineups like we see here. So yeah, definitely always fun to see. You don't, from the player perspective, you know, you want to try to line up those counters to get the best chance at winning. But from the spectator's perspective, you want the close matchups. They're like nail biters down to the wire. So I'm glad that's what we're kind of seeing here with these lineups. Speaking of which, I do think we have the screen ready to see all of the matchups and the maps here, and there it is. So yep, we've got we knew the fighters for each of the games, but now we also see the maps. So we've got Marmorial for game 1, Sunnydale for game 2, and Soho for game 3. So delving back into the game 1 map, it looks like the bans were Azuchi and Point Pleasant. So definitely two maps that Yen could take good advantage of with that. And we see her go with Marmorial. So avoiding the Sunnydale, which was left open, just because it can be quite good for Widow. Meanwhile, Marmorial, a very solid map for ranged. It's actually one of the maps from the very first set, Battle Legends Volume 1. And all of the tri-zones in this map are quite good for range because you have very good map coverage. Also, the center of the map is really solid for Yenenga because it sets up her Jaws of the Beast to be quite a high value. Of course, against an opposing ranged fighter, that won't always be the case, but a lot of the, I think actually all of the zones on this map that have the green are at least 2 zones. So if Yen is chilling in the green, if Widow wants to attack her, even if she does it from range, she's still going to be looking at a pretty strong Jaws. So definitely one that I think will probably favor Yenenga a little bit more, but you know, still a solid ranged map, so Widow's not going to have too much concern. One of the interesting things we see here is Widow actually elected to go second, because we see Zero with both map pick and position pick, which means, or no, perhaps that is just. Zero wanted to have position pick, but it might have been a thing where he decided to go second. We'll see if that is the case. It might just be a holdover from the old full advantage. But okay, it is sounding like it is sounding like that it was just a holdover from the previous Arsenal where you had full advantage. So ignore that. We'll see once we get into the game who went first. I'm guessing it'll probably be Widow if Phantom got position pick. But regardless, what do you think of the map in general, Angel, and how it might affect this matchup here?
I mean, Marmorial is range city. If you're a range fighter, you love Marmorial. Marmorial has such a massive zone pool with the green zone, as you mentioned, that you can hit from across the map. So it makes perfect sense that these are going to be the maps that we're going to be looking into with both of these ranged fighters. But I do like that you mentioned something really key here, which is that big green zone is better for Yenenga than it is Widow, mainly because of the card Jaws of the Beast, which allows Widow to get hit a little harder or hit a little less if Yenenga's blocking or attacking with it. So since it's a multi-zones for all of the green spots, it's kind of a spot that Widow wants to avoid a little more often than not, which is going to be interesting, and we'll see if Widow wants to play the aggressive route or takes a little more of a passive approach because of that. The key thing about Marmorial here on top of that is the first player, since they're both ranged fighters here, the first player is going to be allowed to single maneuver attack into the second player, because if you see right here, the first player spot on the left is 2 spaces away from the bottom zone there, which leads into the second player spot. So no boost needed, no aggression needed. So depending on whether or not Yenenga or Widow is going first, one of them's just going to be able to go in and start hitting if that's what they want to do.
Yep. I think that is a definite thing that we'll see, especially with the Jaws, which we both mentioned at this point. It's a thing where Yen's going to be able to use that on offense or defense, depending on the situation. So it's something that Widow's going to have to certainly look out for. Speaking of the decks, though, I think we're about to get into deck highlights here. So we'll start with Yenenga, and Kike, if you want to take reins on this one, feel free.
Yeah, sure. As the second best Yenenga in Unmatched, I'd like to give you like the breakdown, the kind of tutorial. I was gonna make a tutorial on my channel, but I guess I'll just give away my secrets here. The key cards looks like Rain of Arrows is a double attack, which Widow has a lot of opportunities to cancel with her Conda Web and her feints, which she has a lot of. But if that doesn't go through, it just stinks to lose multiple cards, and that's what Rain of Arrows does. It gets rid of your defenses like it's another attack, right? So, or you take 3 in the face, and that's super embarrassing. And Widow does not have enough health to just get smacked with 3s, right? Because she's very low health and she doesn't have any healing or anything like that. Surprise Volley is a really great card because it's a 3 any card, and I like that because you can either choose to attack with your archers if you want to bring an archer back, or you can use that to gain an action. So sometimes you can do something a little sneaky, and you can just throw out that 3. They just don't expect it sometimes if you use the archer. I like to throw it as Yenenga because it just feels way cooler. Master of the Hunt is one of the dopest cards, card art-wise, in the game. Shout out to Zoe. Yo, you're so talented. Yeah. That's going to be gaining 2 actions as a scheme. And, gaining actions is pretty nuts, but especially when you're Yenenga, you can gain 2 actions, you can attack, gain some actions, then you can use Rain of Arrows, attack some more, and you're just losing a bunch of cards. And, there's usually like this end game of flurries of attacks that come, and with a low health fighter, it can be the difference of winning the game and losing the game. And that's the cool thing about Yenenga is you set this up if you're not playing for the fatigue game, which I imagine zeroskatr could be setting up for either, and he'll figure out what he wants to do at the end. But Master of the Hunt is a really cool card. All these are boost 3, by the way, because Yenenga just gets to have a bunch of boost 3s, which is nuts. But shout out, we love Yenenga. I just started playing her because I started knowing the rules of the game a little bit better and understanding positioning. Yenenga's other scheme is One with the Land, also known as my favorite card art in the entire game. I want to get a poster of this on my room one day and stare at it when I wake up. This is a great scheme because it's basically a maneuver with gaining health. So Yenenga doesn't really have card draw other than this, and it's basically just a maneuver. But with losing health and needing to be tanky as possible, you can use your ability, obviously, to get your little boys hit and then get your health back, and that includes everybody in your party. So, that'll be good for her tankiness for sure. It's only a boost 2, though. Somehow she doesn't have all boost 3s. That's kind of nuts. And we got the Stallion Charge, which is Yenenga's versatile 3. This is good because auto damage and Black Widow do not mix well together. Because if Yenenga gets to pop this off, she not only gets to position herself wherever, because you get to move 5 spaces through opposing fighters, you get to also just do the amount of damage that you can do. Probably she'll do up to 2 damage if she runs through Maria and Widow, which is what we want to see. We want to see the auto damage go through as much as possible. Like I said, she's low health. So my opinion, I think aggression is key. I think it's going to be the more fun way to play. So why not? I don't know if anybody's going to make it out of here alive unless if there's a fatigue game. I think Widow could maybe pop it off. I'm scared to see this go. Like, I'm shaking right now because I like these two characters. I don't like to see my friends get hurt, but this is what we're gonna have to do because this is a tournament, and I have to grow up. And I don't know these characters personally, but I will watch this and be in pain.
Yeah, no, I do want to point out one more card if we can. Jaws of the Beast. We can get that one up on the key cards here real quick, because I think especially on this map, it will be quite relevant. Yep, so Jaws of the Beast is going to be a 3, but it bumps up to a +1 for each zone your opponent's in. So by default, if it doesn't get canceled, it is a 4, because your opponent's always at least in one zone. And then on this map, if Yen's in the green and Widow is in the green because she's either trying to attack or she's being attacked, or Yen's defending, the Jaws will be at least a 5, if not a 6, depending on whether Widow's on one of those dual or tri zones. And this can be good on both offense and defense, including pretty good into one of the defenses we'll see here in the Widow highlight, which we're getting to in just a moment. But yeah, definitely going to be a card that both players are going to want to look out for. And yeah, moving on to the Widow deck highlight, I'll let Angel take this one.
Of course. Widow is one of the newer fighters within the game. Came out last year in the King and Country set. She's really, really interesting because she has a very unique playstyle with her schemes. Her schemes have these like important missions that you have to accomplish before you're allowed to activate their benefits. And we can already see it started here with Moscow Protocol. Definitely the weakest of the missions, but one that you at least start with in your hand, which is a benefit for it, because either A, you can try to use it to acquire your next mission, or B, you can use it as a boost value since all of your missions are boost 4. So the Moscow Protocol here, very simple. An opposing fighter took damage this turn. That's your mission. Once you accomplish that mission, you'll get to draw 1 card and gain 1 action and acquire a new mission. But you'll see that some of the other schemes are a little more important in this matchup. Like, for example, Kinshasa Directive, the mission saying that Black Widow is in your starting space, and all you have to do is be on your starting space. If Widow starts with it in her starting hand, she can use it immediately to get another mission. And the completion effect is you choose an opponent and they discard 2 cards. That's 2 whole cards that Yenenga would have to drop with a character that doesn't have the best draw power and no bad cards that they don't mind losing. So it's going to be pretty scary for Yenenga because she's so rich with good cards that losing any at all is going to be scary for her. Next up, we have a couple of combat cards here coming in. We got Caught in the Web, 3-value versatile. So during combat, cancel all after combat effects on your opponent's card. This can be really important depending on what it lands into against Yenenga. For example, Kike mentioned Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows would be solid because essentially this 3 block is turning into 2 3 blocks because you're stopping the first Rain of Arrows and then you're canceling the second one. So that's really massive. If Widow wants to be all cheeky and predict a Stallion on defense, which is usually when it's played, you could even try to use Caught in the Web on offense, and you can stop it there. But there are definitely some downsides to attacking and defending with it. For example, if you land it into shield formation, then the immediate effect will go off first, and then Caught in the Web will not cancel any effects because there's no after combat effects on it, so you did essentially waste it. And then also on defense, it can be rough, because if you land it into something like the 3 for her that gains the action or summons in Archer, then the effect is also just going to go immediately and she won't be able to get the full value out of Caught in the Web. Then we have a couple of more important cards, especially for stuff like Widow's Yenenga's hyper aggression that she can do with action gain, such as Double Identity, which says immediately Black Widow and Maria Hill may swap spaces. So it's an easy way to have Maria be the defender or get Maria out of danger from Yenenga's hyper aggression turns. And one of the last 2 cards I like to mention here briefly is Acting Director of Shield, which is Maria's main card here. It's going to help you get your schemes back help you get your more missions, and the more missions Widow has, the happier she tends to be. One important scheme, speaking of the missions, that I'd like to mention here, if we could pull it up, is going to be Madripoor. Madripoor is going to be pretty important in this matchup because the second that Widow gets onto that opponent's starting space, she's going to be able to deal 2 damage to each of that opponent's fighters, which would instant kill both of the archers and also deal 2 to Yanenga, which she cannot redirect because they're all taking the damage at the same time. So it kind of technically deals Yanenga 6 damage, since the archers tend to soak some of the damage that Yanenga takes. The sooner Widow gets that off, the better, because it means you don't have to deal with the archers. It does unfortunately activate shield formation, but I think it's a worthy trade, especially if you can recur it later. If you're able to recur Madripoor, you might not even be too afraid of shield formation in the late run.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of playing around with the starting spaces, just because of how important the effects can be. And I think in particular, we'll probably see Zero protect the second starting space quite heavily, whether he keeps Yen there when applicable, or maybe he just sticks one of the archers there and doesn't really let Widow get to it unless she also goes through the archer first. And there will be some good options for the archer defensively if it's just kind of on its own there, without Yen in the zone, because that gives the archer a bit more survivability with one of the archer-only cards being able to block most of what Widow's going to throw at it. And I think actually that'll let it survive against anything Widow can attack with, even the 5. So yeah, we'll see exactly how those starting spaces end up mattering, but it's always an interesting positioning puzzle for me when playing as or against Widow, because all of a sudden you're caring about the starting spaces and kind of what they or how you position around them in order to either secure your own effects, or if you're going against Widow, prevent her from getting them off against you, especially the ones that are going to be particularly nasty, like Madripoor is for Yanenga. But yeah,
also,
yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
I was going to ask Angel real quick concerning the acting director with the recursion on there. Which missions do you think are going to be key to get recurred in this matchup against Yanenga?
I mean, I think definitely that Madripoor is the obvious first answer, but there are definitely going to be some more important ones as well. I think Firenze could be really mean here because you're basically adding 2 more to the 2 you're already discarding naturally from Yanenga. So 2 becomes 4. Any more than that becomes 6. And like I said, Yanenga hates losing cards. On top of that, I think Kinshasa could be pretty mean with the zone coverage here. Obviously, you're putting yourself adjacent to Yanenga, but you don't really care about that because you're both range fighters. The only thing you'd be afraid of for that type of thing would be something like a point blank. But for the most part, Kinshasa would also be solid because it also deals that damage. So there's a lot of auto damage here that does exactly 2, which clears out the archers, which is very big and a huge difference from dealing 1 auto damage.
Yeah, and also, as we know, with Yanenga not having cancels, that acting director, the effects will be going off on that and not being canceled. So other than killing Maria, she doesn't really have a way to stop that recursion.
Do you think there's going to be an opportunity to use point blank at any point? Like, I can see Zero kind of positioning himself to. Can you even like force adjacency in this, or is there any time that you even want to do that?
There are a couple spots for Memorial specifically. The one that comes to mind for me would be on the right. There's kind of a small like purple zone there that if you position correctly, you can have the Yanenga and archers like cover the other areas that would force range, and then you can have Widow like be forced to go adjacent. But the other key moment would probably be, like I mentioned, when you use Kinshasa, likely going to be a second action.
Right.
And that would be the perfect moment for Yanenga to be like, hey, you're right next to me. I might as well take this opportunity to toss some point blanks at you. Either A, you cancel them, and that's fine. That's less cancels I have to deal with. Or B, you're taking 2 auto, and you're a 13 health fighter with no healing.
Yeah, that point blank pop off could be a major game changer. So I would love to see that, if at all possible at any point today. Do you guys see any fake outs being taken today? Do you think he's gonna try to call out the non-action gain? Because I don't know if it's worth the risk of not being able to, take 4 to the face and losing the card, or do you think that a fake out is just just something he's just gonna have to accept that he's gonna have to throw a defense out there for? I wouldn't mind seeing a shield formation with a fake out, because Black Widow will gain a card, but will also have to lose a card. Or I guess it's like kind of a neutral thing that they have to do.
Well, I can say, Kike, that the answer to your question will be here in a moment, because it looks like we're ready to swap over.
Yo!
And get started with game 1 here.
Wait, we're gonna watch Unmatched? No way.
All right, I thought we were just talking for an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Unmatched podcast, in fact. So, we'll just be talking about matchups. We're gonna save the gameplay for later. All right, we are getting started here, everyone.
Looks like Widow will be taking first here. Like we know, she starts with Moscow Protocol on hand. That's why you might see that she has a bigger hand. But we see our first maneuver here. I assume that Widow is immediately going to start going in here. Get that nice attack off. If you have a fake out, maybe toss that for chippies. Might be funny. But I highly doubt Widow would step away here, because she's already overdrawing due to starting with 6 cards in her hand. So you kind of want to start getting some stuff in. But we see a boost with a life model decoy here.
Whoa,
That's
not
very
with
interesting.
Moscow. That's crazy. Yeah. Maybe it's just saving that big boost for later.
Yeah, I wonder if Phantom is wanting to force Zero Skater to approach him, but at the same time, I highly doubt that, because Zero Skater can wait this next turn, and then Widow continues to overdraw. So I am curious to see what the positioning goal is here, taking that blue-green spot right above the tri-zone. Single maneuver range from Yanenga, and not boosting with the Moscow. So very interesting.
Oh,
We're gonna see an attack from
Yeah,
Widow
here
onto
it
an
is.
Archer. Very interesting.
Onto an Archer. This feels like a 4. Yep. Oh, dating, dude. No way. All right, so Zero has to lose a card. That really stinks. I did feel that. What's gonna stink? What are we losing here? Oh, brother.
Interesting. So
Okay.
that's a Master of the Hunt gone.
I can see Skater just trying to build up a hand at this point. Just trying to not have to go cuckoo crazy on Phantom at the moment and just build up.
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
see the Archer, unless the Archer had a skirmish available, it would not have been able to survive that attack. So even if you've got like a divide and conquer or a pin the prey, you might not want to use it there. I could see maybe a pin, but you definitely don't want to use the divide, because if it's the 4, then you're losing the Archer anyway, and then you're losing an additional card. We do see the Master of the Hunt discarded, so that will take a little bit of combo potential away from Yen in the future, but again, not one of the key combat cards that you're having to lose there, so not the end of the world, but a very good exchange here for Phantom on the first turn. He's very likely happy with that. Taking out an Archer and getting a card out of Yen's hand is going to be pretty solid overall.
Yeah, I definitely think if he had a pin the prey, he would have played it, because even if it was a fake out, he could position however wherever Widow wants to be. So I think that would be really cool. But yeah, I just don't think he has it at the moment.
Yeah, and it is good for Phantom to see that Master of the Hunt go out of there, because that's always one that Zero Skater is very good at knowing when to play that card and how to utilize it. So it's a tool that John doesn't have now. So
Yeah,
Talking
we
about
see the
something.
Archer, as Zach had previously mentioned, taking that starting space, ensuring that Madripoor cannot be threatening there. But here's the thing I'd like to point out. You put an Archer on the starting space to keep yourself safe from Madripoor, right? But that also means that essentially Yanenga is not having that 2 shield in her zone, unless Yanenga also stays in the zone. So in a way, it's still putting you in this uncomfortable position where Yanenga's now just fighting with her raw combat cards, which are honestly not the highest in the world, and is relying on just herself outside of the archers because she needs the archer to protect that starting space. We're going to see immediate turn 1 attack from Widow here, presumably onto Yanenga. It is going to connect with the point blank.
Yeah, so I think makes a lot of sense for Widow. If she's going to attack here, she wants to attack big because Yen ending adjacent is fully representing that point blank. And I think that despite that, Zero's still happy to just take the auto damage on Widow because he still ends up only trading 1 extra health on Yen, so 3 health for 2 health on Widow. But Yen has healing, she has archers to soak, and Widow does not have either of those. She has the swap with Maria, but that's about it as far as damage mitigation, so getting that auto damage when you can is very nice.
And for me, just... Oh, wow.
We're going to see a Moscow played here. Acquiring a new mission. I would assume that was because Phantom had no missions available other than Moscow, so Widow wants to avoid getting clunked out with like no missions in hand because it makes her game a lot slower. So that makes sense of why he boosted with Life Model over Moscow at the start of the game, because you at least want to have that mission so that you can continue to threaten it and keep the mission wheel turning.
Okay, we're going to see another attack. Do you guys expect another 4 or maybe a fake out?
The fake out would be pretty nasty here because if the archer decides to block with Divide and Conquer, it's probably the only block the archer has, in which case you can follow up and kill afterwards with perhaps another bite to get cards out. So if Zero's feeling a bit like he has to risk it, he could try to take if it is the fake out. Of course, if it is just the bite and he has the Divide and Conquer, I suppose he would discard it to the bite because he didn't block with it, but it'd feel pretty bad.
Yeah, honestly, if he doesn't have a pin to pray, I would maybe just consider taking at this point if he can't do a proper
really
block.
liking the aggression here from Widow early in this.
Yep, trying to get those archers off the board as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot harder for Yen to utilize the map because it is a pretty big map overall. Ooh, okay.
There it is.
If you take from Web, interesting. I'm assuming he was trying to connect into a pin the prey there. Because it deals 2 over and it cancels the after combat, so it just completely negates it for the archer. But very solid either way for Widow. Getting rid of both the archers so early. Yanenga's left all on her lonesome unless she summons one back with something like a shield formation.
Do you think that with this aggression that there's potentially a Budapest in hand at the moment? Because that when I get the Budapest, I get really, really risky and I throw everything out just to be able to pop that off. But I think that John can smell that coming from a mile away. So do you think he's going to try to give him the satisfaction? Because we know he has another scheme. So if my man's got 2 schemes in hand, he could really pop off right now. So I don't think that's what it is, but I don't know. If you're playing risky, it's at least very cool.
It could be very possible. I mean, we see Maria out in the open here against Yanenga. Yanenga seeming to get Widow back. You killed my sidekicks, now I'm going to come kill yours. But we'll have to see. Right now, we know for a fact that Widow has Fidenza in hand. So even right now, it is kind of dicey for Yanenga to respawn those archers because you know the Fidenza is in hand. The second you respawn an archer, she's just gonna zoom right in and hit you with the Fidenza, take the archer out, and take you out too because you have to summon the archer in your zone.
How many resources are you willing to spend on Maria too? That's always the tricky part because you don't want to waste that big swing, that big combo on Maria and then have nothing else to throw at Widow there. So hopefully we'll see something very cool happen in a second. I can see a point blank happening. Just keep throwing them out, dude. Just
one of the life model decoys kind of boosted with there early, so you don't have to worry about that as much trying to go into Maria, because that's always one of the things concerned about is throwing something big into her and like, oh no, you didn't actually kill her.
Right. Even if there was some scheme recursion right now, from a offensive point blank, I mean, yeah, you would get Moscow back. I mean, that's not a big deal. So going aggro right now, I don't mind it. I kind of like it a lot.
Yeah, it might be nice, especially since Yenenga does have the hand advantage right now. Attacking with one of her 6 cards in hand, so presumably going to be 5 at the end of this turn. But it all depends on how Phantom responds. Currently with 4 in hand, and you know that one of them is a scheme, so really 3 potential cards in hand to either defend or attack with. So I assume that Widow will take a more passive approach on this next turn. We do see a feint coming into the surprise volley. Canceling its effects, which means no archer spawn, no action gain, but yes, 1 damage on Maria, which she doesn't mind because she has quite a few blocks left, and she doesn't need both life models, which is why I just boosted with it, but still 1 more of those.
No way! The Budapest! No way! Oh my goodness. That was a very scary scenario that I was thinking of, and yeah, the Widow's got a full hand back and is ready to rock. Oh, there we go. We're seeing...
See, a Stallion discarded from Budapest.
Okay, Stallion is pretty big one
rough.
to lose there, but we are definitely seeing, I'm assuming, the aggression continuing here with Widow.
Yeah, why not? This you have the hand for it. I mean, you can just keep going and going.
Here's something. We have something from the heroes here. Zero Skater saying, Budapest, I know, I'm not happy.
Yeah, definitely not.
You gotta be stressed out when you see that, especially since you were the one that decided to risk putting your Metalo hand, but you think to yourself, what are the odds that he has Budapest in hand? And it was, in fact, the odds were very high. We see Kinshasa taken here from the mission, but a lot of content revealed from Widow's mission search, which is one of the downsides that I'd like to ask Kike to break down for me about Widow.
As a man who plays Widow, and as a man who plays schemes as soon as I have the ability to play them instead of strategically waiting at the right moment, I also have shown people my entire deck through looking for my schemes, and it can be really rough. But at this point, you used Budapest. They don't know what you have in your hand. You just drew 5 cards. So yeah, you know, you kind of have an idea of what they have in hand, but there's some defenses in there, and there's probably some aggression about to happen. I'm really excited to see Widow maybe keep this aggression going, like Jeremy said. And you don't get to see this every day. A Widow just kind of blindly fighting, like as much as possible. I love this. Phantom's going kind of off right now. I'm very proud of him.
I will say I was definitely kind of surprised by the aggression here. I was not anticipating it coming in this hard here. I mean, I know I am not personally like the best Widow player, and I don't know her as well as some of y'all, but you know, still typically don't see her played with, you know, this level of aggression, which, if you know me, you know I love watching aggro play in Unmatched, so this is great stuff.
I'd have to reckon that they got Budapest really early on, and that just became the game plan. Was I don't care if I don't have a hand anymore, I will get it back. And you get to test the waters and see what Yen can defend with, and you can just get rid of whatever they got. And the sooner you start using the Budapest, I think the better, because you can start getting that hand advantage and you can get your scheme train going. So I thought that was an excellent play from Phantom.
And here's the big thing I like to point out with all of the cards that were revealed with the missions. So we saw that there was no fake outs in hand because we saw both of them revealed. We saw that there was no double identities revealed because we saw all 3 of them revealed. And the last thing we saw was there was 2 acting directors of S.H.I.E.L.D. So at most 1 acting director in hand. And we see Widow electing to just go for the second maneuver, boosting because you're going to overdraw anyway, and ensuring that Maria's in a safe spot. So I would assume that Maria has like only 1 defense right now. So if you're John and you're feeling lucky, maybe you just go for the gamble and try to take Maria out right now, because at the absolute worst, she has 2 defenses, which would be 1 life model and 1 acting director, or potentially 2 feints. But at best, I mean, this is probably your best opportunity. There's no double identities unless Phantom drew into one right now, or there is potentially only 1 acting director. So pretty solid chance for Yenenga to pick something out, choose it wisely, and go in and attack with it. We did lose the Stallion there from the Budapest random discard, so unless she has another one, acting director will allow her to completely get away from a hyper aggression turn. And also, on top of that, Yanenga would have to boost in order to reach Maria here, which you don't really want to see because right now, Zero Skater is definitely lower in hand, and Maria and Widow are loaded with 2 schemes and a bunch of mystery combat cards.
Yup.
Yeah,
I also.
we-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, bud.
I was just gonna say, even though we saw not a ton of defenses, or we saw a ton of defenses off of the mission reveal, so there's certain cards that are likely not in hand unless they were drawn from the maneuver, which does mean that there's not full information for Zero there. Widow still has a lot of cards, and if Yen went for a boost attack there, would have been left with 3 to Widow's 6 or 7, so definitely not a spot where you can afford to be too risky with it, because if you saw a lot of defenses, it probably means Widow has a lot of her reds and could further put you in the hole in terms of card advantage or hand advantage goes. So definitely playing a little bit more cautious here. Widow did draw 5, so if Yen wants to try for some longer term game plan, we might see that here. I know Zero is a big fan of the value game, but Widow's going to try to keep up that aggression that we've seen so far, I think, to make sure Yen can't exactly do that how she would like.
Phantom giving Zero Skater no time to breathe here, immediately continuing the attack aggression. You have to, you're going to overdraw, but I don't think we've seen a double maneuver turn yet from Widow this entire game, which is really cool. Love seeing the combat interactions. That's probably the most exciting thing about the game. And Zero Skater has to think, did he draw into the fake out, or is this another big swing? We see a shift played on defense here.
Probably a fake. Oh, ooh. It's a Widow's bite.
Second Widow's bite. That's going to deal 1. It's also going to force Zero Skater to continue to lower his hand, going down to 4 cards and losing a Pin the Prey. Not the worst thing in the world. Definitely could have been a worse discard, but you don't want to lose a card either way. But unfortunately, with Widow's bite, you will have to.
We don't
I'm,
know when,
thinking
or if he'll be
that
getting his numbers back anyway. So Pin to Prey at the moment is not a terrible loss.
Zero's on the defensive right now. I think that he's just going to have to bring up that hand, and the value game is now activated. This is like the time to really count your blessings, get your cards as much as possible, and then just try to get the perfect hand and wait for that perfect time to go in with a crazy combo. I think that's what he's shooting for right now, because Widow might be going for death. And I'm pretty surprised by this game plan. I'm very impressed with this game plan. I would not mind seeing Yanenga maybe going for the kill of Maria still, because if she uses an acting director, what does she recur? It's like nothing too crazy at the moment. So I wouldn't mind if he does go crazy cuckoo bananas on Maria, would be preferable.
So something that could be really neat here is if, let's say Yanenga uses Master here, tries to just murder Maria. If she blocks with an acting director and it goes into, let's say, a surprise volley, Maria actually can't escape another attack no matter what, because even if she moves to like the yellow and pink zone over there out of the brown or green zones, Yanenga could summon an archer onto the green or yellow or the tri-zone right above Widow, which is actually pretty cool. But we will instead see a rain of arrows connecting into a life model, presumably expecting the shift. Or no, we see the rain of arrows was taken on the first attack.
Yeah, it was taken.
The life model on the second
was taken and then blocked the second half because Maria was at 2 after that first half, and then she does get the revive back to 3, which is very good value here for Maria.
That was slick for sure.
I will point out though, either A, this means that Phantom doesn't want to recur Moscow or Budapest, which is fair. You usually don't want any more than 1 Budapest. It is a draw 5. You got to be careful with that. Or B, it's that there's pretty much no other option, and he had to like hope that the life model would work, which he actually took. If that was like a shift, Maria was down, and that would have been massive for Yanenga.
Right. I think Phantom's like greatest hope was just simply to get the double attack, and it did work out. But other than that, I mean, it could have been bad news bears. Yo, one with the land popping off.
No,
think
it's
it's-
Kinshasa was played.
Oh, Kinshasa.
so
No.
one with the land and another shift discarded for Yanenga because Widow did start on her starting space set up for that previous turn. And then now we're gonna see yeah, it looks like we're either gonna see the mission. Yep. So last mission is not in hand. Oh, I guess
it seems they
last
they
mission
might have
is in
forgotten
hand.
to get the mission, or the last mission's in hand.
Yeah, so it's probably that the last, or there, because there's two more missions. There's Madripoor and there's Frenzy. We know Frenzy is in hand. We actually see it face up right now. But it must mean that the Madripoor is in hand. Usually you just reveal it to note. We might have missed the reveal. Phantom might have also just
Mentioned it.
too. Yeah, like said that he had it to John, but usually you do the reveal just to confirm with your opponent because it's the way to make sure that they know that you have the scheme for sure. But yeah, I was going to mention one of the things that we've been talking about is the long game, the value game, potentially exhaustion considerations, which is something you always have to keep in mind, especially when your opponent plays a card that draws them 5. That being said, the missions do become passes for Widow. And of course, a pass refers to an action that does not draw you any deeper into your deck. So any scheme that doesn't draw a card or gain an action theoretically can be treated as a pass. And technically, attacks that do not draw you cards or gain you actions can also be looked at as passes. So even though Phantom's drawn 5, because he's been attacking a lot and Zero's been double maneuvering a lot, the deck counts are evening up. And those schemes are going to be further passes for Phantom once he gets to the point where he doesn't have to grab a new mission when he plays one because they're already all either in discard or in his hand. So we see another double maneuver here from Zero. And now Phantom is on the other side of the map as far as Maria goes, just keeping her safe. Widow will still have to boost to reach Yen if he wants to attack here. Or perhaps play Frenzy if he wants to get adjacent and then do 2 to Yen. At this point, though, I think he'd probably prefer to pressure the hand, though. Either the last Widow's Bite or a Fake Out could be pretty nasty here, depending on what Yen has to block with.
Yeah, especially like this whole time, I don't think we've seen Zero Skater go above 6 cards in hand. Widow's just continuously been keeping the pressure, and that's one of Yen's few weaknesses, is that she doesn't really have any card draw unless you're playing Master of the Hunt differently to like draw stuff up here. But yeah, she just like, if she gets pressured, she has to take a moment to step back and keep maneuvering. And if Widow keeps going in, she's gonna keep giving that pressure to Yanenga here. But ideally, we're gonna see. Ooh, interesting. We see a Firenze boosted with, so that Widow can reach that starting space, threatening the Madripoor, but could also be threatening an attack here onto Yanenga. I would personally prefer an attack because it continues to keep Yanenga's hand low, which just keeps Zero Skater in this uncomfortable position because of that.
This has got to be the fake out now, right? There's no way that. Oh, brother. Oh no, it's not. It's a. Okay.
Ooh, it's
Widow's
a Widow's Kiss. Gonna deal 1 over Stallion.
And Stallion is not going to be able to move and deal damage to Widow now.
That's very big.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
That was a really good call
Such
out.
a good play right there, yeah.
Wow.
It
Wild.
seemed like a lot of these calls here have been things that could have gone, completely different with a different card in there, but they have been going very favorably for Phantom on a lot of these interactions. Just seems to be making all the right calls on those, right?
Yeah, I do like the attack there with that kiss, just because if you block with one of the other 3s, it gets a damage over, and oh well, you probably are in a good enough defensive spot that you don't need it on defense. If it lines up into the Stallion, though, it's like bonus, you get a damage and you prevent the one on yourself, so definitely a really solid call. And we're going to see an immediate, not even
Wow.
waiting for the timer to swap over, we see an immediate attack from Maria, which I would guess is almost surely an acting director here.
That would
Yep.
be.
I would like to point out, could also be a funny fake out, because fake out isn't any.
Yep.
True. And because I immediately went to the acting director, that's probably what Zero's going to as well. And if it is the fake out, then that could be real rough here. Because then you
He's
could follow
thinking
up with
about
the director
taking it.
after.
Here's
I
the other
really-
thing as well. You can skirmish, yes, but then you go into Widow Zone or Maria Zone, and then Widow draws and gains an action. Or you can block with pretty much anything else and you can't move. So there's no way to escape a double attack if it is fake out. There's no way to escape a double attack, period. And your best bet would be to actually push Widow or Maria out with the skirmish. But either way, if it connects into the fake out, then that gains an action. He maneuvers and then he can hit you again. So double attack pretty much confirmed here if Widow wants it, which again keeps that pressure on Yanenga, not giving her time to breathe. As we hear Zeroskater here saying that it is a tough call, seems to understand the situation. Either A, it's going to be the fake out and he takes one, he pops off, it's awesome, or B, it's going to be something worse that he would not like to take as Yanenga, and is going to hurt pretty badly. If he takes an acting director here, that's going to be 4 straight damage onto Yanenga, and I don't care how bulky Yanenga is, that's still dangerous because she'll be down to 6.
Yeah, this is like a very scary call for John. I'm glad that you get to pause the timer for these interactions because there's just so many different options that you have to go through in your head. And I could see this definitely being the acting director, get the movement going, and then I could even see a fake out after that as well. So definitely seems like a very tough scenario. I did like the idea of using the skirmish in case it is some kind of, well, honestly, they get movement no matter what. So this is quite a scary scenario for Skater at the moment.
And the other thing to point out is that if it is acting director specifically says move each of your fighters. So Widow will also get to move from that, and if she wants to, she can get into a position where she would be able to attack Yanenga, I believe, because I think that it is move 3 on acting director.
Yes, it is. So she'd be able to move adjacent there, right to the right of Yen in that tri-zone.
What do you think of the odds that Zeroskater is thinking about me in this moment, and that is what is distracting him more than normal?
I think that might be the case, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially since he's saying here that he hates those mind games. It's so stupid.
Wait, are you referring that I'm the stupid thing that he's thinking about?
Well, I'm referring
mind
that you're
game.
the mind game he's thinking about.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Could be both, though.
Yeah, the this is a situation that Zero's put a lot of other people in, I'm sure. So he's getting a little bit of the taste of the Widow from the other side of the table, but we do see him make the right call. It was Maria going for an acting director, so she'll get back to Kinshasa, try to get more value from that at some point, and Jaws will full block the director. But like you said, Widow's getting to move here adjacent, so he's going to immediately attack again.
I think
the thing
And
I'd like
now,
to point out.
right back to the fake out mind games.
Yep,
Here's the thing I'd like to point out. So acting director recurred Kinshasa specifically there. The other option was Firenze. So that kind of tells you a story. That tells you that Phantom here is trying to remove as much value as he can from Zeroskater, which can mean one of two things. Either A, you're keeping the pressure on Yanenga, his bad draw. You're perfectly fine with that. And B, Phantom has experience with this Yanenga and Zeroskater. So I'm assuming that his thought process is, I know Zeroskater's Yanenga is crazy. So what I can do is try to just shut it down as best as I can before he has a chance to pop off with it. So just remove as much value as you can. Like I said during the debrief on the decks, Yanenga has all good cards. So anything that she has to lose for no good reason sucks. So getting Kinshasa back, really big there. That tells me that that is Phantom's goal here, is to slowly just belittle her down, get rid of as much resources as you can until she has nothing left to attack or maybe even defend with.
Yeah, another big choice here for Zero in trying to figure it out. Now, did use the Jaws before, might have seen a shield formation if he had one on the previous attack if he decides to block, so probably doesn't have one because that would be like at least a decent option, because it would force Widow's hand down 2, assuming it is the fake out. So she won't gain quite as much. She'll stay even where she is now since fake out would draw a card, but it might give her less options on what to hit with after, especially if there's good cards that she's trying to hold on to. But yeah, this is another one where if it's the fake out and you don't block, okay, it is not as bad as the 5, but it is indeed going to be 3 undefended damage, which is still pretty huge here.
Bro just gave me a heart attack. I was very scared for a second that was going to be a Widow's thing, and I don't want you guys to see me cry on stream. So luckily, that didn't end up how the worst case scenario. Yanenga's doing okay. I'm okay, if you guys were wondering.
Here's something I'd like to point out, though. These mind games are great, and hitting with those versatiles is awesome. You got some great interactions so far. You even got a take here. Yanenga's under 10 health. That kind of gets into the zone where the Yanenga player starts getting nervous, but Widow is eating at her defense here. I know that right now that doesn't matter too much because she has enough defense to be able to survive, but if Yanenga is able to readjust from this pretty rough position right now, Widow's defense will start flying by, and one thing goes wrong, and Widow's going to have to start taking hits, and 13 health fighter, no healing, that damage is permanent. Right now, Widow's down to 3 cards. There's no Budapest in hand. Honestly, I wouldn't hate if zeroskatr took a gamble right now and started going in, and that's what we're seeing right here with an attack. So much offense left for Yanenga. It can really be just about anything, and Widow has to start defending here.
This could be a vibe check just to see what's going on with this little tiny hand with 3 little cards.
Yeah.
And if it's a feint, it's a feint. But if it's not a feint, you could want to pop off. I mean, Hero's got a low hand too, but it might be time to...
Skirmish is a card that you could throw out if you're expecting Phantom to have a feint, just to try and stop or punish the skirmish or the feint as much as possible, since it's really only Yen's real only punish into feint. But we see the rain of arrows, and it goes into the last caught in the web, which one was used to attack with. So, can't help but think maybe Zero thinking, what are the odds that he's got the exact last caught in the web? And turns out that he did. So stops the double attack, and that is going to stop a lot of the pressure that Yen would have been able to put out on this turn otherwise.
I'm a bit of a gambler. Can be a little risky when I come with my plays. I look at this game state right now, and I'm like, there's no Budapest in the field. That's in the discard pile. Widow's down to 2 cards, I'm down to 3 cards. If I have at least 1 defense, I would honestly just hit her again there.
Yeah, because you could have turned the tables, right? It went from Widow having the biggest hand of all time to not be able to Yen have more than 6 cards in hand to, wait, I actually might have the higher hand at this point, so I might be able to do some damage. There's no other Budapest coming around. As low as card draw as Yanenga has, Widow doesn't have that much card draw other than Budapest either. Oh, we're seeing another attack. Sheesh.
I see Widow continue to go in. This is the card that she drew into when she maneuvered. Guys, we've said it so many times. Is this the fake out?
It's gotta be.
Oh.
Yeah. It finally happens. Unfortunately, zeroskatr making the wrong calls in both the previous times that he expected the fake out and this time when he didn't expect the fake out. It's the first fake out coming out, and it's like you said, Kike, those big Widow turns where she gets that fake out, switches the pressure game immediately, and here we are. Widow's going to go back up to 4 cards if she maneuvers, or she can attack again to keep the hands at even, but I think maneuver is solid here. Puts the hand pressure back on Yanenga. Now she feels less comfortable to go in, and she won't be able to get any cheeky damage off onto Widow.
Yeah, I just imagine a world where Skater kept, going with the aggression, and then even if Black Widow got the fake out, wouldn't probably have been courageous enough to go for an attack and maybe even go for a double maneuver. But now we got a 4-card Widow and a 3-card Yanenga, so I don't know if Skater's going to try to build up that hand or maybe just try to test the waters again. I mean, there's no more Condor Webs. There's just a couple little things left with defenses. Widow's running out. So hopefully that's kind of what Skater's going for.
Here's
The other
food for
thing
thought.
with Widow, oh, so I was gonna say the other thing with Widow running out, we can look at the deck counts there and also see that Yanninga, mainly because of Widow's scheme to draw a ton of cards, she hit ahead in the deck counts. So if Widow starts running out of stuff, that might be something for Yin to keep in mind. But I know I cut you off and you were saying something.
Yeah, food for thought here. Yanenga could attack with the Jaws right now, which could be scary. Both of the webs are gone, but those didn't matter currently. There are still 2 feints left, but those are pretty much the only things that will stop the 6s. You can have the swap with double identity, but if you defend with double identity, either Widow takes 3 or Maria dies, so Widow likely takes 3. So I honestly wouldn't hate a Jaws on offense here. We did see a Jaws used on defense previously. I'm not sure if zeroskatr even has access to one right now, but I wouldn't hate the consideration. I know that that's also eating at your defense, but that would even out Widow doing it to herself previously, also eating at her own defense. And I just feel like it's a nice option because you're expecting something like a double identity to come out here. But we do in fact see the feint into the Jaws. So does cancel the effect, at least gets 1 damage onto Widow. 1 more feint left for Widow to deal with. So this is an interesting position because either A, Widow stops the last Jaws, and that's 1 less 6 you have to deal with, but then she has a lot of action gain to deal with. Or B, Widow stops something like a Rain of Arrows or a Surprise Volley, and that's less action gain you have to deal with, but now you have a 6 lurking around. That's going to happen. So
I can see
interesting
Widow's
how she
line
uses last
becoming...
feint.
Yeah, I can see Widow's line becoming very relevant here soon because that big combo is coming, and Widow's line is just going to push Yanenga away. It's like, great, you have all these action gains, but if you have to keep maneuvering back to attack, it just doesn't feel like quite the big pop-off that we want it to be, So Widow is running out of defenses, but is saving some really smart defenses at the same time.
Agreed, and Yanenga still has quite a bit of blocks left into Widow here. I guess the scariest thing would be calling the Sting out at the wrong time and taking a lot of damage, but after that, she has the 2 skirmishes left to block with, and Yanenga also has both shield formations, a couple point blanks if you land them into Widow's smaller value cards, some like a fake out on adjacency, and even 1 stallion left, which could be 1 more additional damage. But we are going to see a Madripoor go off here. That's going to put Yanenga down to 5 health, and we see the scheme revealed as well. Kinshasa is in fact in hand, so that starting space is live. Yanenga is down to 5 with only 1 healing left, but quite a few archer revives left as well.
And the nice thing there is Madripoor's out of the way, so now you can maybe look at bringing some archers back, and the only way that Widow will be able to efficiently deal with them is if she can recur that Madripoor with another acting director, but then she has to theoretically draw into it, though I suppose she could also play Kinshasa to find it out of deck if wanted, but then it wouldn't be a pass, so lots of consideration there.
We are seeing a moment here with Yanenga starting to get up in hand advantage there, especially since we know that one of Widow's cards is a scheme there.
Yeah, this could be a really good turn for Yanenga to start going in, like Jeremy had mentioned. One of the cards is a scheme, so at best, Widow has 2 more defense, and you currently have quite a bit of a hand advantage, but we see that feint come out, and
there it is.
2 things. 1, that's 1 damage. You do get the cancel, so no archer revive, no action gain. But here's the big thing. That's the last cancel in the game for Widow. So every other effect that Yanenga has will go off. And now Widow is playing in Yanenga's field. Widow has to be able to close out this game before it becomes too late. But Yanenga is able to get those effects off, and her effects can be strong if she has them. So Widow has to choose their combat interactions wisely. I assume she's going to take a more passive approach right now because I think Yanenga is going to start wanting to go in here.
All right, and we see positioning in a way with Maria where blocking off Widow. This likely means that Maria has the acting director, so if you want to try to eventually get to Widow, you're going to have to go through Maria while giving schemes back, or you're going to have to boost. And in this case, I don't actually think you can reach with the positioning, even with the boost, because the most Yen can boost for is a 3. So, yeah, we're currently 6 away, meaning that Yen, I guess... Nope, even if she goes through the middle and tries to get to that tri-zone that has the pink in it, it is also 6 away. So the only way she'd be able to reach Widow is like a double maneuver combined with like a Master of the Hunt plus a boost. So maneuver, boost after Master of the Hunt, and then attack once. That does not seem worth it. So gonna deny going for Maria here and just try to set up in a more central spot of the map so she can reach Widow next turn to attack.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the right move there. We don't want, Maria popping off everything she wants to pop off and playing Phantom's game. It looks like he's going to deny Phantom's tempo and just try to build himself back up there.
Yeah, because not only would getting the schemes back give more potential passes to Widow, but it's also going to put a card back into her deck, so helping her exhaustion clock, which is the one advantage Yen has. In addition to whittling down some of Widow's defenses, she's also still up by 4 cards deck-wise, so Widow is going to have to make that up somewhere.
And we're going to see Widow have the option to set up for that Kinshasa this turn if she wants, which I assume we likely will see because it keeps Yanenga's hand low. Going to continue to be annoying for her. But the plus side is that Yanenga will be able to single maneuver attack Widow. And depending on whether or not she has the defense for it, that could be pretty nice. I'm assuming that Widow is running into a double identity right now in hand, since there's still 3 left in the deck, and we haven't seen one played yet. So that might be pretty solid for her, especially since Jaws cannot confirm 3 damage, which makes a huge difference because it means that Maria would survive at 1, being able to take those 2 for Widow, but might be able to attack with something else, maybe like an action gain or Rain of Arrows. Once again, there's no more cancels for Widow, but there's still quite a bit of attacks left that Widow has to get through against Yanenga.
Yeah, we're also out of Jaws, so you don't have to worry about the tri-zones as much anymore, which is nice from the Widow side.
Yep.
The nice thing for Yen is if Widow does decide to Kinsashi here, if Magic Pores hasn't been drawn, then it's not a pass, which is good for you. And if you've got some archer cards that are just kind of sitting in your hand now, if you try to revive the archers at some point, which you're still looking to do, it'd be nice. But if Widow wants, she can stop the 2 shield formations at the cost of a card. So you'd be looking at a situation where the archers probably won't get too much value out of those cards, so you're probably fine ditching them. Especially the Divide and Conquers, you can maybe hold on to a Pin the Prey for that last archer that you hopefully get the revive on the last surprise volley, just to get more cards out of Widow, since she doesn't have any more cancels. Plus, she would either take 1 or waste a block, and you still have mind games with some shifts and skirmishes and whatnot if she takes an undefended hit. So, yeah. Could be looking to drop those. Could also be looking to drop a Master of the Hunt at this point in time. I don't know if you fully need the combo turn, though it's still an option, so you might prefer something like an archer card over it. So we'll see exactly what 2 cards he chooses. Yep, we do see a Divide and Conquer. Pretty easy choice, I feel. Let's see if he has another one, or if he has to ditch something a bit better.
Something's telling me that he's got some good cards to ditch, which is unfortunate. He's trying to pick between, Yanenga's infinitely good cards. So I feel for Skater. Hopefully he can pick the right one for him and it not hurt too much.
Yeah, because even stuff like Point Blank, while it's pretty risky on defense, and it's unlikely that Widow's going to attack you from adjacency at this point in the game, you can still potentially use them offensively, because I think Widow only has the 1 Widow's line left, which is the only way that you'd be able to stop the damage. Even if you do the swap, the Point Blank damage would still go into like Maria if she swaps in, which in this case would still let her live at 1, so not bad in that case. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Zero has that he'd still like. Even a 1 with the land, which is another one that you can usually ditch without too much worry. The 1 health could matter a lot given how low Yin is at this point in time. All right, we're going to see a shift
Wow.
go. And that is definitely a really nice card, especially with no cancels left. That's just a 5 on offense. So that's definitely a painful hit.
It's a 5 on offense, and if you're desperate, a decent defense. So I'm thinking that Skater's got some gold in those hands.
Yeah, he was staring that over quite a while. Now we know that he is a fairly deliberate player and will take his time making decisions like that, but that seemed to be a more difficult decision for him. It wasn't just, regular play.
And positioning here for potential point blank value is definitely something that I'm sure we'll see more, because Widow at this point is still forced to be the aggressor to some degree. But now we come back to
with
the
deck
mind
counts.
games.
So here's something that's kind of interesting. I think Widow doesn't want to use Fake Out for the rest of the game, mostly. Because Widow's deck count currently at 5. If you count the acting directors, would be a little more, 7 at most. But can be a little scary because the second Widow starts running out, she starts getting scared, especially since Yanenga is at 8. So run into a Fake Out, and that's -1 on top of that. And I don't think that's completely worth it right now. But I think right now Fake Out is scarier if you don't use it, because it makes the opponent uncomfortable if they only have like 1 defense in hand on whether or not they should defend this one or not. So that might be a solid one. Unfortunately for Yanenga, though, she is at 5 health right now, so she is forced to block everything that Widow tosses at her, because any one of those could be the sting, and that would be the game.
We see a Widow's line here on offense being blocked by a skirmish. Bit of an interesting attack, because if a point blank had been decided to defend with, it would have been pretty good for Yin, trading 1 damage for 2. It would have been 2 back to Widow, because the Widow's line would not move until after Yin's effect resolved. But Phantom probably calling out that the point blank defense is a little bit risky at this point in time, so thinking that it's less likely, and indeed it is. At this point, though, point blank on offense, I think, is guaranteed auto, so the best you'd be able to do, like I said, is swap Marie in. So that's an option that's now available to Yen, with the Widow's line gone and no more cancels.
And here's the thing, even though Yanenga's at low health, she actually has quite a bit of defense left. We still haven't seen a single shield formation played yet. She has 1 more skirmish, she has 1 more stallion. So she's kind of chilling right now, especially with the offense that Widow has left to convey. She has the Widow's Sting, which is the last 4 on offense for her that would win combat discard. She has the Sting, which is going to be the big thing here. Widow's Bite is the 4. Widow's Sting is the 5 here that is going to be the deciding factor, I think. The second that Widow's Sting gets played, that's where we're going to find out whether or not who's in the lead here. We do see a Rain of Arrows come into a double identity. We're going to see the swap with Maria, but we're going to see a second defense with Acting Director, which is going to get a +1 scheme and deck. Let's see what she hits here to recur. Because I can see a reason for both. I can see a reason for damage. I could also see a reason for Kinshasa to continue getting rid of her resources. But Yanenga is starting to get at a bit of low health, and Widow's starting to run out of offense. So I feel like the damage might be solid here, but I'm unsure.
I mean, just imagine getting Yanenga down to 3 health at this point. I mean, yeah, you might get some backup with the archers, but I'm sure you can find the rest of that damage through, other means. Especially because it doesn't seem like we're getting those archers back anytime soon.
Yeah, especially because it puts her at a
scary.
spot where she can't safely block with point blank anymore. Like, it's a risky block at this point in time, but she's at 3, and Widow's Sting is still on the board. She just no longer can block with it, really, at all. It looks like he is considering the Madripoor.
Seems like it's between the Kinshasa and Madripoor.
Yeah.
I don't see either choice being bad, but I can, one could be better than the other, like microly.
Yep, does look like it's the Madripoor that's taken.
I prefer that, because there are a few archers left with those shield formations if you don't discard, which Widow discarding at this point might be a little scary. She either has to eat at her defense, get rid of one of her offensive cards, or drop Fake Out. Fake Out would probably be the best thing, I think, that she could drop, but there's 2 shield formations left, so that leaves another card still.
We're seeing
Yeah,
the
just
movement
having that
here.
option of doing big damage and all across the sidekicks and the hero, I think is well worth it.
Yep. See the movement choices here from the acting director. Widow going to that second player starting spot just so she can secure it for when she hopefully draws into Madripoor. And then Maria just sticking around so she can either get out if she wants or maybe attack if she has another acting director just to guarantee that that last one gets value. And yeah, that's the bit of a downside with the double attack. It was really nice for pressure, but because of the swap, it did allow Maria to become the defender, which then carries over to the after combat attack as well. And we noticed that John's been avoiding attacking Maria because he doesn't want those acting directors to go off, but the double is one way for Maria to basically guarantee it if you swap in on the first half.
That is the downside of those double attacks, is that the second one is basically just a blank 3 coming in. So, Phantom pretty much knows exactly what that's going to be, and it gives him an opportunity to play a card just to get the effects off. And I pretty much saw I think a lot of us saw the acting director coming after that swap.
Yep.
Wow, we're seeing another attack. That's with a low hand like that. I mean, I could see that being a fake out. I could see that just being another Maria card and just going for it, that would be pretty respectable.
Yeah, if you get the director here, you even up the deck counts. You could potentially be in a spot where you get 2 passes once you draw into both of them that are both really good. I'd assume it'd be 2 damage to everything, plus a pass, and then your opponent discards 2 cards plus a pass, which are both insane schemes, of course. And you might even get 1 chip damage here into Yen if she blocks with one of her 3s. And so, yeah, I think just getting the guaranteed director at this point is solid, and then Maria can still be around to either body block to make things difficult for Yen to reach, or even better, swap in to prevent big damage going into Widow herself.
Correct
I'm glad
me if I'm wrong. Unless an archer comes back, if acting director recurs Firenze, Sting is lethal, right? Because you get 4 auto, and then there's 1 left, and Sting deals 1 over everything, right?
Yeah, I suppose Yen would need to get the one with the land healing in order to stay out of that lethal range.
Yeah.
But yeah, without that healing, that would be the case.
Yeah, you do not want to be taking 4 right now.
Ooh.
Oh, but definitely don't want that either. At least you get to move Maria out of the way, so they have to spend an action to maneuver back for an attack if they want to. Which doesn't seem all that bad, but at least it's something.
Yeah, evens out the recursion as well here. We see Widow going back down to 5 in deck, having to maneuver. Maria coming back in for more. 1 action
Aggro
left.
Maria. Wow.
4 cards left in deck. At most 5 if we get a recursion here.
I definitely see that coming a mile away. I'm not sure if there's really anything else to throw out as well as an acting director's shield right now. And we're just keeping we're attacking as a pass at this point, which is awesome. And you get the card back. Yep, that's the 4. It's gotta be.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We see a point blank blocked here. And you can see that Phantom is thrilled for that, because that tells you that Yanenga has no other defense, loses the damage on it. Yanenga takes 2, and acting director is going to get the recursion off. We see a Firenze likely coming back here, which will be lethal on Yanenga even if she gets the heal, which means that she has to kill Widow now. She cannot wait her out anymore.
And that's going to be very difficult, given that Widow still has 9 HP, some decent blocks, and ways to swap with Maria. So yeah, if the Firenze is the choice here, which I think it almost surely will be, it's going to be real rough for Zero to win.
The one hope here for Zero Skater would be to go in right now with whatever you have. Because Widow will be down to 2. This will be the one turn where she'll chill out, not have a lot to attack or block with, just 2 options. If you have some sort of action gain, maybe a master, maybe your last shift, that's gotta be your hope, is to get some crazy damage off on her right now. Because otherwise it will be lethal here with both of the schemes. You don't even need the sting anymore, unless of course you get an archer back, which no more cancels, so surprise volley can in fact get that archer back, and then you just keep it in the zone. Madripoor will still confirm the 2, but Firenze will at least get blocked.
Man, at this point, I'd almost go for the action gain at this point, just the last Hail Mary to try to do something around here. But with Yanenga at 2 cards, it's going to be very difficult to truly pop off with something that'll do some actual damage.
Your best case is there's no defense for Widow, and you maneuver and you have Master, Shift, and Surprise Volley, and then on her next turn she just doesn't have anything to hit you with somehow. But an unlikelihood, and I believe also an impossibility, because even if you do that, that's going to be 8 damage, which means Widow will survive at 1, and if she's not blocking, that means she has something to hit you with, which means that you'll probably go down on the next turn.
I think we're also out of shifts, so some of that damage potential is gone as well.
Oh, yeah.
Dang. Not saying it's impossible to pull it out yet, but you know it is looking kind of rough. But I think
just like to go back to that fake out, because I think I overheard Zero saying that he just was not expecting it there, and I don't think I would have necessarily been either. I would have probably been thinking, oh yeah, this is definitely the director. Block with the skirmish, don't take any damage. It sucks that he's going to get that extra recursion, but at least I can still heal out of the lethal ranges. But then yeah, it being the fake out when your only good block with skirmish is just backbreaking, and I think leans into that unconventional strategy for approaching certain matchups or situations that we noted Phantom had in our analysis before the game, and really paying off here, because definitely not expected from Zero's side, and puts Phantom, I think, just in a spot where it's going to be very difficult to lose as long as he navigates these last few turns properly.
But won't it be that much sweeter when Sinbad destroys She-Hulk later after that?
We are going to get to that, and it is also looking like we might be able to get to that game 3 if Zero can play that one well and get the win with Sinbad. So this one going in Phantom's favor actually probably is the scenario where it's most likely we get that 3rd game. So I am quite excited for that, of course.
Yeah, definitely. Little Red, Luke Cage. I've played it before on Luke Cage's side, and I love swinging, I love smashing, but dang it, getting punished for it does hurt my feelings. But Little Red's got the defenses for it, and yeah, it's gonna be a fun game. I'd like to see it go either way.
We do see a double maneuver here from Zero, so just does not have the cards he needs to aggress Widow, and again, the long term is going to favor Widow here because she has the lethal with the schemes. She might even be going in to attack with a 5 here, knowing that given the point blank block, there's not anything great, so Zero would have had to draw into something, and if he can get some more chip damage. At this point, I actually think that it is guaranteed 2 damage with the sting, because the skirmish is gone, so as long as you discard a card to shield formation, it's going to be a guaranteed 2 damage. Which even with the heal means only one of the schemes is going to be needed. That being said, it does potentially put you in a bad spot if you do ditch to the shield formation, because it would leave you at 1 card in hand in that case, which could give Yen the opening she needs, but we'll see.
Don't know if you're too worried about the archers coming
Oh
back.
yeah, that's a good counterplay against it too, with the bite forcing a discard too. We'll see whether he even cares about the archer coming back. He's going to stop the archer, gets rid of another kiss. We see a pin the prey gone.
Yeah, at this point, you get rid of your defenses. Is like that's okay. I don't think that combo is going to be big enough to get me down all the way to my health anyways. I'm going to keep my attacks, and yeah, you're less tanky now, so I can just keep attacking you.
One with the card.
One
number of
scheme will
cards in
currently
hand.
kill unless one with the land comes out.
Yeah, and with the number of cards in Yaninga's hand, she's not gonna be able to get a huge combo off anyway.
Yeah, especially considering one of the cards would need to be Master of the Hunt, which means that if she does have Master of the Hunt, she'd have to maneuver and then play it to even be able to do much after that, and you'd have to draw into Surprise Volley, or maybe already have it. So yeah, you've still got 2 schemes and a blue. So out of the 7 cards, you're looking at multiples. Oh, and there's an Archer card left too. I think there's a Divide and Conquer. So you're looking at a lot of cards that could just be dead in hand, or at least not allow you to aggress like you need to.
Yeah.
From
and
here, I see
another.
Okay. Go ahead.
I see an attack here.
The swap.
To a double identity is gonna get the swap with Maria. Pretty unfortunate for Yanenga here. Can deal the damage to Maria and reach Widow's zone to be able to attack her again in that white and yellow spot, but definitely not going to get enough damage off for it to be massive. And if Widow top decks an attack when Yanenga has no cards in hand, that's GG's. One thing I was going to note was, even if Widow didn't have a defense, unfortunately, Yanenga can deal up to 8 damage in a single turn without masters, at best. So even if Widow didn't have a defense, she would confirm live at 1. Obviously, that would be a better position than at 9, but then that comes down to Widow just attacking and taking out Yanenga.
It's about health differential, man. Health differential.
Yeah, there's losing, and then there's health differential. Those are the priorities in life.
Yep.
Yep.
One card in hand, no cards in hand. What is a boy to do? Is it to attack regardless, just to take out some anger onto Phantom, or is it to be actually walking over Maria and then moonwalking back to the green and blue spot?
I mean, I guess you can prevent the Madripoor as best as you can by going to the starting space. But that goes so far, right? Because yes, you can block the starting space and block Madripoor, and if you get your healing off, you can survive the first scheme Firenze. But then that comes down to the Sting just being able to finish off Widow or Yanenga here. So there's multiple ways out for Phantom, and he only needs 3 of the 4 cards present in his kit right now.
Yeah, and the other thing to note is we've pretty much evened out on decks as well, and now Widow has a substantial health lead. So if Yen takes a single maneuver without cards in deck, she will exhaust. And one with the land temporarily staves that off, but not even fully unless you draw it before you run out of deck, because it does draw a card itself as well. So it's not too different than a maneuver that heals you for 1 in this case.
Yeah. Almost a boostable at this point.
You know, we've seen just how huge just the aggression from Black Widow this entire game, and also being able to keep Yanenga in a spot to where she's not been able to utilize her archers this entire game. Those have just been huge to swinging things into Widow's favor pretty early.
Yeah, definitely. I would point out that if Yanenga can somehow get that turn, Widow only has 1 defense left, I believe, because it's the 2 missions, the Widow Sting, and 1 more double identity.
Yes, that is the case.
So if she can get that master maybe, or something akin to it. If you go into the spot adjacent to Widow, we're gonna see a woman with a land plate here. So she will survive the other scheme now. She does draw from it. If you get the master at the right time and Maria and Widow are in the same zone, then you can enforce a double attack even if Widow swaps. It's unfortunate that Widow will swap and that Maria would take any damage that Widow would take instead, but you can at least still hit Widow again and know that she has no defense left.
Looks like Forenza is the bottom card because otherwise we'd just see the game ending here.
Oh no, it wouldn't end because Yenega did get that one healing.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah, you're right.
She
You're
would
right.
go down to 1
Yep,
instead of 3.
Yep, the one with the land does prevent that. So the one with the land there and going on the second player starting spot prevents both schemes from immediately ending things. And yeah, even if you do have the Frenza, you probably want to play it a little bit safer because you don't want to give Yen that potential to kill if you've only got the one defense, or if you don't have it at all. Like if the defense is the bottom card and you Frenzy there, it gives Yen maybe an out. Although, let's see, what would I guess if she had Master of the Hunt, maybe it could get there. Like you'd need the surprise volley, and then double. Yeah, like surprise volley. Oh yeah, surprise volley double. Double point blank would do it, I suppose. All right, he doesn't have the shield formation.
There it is.
Yep, I needed the shield formation, didn't have it.
That's going to be our game 1 for semis here. Yenenga just barely not being able to get it. Widow with a pretty dominant game here, playing a hyper-aggressive, removing all those archers. Felt pretty solid for her.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and take a listen to the players here as we wrap up this game.
So I was here. I was thinking about attacking Maria
And you
first.
had an archer recovery in hand?
Yeah, I thought about doing this. That was
Yeah,
this.
I think it would be better for you actually. Like put the archer here, maneuver here, block with archer this
Yeah,
spot,
exactly.
hide here. But the problem was that I had those two schemes. So because of that, oh, you could play scheme second action, so you will get free, so you won't die. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Wait, do you have those two cards right at hand the start of the turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, then I think that was the best turn. Then you'll get free. I can't do my scheme thing.
That's what I was thinking about doing, is put the archer here, killing off Maria, but then I was like, well, I only have one more attack left for Yen, and maybe an attack left for the archer if you don't kill it, but I was hoping your 5 was the bottom card. Well, at first I was hoping I would draw the shield, right, off the top of the one with the land. Then I was hoping, well, maybe his 5 is at the very bottom and he won't be able to attack this turn, and then I just, like, you come up, maybe you could play your scheme, and then I can attack you and get my archer revive, and then I'm still camping the spot, and I'm okay because there's no more attacks. And also you'd have to discard, right, unless I got another archer back. I don't think you discard at that point. I think you just let me get the archer.
Yeah, if I still have a scheme. Yeah, I just got this scheme because probably I won't need it actually if I have it in hand. But if I had Widow Line and 5, well, attack with 5, so I have Widow Line and this.
But you had no more lines. Lines were
How can
gone.
you kill me?
Lines were gone, right? You had no more lines. Your last defense was blue.
Oh, blue free, yeah. I thought it was
Yeah, so you only had one more attack.
Yeah, I know that.
So if I did this and then
cutting back to you guys.
I was thinking about.
Um,
Yeah, I was thinking about attacking and then just moving like this.
okay, I will probably.
All right, and quite a game there, as we heard them talking a little bit about potentially another line that Zero had on that final turn, but I think Phantom was still in a pretty commanding spot. It might have been a bit better to try to get the archer back, but then Phantom still had lots of other options, so might have kept Zero alive one more turn, but perhaps not even that if Widow decides to go for the attack still with the Sting. Zero kind of banking that would be bottom card to maybe give another turn to figure it out, but yeah, with so much health and Yen almost at exhaustion herself, I think it would have been pretty decided either way. But yeah, and a little thing that I did want to note with Phantom picking up this win is I believe that this is only the 4th time that Zero's Yen has ever lost in a tournament match. And I will say that half of those, so 2 of those times were Phantom beating his Yen. So Phantom does have 2 out of the 4 wins against Zero's Yen in tourney. The other one coming last finals from Summer of Legends with I believe it was Black Panther and Tianenga game that they did in that one. So not a lot of people having success letting Zero play Yen, but Phantom, he's proved that letting it through here was perhaps the right call, because he got the Widow lineup and managed to take it home there. So we will see Phantom going up on game 1, but we still got a lot of unmatched left here with the next game coming up, which is She-Hulk Sinbad. And I know, Kike, you're very excited to see Sinbad, so if you want to touch on what we might be in store for here on this next one.
Thank you, DB. I am excited for Sinbad She-Hulk, but I'm really excited for just watching Unmatched today. I was a big fan of She-Hulk for a long time, and then I was bullied out of it. I saw the light of how toxic that she can truly be. I'm not going to name any names or anything like that, but they may be in this. Wait, which side do I point? Yeah, there it is. It's your fault. So it is nice to see. I'm excited that there is a move to melee fighter that's solo that is good. I think that's really cool. Like it doesn't, you don't have to have the best stats to be one of the best characters. So I find that to be really exciting. However, I find it even more exciting when there's a character that's slept on, like Sinbad, have like these weird matchups like Yananga or I think he said Little Red. I didn't even know about that. And then She-Hulk is definitely one of these nice little pockets that Sinbad can run into. And I think that's one of Zero's strengths, is that he has like these crazy solid fundamentals, and he can pick these oddball characters that people have like sort of forgotten about. But he's just been in it so long that he's comfortable with these old school characters, and I love to see them back, especially because I've become like public domain pilled recently. It's just they look nice and they play nice. And Sinbad, he is an underdog, and we all love to see underdogs win. So and this is definitely not over yet. Yeah, we saw Yananga lose. John's Yananga lose, but as you said, we've been here before, dude. He's lost before to Phantom, and he lost that, but he knows that there's a plot happening, and he's got that armor going, and he's got the power of anime on his side, where he can come back and destroy anybody in his way. And if not, I will yell at them.
Incredible. So yeah, we'll be getting into the second game shortly here. Give the players some time to set up, but I think we can start going on deck highlights here. And since this is going to be Phantom's advantage choice, I suppose we'll start on She-Hulk when we get a moment here.
My old fave until I was bullied out of it.
Yes. Yeah, she is quite interesting, and we'll take a look at her deck highlight here, and I'll give this one to Angel.
Yeah, of course. I want to quickly shout out one of my good buddies. This is his favorite fighter in the game, Mitosis. He loves She-Hulk so much. He loves playing her. He can always give a great breakdown, and I'm going to try to do my best to represent that by starting here with Savage She-Hulk. Pretty decent card, very solid. You look at that, you read the during combat, you're like, wait, there's 9 attacks in this game? And yes, there is. But that's actually not usually what it's used for. You see, it's a boost 3 here, and it connects with She-Hulk's ability Just Throw Something, which allows her to pick any card in her hand at the start of her turn and discard it and deal that card's boost value to a fighter in her zone. So she can just drop that Savage She-Hulk and deal the quick 3, nice and easy, not worry about any pesky feints, getting rid of those 9s, and it can be real scary for her. Speaking of real scary, we've got another really big card coming up here, which is Omega level threat. It is a print 5, solid hit, gonna hit over the average amount of defense, and the after combat is just absolutely monstrous. If you dealt 2 or more combat damage, your opponent discards 2 random cards. That is enormous. I mean, on average, 1 random card is already crazy, but being able to discard 2 can completely swing hand advantage to She-Hulk's favor. But I think the most important card in her deck has to be Lady Justice here. It is one of the best defenses in the game, I would say. It's a print 0. You might think, how is that such a good defense? It's pretty weak. But you look at the during combat, and it tells you that you get rid of 1 card at the top of their deck, and you add double that card's boost value to this card's defense. So at worst case scenario, you get rid of a card in their deck and it's a 2 defense and you hit a boost 1. Or so you might think. Because in this matchup, Sinbad has a couple cards that don't have boost values and in fact help him set up his game state later with his voyages, which I think is going to be a really key interaction here in this specific matchup. Because not only does Lady Justice end up still being a 0, but it actually almost ends up being a -1 if it connects into a voyage. So that can be a really scary and unique interaction that gives Sinbad a bit of an edge in this matchup. Finally, I'll wrap this up with mentioning Leap Toward. Very solid for whenever you want to double attack the opponent, keep that pressure high, and just keep it going with She-Hulk. Jennifer Walters Esquire allows her to travel faster with placing in the starting space, drawing, gaining an action, keeping her hand up, keeping her momentum up. And one more card I like to mention, which might be important here. She-Hulk doesn't have the best draw power, but whenever she's getting aggressed, she can have an answer to it, and that's the Defense Rests. Usually, this is a bit of a weaker card in a lot of matchups, but against fighters that want to keep pummeling her and aggressing her, she's going to be able to draw those cards back and start reducing that damage with recurring stuff with Sensational or blocking with Green Energy and just keeping that defense wheel turning. So I think Defense Rest might be super important in this matchup alongside her typical She-Hulk things.
Oh, thank you for the breakdown, Angel. And moving on to Sinbad's deck highlight, we will go ahead and let Jeremy take this one away.
Okay, so Sinbad, we have one of the fighters from the original Unmatched set, that Battle of Legends Volume 1. So this is definitely Zeroskatr going to one of the OG fighters. Sinbad's gimmick is his voyages. He has these voyage cards here, and 2 things happen with them. Each of them that ends up in his discard pile increases his and the porter's move value whenever they maneuver. So late game, you end up with 2 guys that can run around the board with like 6 or 7 move, which for a solo fighter like She-Hulk is really going to be a pain if it gets to that point. Additionally, these voyages ramp themselves up for each other copy of another voyage that is in the discard pile. So it starts off with a 2, but then the next one will be a 3, and moving up from there. And as Angel pointed out there, we have Lady Justice is going to be really problematic for She-Hulk to drop those into those late game voyages, because those things would move up a lot in value, and she would end up potentially not be getting a whole lot of value out of that card with Sinbad's little tiny boost values. Also, we didn't see it in her deck highlights, but She-Hulk's only cancel on defense is at 1 value. So even if you throw it into any voyage on there, it's still going to be taking 8 damage, even if you manage to cancel it there. So we have the voyages all have different effects on them there. We see a few that are up here. The voyage to the island, it was a whale that I have no particular reason that I am mentioning the whale card here, but this one recovers 2 health for Sinbad. We have the damage one there with the man-eating apes, which deals 2 damage. We also have the creature with the eyes like coals of fire. You gotta love these card names for Sinbad, which is a random discard one. Additionally, he has commanding impact, which is the punishment for throwing cancels into a voyage because it is a 5. It draws a card. Sinbad is generally not too worried if that gets canceled there, especially in this case, since that would be throwing 4 damage into She-Hulk. We are going to see that Sinbad is a card drawing maniac that he has there with his riches beyond compare, as well as other cards that he have with the MV Porter also being a guy that can draw some major cards on there. For Sinbad, it's going to be about getting these voyages dropped in at the right time to be able to get past She-Hulk's defenses, because that is a lot of health that you got to chew through with her. And of course, being able to drop the Voyage Home at the right time, which Voyage Home lets you pull cards, pull all the voyages out of your discard pile. That initially seems bad, but when you think about the fact that that means you're going to be able to replay those. And also at the end of the turn, Sinbad will typically, after grabbing all those voyages back, have a bunch of cards in his hand and be throwing some of them right back into the discard pile. It's just a chance for you to be able to do the 2 damage voyage or the discard voyage or the healing voyage, whichever ones you need late game in there. It's basically going to be about aggression. That is what this guy does. Moves around, very maneuverable rather, hits hard, and is just going to try to just hit She-Hulk so hard that she can't counter from it.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeremy, for the awesome breakdown of Sinbad. Before we get into the game, we'll take a quick look at the map, which is Sunnydale High. The 2 map bans were Sanctum Sanctorum and Raptor Paddock, so taking away some of the closer quarters maps, because Sinbad doesn't need a small map, especially late game as we ramp up with the voyages, and those can be pretty good for She-Hulk zone-wise as well. So we do see She-Hulk taking it to Sunnydale, which is a map that I definitely have seen She-Hulks have success in the past. Angel, what do you kind of think this one is going to lead to as far as what both fighters are playing around here?
I think we're about to see a mud fight. I think it's going to get ugly. People are going to say some things. Everyone's going to be a little uncomfortable. And I think that's why Sunnydale's here. Sunnydale, one of the most neutral maps in the game, is just here to either A, you go into that center and you just throw hands at each other, or B, someone is going around that purple zone and trying to hide in the classrooms. I assume that most of this game will consist of Sinbad going directly in on She-Hulk, tossing everything in the kitchen sink at her, which is why I mentioned that I think defense rest is going to be very important if used at the pivotal correct moment. She-Hulk definitely doesn't have as good a draw as Sinbad, so she's going to have to be careful as to how she maneuvers throughout the game and how she'll play correctly on whether or not she should go in sometimes or step away and let Sinbad come to her. What I love about this matchup for Sinbad is the fact that the Lady Justice isn't an immediate safe for her. It can actually get really dicey due to the way that Sinbad's deck functions.
Definitely. And with that, I think we are ready to hop on over into the game itself. All right. And yes, we will see Sinbad going first. So we have that stuff ready. It looks like Zero did mulligan and Phantom kept. So Sinbad perhaps fishing for some of those voyages. Meanwhile, She-Hulk happy enough with her hand, so decides to hold on to it. One thing to note is the voyages early on are pretty small, so that's where you can be going and using the Lady Justices potentially for not as costly as far as your health total and stuff, while maybe hitting some key cards, or even if you do hit a voyage early on, it's not like the worst thing in the world, especially if you can snipe one of the good, or I mean, all the voyages are solid, but like the best voyages, so the auto damage, the healing, the random discard, if you can snipe one of those with Lady Justice when the voyages are still small and you're not taking that much damage from blocking with the zero, then it can be fine. I think any later than that, and you're probably going to want to lean towards throwing them with your ability rather than blocking with them, just because, as pointed out in the deck highlights, it can get very dicey very quickly if you're blocking with those against big voyages.
What do you think Phantom is eating? Do you think it's a bag of chips, or do you think it is something tastier than that? Do you think there's a sweet tooth when you're in high competitive play?
Well, whatever it is, I think it's the fuel that he's trying to build up the power to defeat Zero once and for all. After taking it to such a close set last tourney in the grand finals, he wants to get past his arch nemesis here and make it to the finals once more to face off against either Broderham or Chad and try to get that trophy secured.
Do you think Phantom's been thinking about it every night before they go to bed? Just,
I know,
Skater! Skater! I hate that Skater! That's what... Is that what Phantom sounds like? Oh, wait. Let's see what they're drinking. That looks like a big bottle of ketchup. That's kind of weird.
No, maybe using the hammer strategy with the ketchup and Dracula and the monster mash. I know that was part of the cosplay, but
yeah.
Oh,
I found
it. It's actually
interesting here that Zero Skater was using a lot of time right here at the beginning of the game to think about it. I know, he likes to pick moments in there to dig into his timer pool there, but he went into it a little bit early on this one.
Oh, Lady Justice right out the bat.
Hitting a toilet danger. Yeah, you want to use the LJs early. You definitely don't want to drop them later, kind of like what Zach said here. Something else I'd like to point out, which is a huge difference. So, yes, She-Hulk does have a cancel, but it's a print 1 value, like Jeremy had mentioned earlier during deck breakdowns. And that one value makes such a massive difference, because think about it. Fortune and Fate keeps your hand up. It allows you to keep punching them in and just drawing more and more cards. But if you cancel it, that's 2 damage. Boom. Versus 1 damage. That's 2 that She-Hulk loses. Or, if it's a Voyage, Voyages confirm deal 1 damage always. So She-Hulk is ever at, like, worst case scenario for She-Hulk, 1 HP. A Voyage is lethal. So it's stuff like that where that one value makes such a difference because that chip damage adds up. And it kind of balances out the fact that she's a 20 health fighter as well.
Yeah. The interesting thing we see here is really good positioning from Phantom, because currently She-Hulk is 4 away from both Sinbad and Porter. And one of the downsides of Sinbad early on is that his movement is absolute garbage. Because he's a move 2 fighter and he only has 1 boost for the most part. So the only way that he would have been able to reach She-Hulk this turn was if he had boosted with Commanding Impact, which, to Jeremy's point during the deck highlight, you don't really want to do, because that's a huge punish if She-Hulk tries to cancel a Voyage and you hit 4 damage over with the Commanding in this case, since She-Hulk does only have those 1 value cancels. So definitely nice for Phantom to get some time to build up an early hand and force an overdraw here. But if Zero has a Voyage that he doesn't mind discarding, it can actually be nice to discard those to overdraw early on. Ooh.
Good call,
and
Zach.
That's not one that he'd love to discard, because that is the random discard Voyage, which you'd love to get the actual effect off. But I still think it's right to ditch the Voyage. So this says to me that he doesn't have one of the Voyages you normally like to ditch, like the one that lets you look at your opponent's hand. That's the Snakes. The Cannibals is the one that lets you move. That one's actually pretty nice against She-Hulk, so I could see maybe prioritizing that. Also the Draw Voyage. Those are ones that you don't always mind just ditching. The random discard one is pretty strong, but if it's the difference between ditching a Voyage and not doing so, or like ditching this versus the heal or the auto damage, I think those other ones are probably ones you want to hold on to. So We do see Sinbad already up to a move 3, and his first voyage he plays will be a 3 as well if it's not canceled. So a good thing is always to make sure that you've got those early voyages, because Sinbad really starts to struggle when he can't find any voyages early. So definitely nice to at least get the ball rolling, even if you had to lose out on a pretty strong effect.
I have to agree with you. I think that just getting your movement going and not having this She-Hulk cat and mouse game where you can't even reach her it's just not worth, that random discard, which it would have been nice to have, but yeah, either which way. We see She-Hulk going in, which is here's that bloodbath you were talking about, Angel.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be threatening a Savage She-Hulk here. Still 2 actions left, which means you can spend your additional action to make that a 9 if you want. But obviously, if that's the case, I assume that zeroskatr would use a feint if he has it in hand, which is pretty likely. He has 7 cards in hand, 3 feints left. So I would assume that either A, you're baiting a feint here, or B, you're actually tossing the Savage. And depending on the call here, it can be pretty rough for Sinbad.
Yeah, because even if he blocks with one of his 4s, he has Exploit and Leap Toward. He has 2 of each of those. Even if he has one of those, that's 5 damage over that with the Savage. So the only way he prevents that crazy hit is if he does feint. Okay, fortunately, you make the right call here.
Wow.
Omega. If you feint an Omega, it's much worse than blocking with a 4, because the 4 stops the effect anyway, so you don't need to cancel. And you only take 1 damage versus 3 if you had feinted. So makes the right combat call here and dodges a bit of a bullet, which is nice.
Good call. I'm expecting zeroskatr to be aware that Phantom is also aware that Savage isn't the best to attack with, and you usually want to keep it around as either a threat or just toss it as a boost and deal 3 auto. So probably respecting the fact that Phantom is a smart player and being aware that it's very unlikely that the Savage comes out, but that's the whole mind game about it, and that's what can get scary. We see Sinbad moving in here, doing what he does, getting ready to attack. Porter keeping the pin. And we'll see what Sinbad starts tossing here. Hopefully a voyage, ideally, so that you can continue to get those up as fast as you can. I believe Sinbad just has to keep pummeling She-Hulk in this matchup and hope he can get a kill. And we see LJ coming out here into a voyage. Let's see what it hits.
Oh,
another toil.
So it'll be 1 damage since the voyage is a 3 and Lady Justice will only be a 2. And then
we see Move Voyage coming out here.
Yeah, and the Voyage will let him move out of She-Hulk's zone, so no throw for her. She is a bit low on hand, so don't know if she would anyway, but it also gets you out of adjacency, so she doesn't have like a first action attack mind game again with the Savage or something else.
And I specifically agree with leaving right there for Sinbad, because if you go just 1 space so you avoid adjacency, you are in the range of a Jennifer Walters Esquire, which would allow She-Hulk to move 1 space next to that starting space and have a chance to either double attack or hit you with the Savage. So I specifically like going to the red spot there, especially since you're going to reach her in a single maneuver now anyway. You're already at 4 move. You're chilling, you're hanging out.
Do you think there's any chance of a sneaky little leap away as an offensive attack so he can leave the zone, or do you think that's just not worth the value of defense? Probably just
He does have a lot of defenses in there because he's got a big stack of versatiles in there, but there's not a whole lot of them that are really huge value blockers. I'm only going to be leap away and exploit that go for 4s unless you're able to somehow pull off a defensive shift, which doesn't happen a lot. So I mean, you kind of need that to be able to hold against the damage from She-Hulk.
Yeah,
we especially see 2 okay, we're going to see a voyage to the City of the Man-Eating Apes, which is going to be a 4 into the 3 value Nerve Cluster Strike. So 1 damage there, and then 2 more from after combat. But She-Hulk did use a double Jeopardy the turn before to draw and heal, so she's looking pretty good on cards. In fact, uses a defense rest to throw 2 damage at Sinbad, and attacking here first action. So Sinbad's had amazing voyage order at the start here. We've already got 3 voyages in the discard. Now, Phantom has used 2 of the Lady Justices, so using those early is definitely favorable, like we were talking about. So still a lot of good blocks, but those voyages are going to start hitting very hard pretty much immediately. Like, they're already 5s, and they're still doing 1 damage over her cancel.
We haven't seen any of the discards hit a voyage yet either. Which, with all those voyages all being kind of unique one-offs, it can kind of hurt to have those get thrown into the discard pile sometimes. Although it does ramp the value of the next one up, so there's a little bit of a trade-off.
Yep, and once again, we see the exploit, so 4-value block going into the Omega, so great interactions once more for Zero here.
Yeah, let me mention how big of a deal that is. So the fact that Omega level threat is gone, that means that your feints and your 4 blocks are pretty safe for the most part. Again, Savage is always going to be a threat, but feint feels pretty comfy into just about anything she can hit with now. Because you also cancel the sensationals, and in a world where none of the sensationals go off for the rest of the game, Sinbad is done with dealing with Omega level threat, which is absolutely massive, especially since, again, first action attacks from She-Hulk are now going to safely be feints.
Yep. Yeah, the worst you take is the 2 from Sensational, but canceling that effect is also pretty solid, because unless you're blocking with one of the 4s, it's going to get that recursion, which gives She-Hulk access to more tools you don't want her to have.
Yeah, you take 2 damage, but you let them not have the opportunity to become like Achilles with ability. You know, like you just lose those random cards.
Ooh, speaking of cards, here's the defense rest like Angel called out before. Definitely a good time for it. Build back up that hand for She-Hulk here, so now she's even with Sinbad.
So
and
I
Porter
do think
might
that
be
you
in a
toss
little
the
bit of trouble.
sensationals into Porter for sure here. Would you consider a Savage?
Like tossing one at Porter here?
No, attacking into Porter.
Attacking with it. Yeah, I mean, I can see it for sure.
I think
Porter, if you toss something at him, like put him, because if he doesn't have the feint and you do at least 1 damage to him with throw and then attack with Savage, unless he blocks with the feint, he's dead. And that takes away some nice utility for Sinbad as far as positioning and stuff. Because even if Sinbad can move plenty, the extra body from Porter and the ability to go in is still really nice. So,
especially without risking Sinbad himself.
Yeah, exactly. It can especially be nice when you get a bit lower on health and you don't want to give She-Hulk like free throws into you.
See She-Hulk make an attack here. I like Sensational here the most out of anything, because it at least forces either a 4 or a feint out.
Yep,
and that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, and I like going into Porter early here because don't want to have 2 guys with like ridiculous movement going after you late game as a move 2 fighter. You know, you just can't deal with both of them. I know Porter doesn't have as much that he can throw, but just that move late game is just ridiculous. And he is also a crazy draw machine for Sinbad.
Plus, he has enough to where it can be scary because he has the shifts. He has the commanding technically.
He's got voyages in the discard pile as well. So I mean, he's not. I don't think he's really looking for that extra movement right now. So throwing a shift feels really nice at the moment. You know, even if it gets canceled, it's like okay, you're still taking 2 damage.
Yeah, that's a good call out too. Is Sinbad has some mix-ups now with the voyages being in the range where She-Hulk wants to start canceling them. Is a shift doing 2 damage over the cancel, since it's a 3 to a 1 in that case, is better than She-Hulk blocking with like a green energy. It's the same as a nerve cluster strike as far as damage is concerned. So we're just going to see a double maneuver here though. Sinbad building up hand, putting the action back on She-Hulk, making her make the first move.
Yeah, that 1 value cancel for She-Hulk really just has a lot of weird little quirks and ramifications that it makes that most other fighters tend to not have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, like, even offensively in this matchup, I don't see it where it feels really, really swifty on it. Because yeah, you can cancel a leap away, but you Sandbag full blocks it out, you know. So it just might work better as a defense, but not even amazing. So
We see a She-Hulk attack into the Porter. Another
Green energy.
feint into a green energy. So baiting out a feint, that's really good. Also deals 2 to Porter, brings him down to 2. But that is one less defense that She-Hulk has access to. And when Lady Justice isn't that good of a defense in this matchup, that means that green energy is like your best 2 defense. And then you also have Cease, which could go terribly wrong if it goes into the wrong thing. And you also have Nerve, which is okay. But like you mentioned right now at this point, the Voyages are going to be 5s, so they're going to deal 1 confirmed over green energy, which She-Hulk isn't too happy with, but isn't the end of the world. And then also you have the Cease, which is going to be a 1 value cancel, but still going to be kind of rough. We see a boost from Sinbad with Riches Beyond Compare, specifically wanting to go to the yellow zone, just so he can remain out of She-Hulk's zone and prevent any throwing. So very solid for him there. Porter also walking away.
Yeah, She-Hulk going to the zone cutoff to be able to attack Porter does benefit Sinbad here a bit, in that he can now get an attack off without risking anything. And we see a shift going to green energy, so best block for She-Hulk to use there. Only takes 1 damage. Fortunately for Sinbad, he does not take 1 back from the green energy, so saving a little bit of health there, but also not too bad for She-Hulk, all things considered. Ooh, and we see the second double jeopardy played, drawing 2 more, healing 2 more, and an attack. Second action.
I believe that was one of the ones Phantom drew as well. So let's see what they're threatening here.
I'm feeling sensational. Oh, we do see
Ooh,
a
legal.
legalese here.
Okay.
Nice little bait.
So Sinbad can move if he would like, and then the loser of the combat decides on legalese. It looks like Phantom is deciding each player will discard a card.
See if he has another voyage. Oh, the
Riches
other
Beyond
riches.
Compare, that's perfectly fine with Sinbad. Jennifer Alter is also fine for She-Hulk, so nothing too crazy, just getting rid of some cards. I'd like to point out what's funny is with the defense rests and both double jeopardies, we're currently at an even deck count. She-Hulk does have the Lady Justice still, so she has that. She also has potential recursion with Sensational, but it is funny that our super draw fighter and She-Hulk, who's a bit of a slower fighter, are currently both at an even deck count, both at 11 left.
Ooh, good call.
Regroup into green energy, wasting that value block. Sinbad takes 1, but he gets one of She-Hulk's best blocks out for a regroup, so that's definitely a win there.
And without Sensational, I believe that's the last green energy, right? There's currently, they're all in the Discord.
Yeah, because we
Yeah,
just had
wow.
2 defended with, and 1 was attacked with into Porter, so yeah.
If Sinbad has his last feint, I would hit again here.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
there's
I
only
like
1
that.
feint left, so 1
Yeah, that's
wrong
the
Savage
risk.
and it immediately gets dicey.
Yep.
But Shulk, not with a lot of defense left. Those Voyages are going to be 5s now. They're confirmed dealing 2 damage. Actually, they're technically not confirmed dealing 2 damage if Lady Justice hits commanding.
Yeah. And you've got the cancels that can just be 1, which is not a terrible fallback. Of course, if you still have that commanding, then the shifts and commandings are still pretty bad for you into the cancels, so you have to be a bit careful with when you use them.
Sinbad electing to take his approach a little more cautious. Hitting with regroup, taking the damage from green. No more green energies. Will force She-Hulk to maneuver into an attack if she wants to try and do anything. But will likely have She-Hulk just double maneuver instead, because Sinbad definitely wins on pressure, and She-Hulk is dancing at a low hand right now.
I was going to say, with where we were seeing Zero considering moving there, just 1 to the left to keep the soft pin on She-Hulk, it would allow Jennifer Walters to get a warp next to Sinbad and then attack with a potential Savage that's online. So he has to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it would be that bad to just go on the starting space itself. Like,
Yeah, because I mean, She-Hulk. I guess that still does kind of soft pin her, right? Yeah, because she can't go around you. That would definitely be better if he wants to go for the soft pin, just to prevent that Jennifer Walters from giving you too many problems. And yeah, it looks like that's what we might see. Oh, just going more center. That's also reasonable. If you're in the center here, like right above Sinbad in that green blue is move 4 center against an opponent with no sidekick. But of course, with 5 movement right now, Sinbad is also, I think, going to be move 5 away from anywhere where he is now.
Yeah, he'll soon be getting to that point if he's anywhere in that middle kind of courtyard area that he'll be able to go most anywhere that he wants to.
I see a double maneuver from She-Hulk. We'll see exactly where she positions. It's definitely going to be somewhere that's not on that hard zone cutoff, forcing Sinbad to end in the zone if he wants. And even if he tries to get away with something like a Toil, which we only have 1 left, 2 of them got hit with Lady Justice, so that tool is fast disappearing. But Nerve Cluster Strike would keep him adjacent no matter what. And now that the green energies are gone, it's technically your best value block, unless you get lucky with the Lady Justice. But that's it's going to be a rough one to hit most of the time.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's allowed to hit one of his voyages with Lady Justice quite yet, so he's gonna have to just go in, hope for the best, I think, with a big swing and try to, even if it runs into a card with a big boost value for Sinbad, you know, at least there'll be some damage. That's what I'd go for sure.
And here's what's really interesting right now. With Porter at 2 health left, it means that zeroskatr really has to choose when Porter's going to come in wisely, because it's very likely that She-Hulk's like, all right, flick, get out of my way, with her ability, because she can just take him out without even attacking him. It is interesting whether or not Phantom would want to do that, because either A, you get Porter out of the way, you don't have to deal with him anymore, or B, you could try to get a sensational off onto him, but you risk him blocking with like a 4 and outright stopping and surviving, or Feint, he still dies, but he cancels the sensational.
Oh
boy.
Ooh.
All right.
We're going to see a big voyage interacting with the legalese here. It's going to be 3 damage over it. Seems like Phantom electing to have both players draw a card. That means Sinbad will draw 2. He's down to 6. She-Hulk's down to 8. We see a Lady Justice throw onto Sinbad. That makes sense. You don't want to use those this far in anymore. But quick game coming through here. Both fighters starting to run low.
Definitely, Sinbad does not need help from the opponent's deck on being able to burn through his deck.
Definitely.
So if you could go on a vacation with Sinbad and sail across the ocean anywhere, where would you want to go?
Oh man, that's tough.
Yeah, it would really depend.
Mine would be Hawaii.
It's a solid choice. Solid choice.
It's basic, but I think he would know his way around the sand.
You know, maybe relaxing compared to like where a lot of the places he seems to be going based on his card art.
He needs a vacation.
Exactly.
Nice break.
Yeah, normally you don't want to go on vacation with that guy. I mean, like,
Yeah, seriously.
you eating apes?
You might end up in danger.
I'd go with the island that was a whale with them. You know, I've heard that place is pretty chill.
Definitely a whale. If you have a choice between a whale or not a whale, always choose the whale.
Yes.
I would probably go somewhere with Porter.
Oh,
you like MV Porter doesn't get enough.
Wow. True.
Yeah, I also
Porter's
believe,
just
if I'm not
guessed.
mistaken, the lore is the Porter's name is also Sinbad. So
It is.
you're
Is it
technically
really?
still going on a
Yeah.
trip with Sinbad. It's just the other Sinbad.
And we could use Sinbad's passport.
Exactly.
I mean, I bet you Porter, there's times where he's just like, yeah, I am tired of all this crap and these weird places we go. I'm going to Tahiti, you know. I get
With
it.
Angel.
That sounds
Who's
like a great
Angel?
vacation.
Speaking of Porter, it looks like he might be going for his last hurrah here.
MV Porter going in for an attack here. Could be
Is
the
it the
funny
commanding impact?
commanding.
Oh,
This would
wait.
confirm deal 2 damage.
That'd be so hype. Just take it. Just take it.
Just take it, yeah.
It's the illegal. He's coming
can be
into
a
a shift. That's
Okay.
going to be 3
Damage.
damage onto She-Hulk.
Both
Enforcing the
players
draw once
drawn.
again.
A 5 is a
She-Hulk
5.
down to 5. Sinbad down to 4.
This
Pretty
is getting
close in deck
serious.
count, too.
Wow. Yeah, Double Jeopardy actually being used. I love when I first heard that that card was never going to be used, and look at that, it was used twice in tournament. Like drawing cards is kind of cool.
Yep. Ask
Oh, yeah.
Sinbad. It's his favorite thing.
Yeah, it's definitely cool how there's been a lot of fighters, including fighters like Sinbad, who used to never play stuff like Riches that drew them a bunch of cards. But there's a lot of matchups where you can just go pretty draw heavy. You know, Rex is one that both these fighters like to draw a ton against. And then, obviously, from the She-Hulk side in this one, you want to be drawing as much as you can just to keep up with Sinbad, who's a draw monster in his own right. So. Definitely love drawing cards and seeing those cards be utilized more than they perhaps were when the fighters originally came out.
I think that just goes to show that the game is changing, and I think it's for the better. Like, you know, Heroes' cards being more relevant, and especially the fun ones becoming more relevant, I think is a good time. And yeah, these two can just beat the snot out of each other, and it actually works out.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths of this game as a whole is that the different fighters in here really feel like different fighters. And I know that there was concern early on that we were going to start getting fighters that were just similar to each other. Oh, well, it looks like Porter had a thing thrown at him.
A sensational toss at Porter, which kind of, in a way, isn't good for She-Hulk, because when you think about it, I guess imagine if she had attacked into Porter with it, and then Porter blocked with feint, cancels the effect, and dies anyway. That's still a pass that she gets off and a feint that's wasted. But I guess on the other side of things, if he blocks with a 4, you don't get the effect. You still get the pass, but Porter still lives. So you're confirming the kill, not getting your recursion, and you only have 1 recursion left. And Sinbad still has a feint left.
We're getting
and you
into
also
a
have to
very
double maneuver.
Yeah, we're getting to a very interesting spot here where the Sensationals, I think, would be pretty nice to hold on to, but if it's like one of your only 2 boosts, then it makes sense that you'd throw it. The thing that Sinbad has to worry about here is that both of those Savages are still around, so one can always be thrown, and then the other one you have as the threat from an attack. And if Phantom has both the Savages here and you don't have your feint, then he can throw one at you and then attack you and kill you with the other one. So you have to be very careful going in if you don't have the feint. It looks like we might see Sinbad back off here. I could see him maybe overdraw, discard a Voyage here. Also still has 1 regroup, as well as a couple Porter cards that you can easily ditch at this point too. So has lots of options, perhaps just forcing the action on She-Hulk here. Health count's pretty even, and Sinbad does have the Healing Voyage still. Yep, we see the Snakes discarded. And a Porter card discarded. Yep,
Yeah, that makes
makes
sense.
a lot of sense. The problem now, of course, is that there's only 2 Voyages left, one of which being Voyage Home. So if She-Hulk, she still has all of her cancels, so she just blocks with cancels at this point. She might be in an okay spot, but the thing that stops that from being safe for her is that there are still a couple of 4s for Sinbad, the Versatiles, which you can attack with, but the Commanding, of course, which we have been referencing quite a bit, and that would be 4 damage over cancels. So it's definitely not just, oh, She-Hulk's safe to just block with cancels for the rest of the game, because she'll probably die if she does that. So
There's the
it's
mind
going to
game
lead to
of
some big mind games. Yeah, some really 50-50 combat interactions coming down here at the wire. Especially if Sinbad keeps avoiding the zone for the throw, which he's going to try to do as much as he can.
And what's really cool here is that where Sinbad is right now, he actually exactly reaches everywhere on the map, so there's no place for She-Hulk to escape getting double attacked. or getting attacked next turn once. Because either A, he goes to the above route and reaches the purple zone, or B, She-Hulk goes down to the yellow and Sinbad goes through the bottom path and reaches the yellow zone.
And
He's lose 7 right now.
That is a typical late game Sinbad thing for the opponent to have to deal with, that you just can't get away from him.
And we do see the leap towards used as a pass, because if you do not end adjacent to an opposing fighter, it does not gain the action. So not something that She-Hulk is often doing, just because it sets her up for some really big attacks normally. But in endgames like this, where she needs the extra pass, she can use it that way.
Yeah, not wanting to overdraw and getting to a position where you want to go, I think is a good move at this point, since she can't literally teleport across the map like Sinbad can at this point.
Yeah, and it's putting her in a spot where she doesn't have to be the one to aggress. Sinbad will hit exhaustion before her because of that. Whereas if she had double maneuvered, she would be the one forced to hit first without that pass.
Zeroskatr realizing he doesn't need to boost, is able to just attack there anyway. Clock is ticking down, but Zeroskatr makes an attack here, and Cease goes into the leap away.
Right,
there it is.
Predicting the cancel.
Yeah.
I believe right now you're in a pretty comfy spot if you're Zeroskatr. All you need is to have that feint into Savage. I think Savage is going to make or break this game.
Yep. Maybe block with the feint first, and if there's a double attack, maybe even toil your... Oh, maybe not. Just blocking something big and then going for a double attack. You don't get to see a lot of those for Sinbad. They need to bring back double attacks and then give them to Sinbad.
Yeah. Specifically Sinbad. That only means that there's one more Savage for the game unless Sensational recurs. But I doubt Savage would be your recursion for Sensational. I guess
if you did recur something, what would you recur? Would it be Omega level threat?
I'd likely pick Omega or potentially Leap Toward for a pass. Maybe even a defense.
So here's the big concern now for Sinbad. If this is a Sensational and you feint, you're at 3. Now you're dead to the other Savage being thrown at you. And you can't kill She-Hulk in a single attack, because even a feinted or a canceled commanding is only going to deal 4. So she can attack here. If you feint it and you go down to 3, then she goes, or she maneuvers out of your spot. She probably boosts, so she's in a spot where she can guarantee a throw. And then you're in a spot where you can't double maneuver, most likely.
But on the flip side, if you think it's a Sensational and you block with a 4, the Savage does outright kill because you're at 5 here. So
yeah, so this is a huge decision here. If it's the Sensational, you want to block with either a Toil or an Exploit. Toil might actually be... Well, no, because that gives her an extra card, which you might not want to do. The Exploit draws you a card and takes away one of your good attacks into her cancels. Yeah, it's a tough one, actually. Maybe the recursion doesn't matter, because at this point you're just gonna have to kill her. You're not gonna exhaust her, most likely.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
So the Toil is better in that case, but if it's a Savage, you need to feint it here. Otherwise, you just die.
I do love the use of emojis. Now we know how Zeroskatr said.
Definitely.
Pivotal. I think this is going to be the turn that decides the game. If Zeroskatr makes the right call here, he likely goes for a double attack and pummels She-Hulk. Makes the wrong call. Either goes down immediately or goes down next turn.
Well, he likely won't be able to go for a double attack regardless, right? Because this is only first action for She-Hulk. So if she spends the extra action on Savage, it means she's won the game. And if she doesn't, then she can maneuver, boost, and then force Sinbad in. And if he's only at 3 health, then he's dead to a Savage being thrown. All right, makes the right
Oh my
call.
goodness.
Wow.
It was a nerve cluster. That's even better than if it was a Sensational, because no damage there for Sinbad.
Very
Wow.
scary position there for Zero Skater, but made the right call, used the Toil and Danger. Toiled from danger, but unfortunately Nerf Cluster Strike will allow She-Hulk to keep him there. Potentially go for another attack, but the Savage is no longer threatening, so how worth it is it? Because if you attack again, it's pretty much obviously sensational.
Yeah, I don't think you can really go for an attack here because it just lets Sinbad double attack you.
Exactly.
Which is one of the ways that he can win here.
She-Hulk's running out of options, I think. Defensively too. Has no
It also lets him
abilities.
attack and then back off, which stops your throw from being a thing you can do.
Yep.
It's close though because it gives you a pass if you attack.
With seeing Phantom not use Savage She-Hulk, do you think that they're the type of player to never attack with Savage She-Hulk and just use it as like the throw? Or do you think that Phantom was just trying to play the mind games the whole entire time and might use it eventually?
The sheer existence of Savage is more threatening than the Savage itself, because there's always the existence of that potential 9 attack that makes the opponent have to respect it.
Yeah.
Or gamble. And as we saw, Zero Skater gambled there, and that could have gone terribly for him. That could have been the game if Savage had been the attack. So that pressure alone, I think, is more powerful than actually using the Savages, because once they're gone, they're gone. And plus, you can get 3 damage whenever you need it with your ability. We do see a maneuver from She-Hulk here, deciding whether or not she fully moves away. She only moves 1. I think that's the correct choice. You don't want to go to the yellow zone and then get a zone cutoff for Sinbad because it prevents the ability. But you don't want to end adjacent either, so
Yeah,
that
you don't
exact purple
necessarily-
spot's the best shot.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily want to boost one of your cards away either to avoid the hard zone cutoff. Sinbad, I think. Okay, we are going to see the boost. Yeah, the Jennifer Walters is not going to be useful at this point, so decides to go there because Sinbad. Let's see, he's at 6 movement. He's at 7 movement. So I guess he could have boosted all the way around to the hard zone cutoff if She-Hulk stayed in the purple. It would have cost his commanding, but maybe it would still be fine just to avoid the throw.
Yeah, sure.
So Phantom not giving him that option.
Do you think Skater
This
is the
is a
type
big
of player
turn.
to hold on to commanding the entire game to just always have that threat, or do you think he will use that eventually?
I think we're probably likely to see it pretty soon.
I think it's coming this turn.
Yeah. It's a situation where he has to. Ooh.
This is gonna get dicey.
I think She-Hulk might have the checkmate here. If I'm not. Oh, not if Sinbad doesn't go in.
Ooh, what's he cooking? Oh.
So the idea is if you went in there, She-Hulk throws Savage at you, double maneuvers, and you die. So you had to, because you couldn't kill her with an attack.
So here's
So
the thing.
I think this is what Sinbad needed to do, because now it's a mind game.
Right. Because She-Hulk goes down.
Now She-Hulk
to-
dies to commanding getting canceled, and she dies to anything else going into a voyage. So
Exactly.
Oh boy,
Wow.
this is what
This
it comes
gonna come
down
to a
to.
flip.
Spicy.
Oh my goodness.
That was Sinbad's out, was deciding a coin
Yeah.
flip here. Is the commanding, is it the voyage?
Oh, he's boosting with voyage hum. Okay, so making the voyage bigger. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
'Cause
Yeah,
This is your
makes
last
sense.
turn. So now is it the commanding or the voyage? You need to block the commanding with what's left for She-Hulk, a nerve cluster. Yeah, nerve cluster. So you need to nerve cluster if it's the commanding. You need to cancel if it's the voyage.
This is the most aggressive shuffling I've ever seen in
Wow.
Vorpal.
I mean, this is it, right? This is it. If Sinbad doesn't kill here, She-Hulk wins. Zero Skater is out.
Yeah.
I just want to say that I think both players have been playing great.
Oh my god, he's
wow.
rolling a die!
No
He
way!
rolls a die here.
That's why he's my boy. He's the goat.
He's not even allowing Phantom to try to guess what he would go for as a player, and I
can't
actually
mind
think
game.
this is genius. This
Yeah,
is
that's
genius.
Oh man.
Holy cow.
Because you
I'm a
can't
bit
mind
of
game
a
him now.
cowboy
Yeah,
myself.
yeah, exactly. You can't be like, oh, is this the type of move that Zero would make, like, based on all of his past play? It's just straight chance, because it is a 50-50 in the purest regard. Wow. What a play.
50-50 evens on the left.
This is where if I was Skater, I would turn around and not show them my face, because I would give it away for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I'm a giggler.
Zero Skater has just closed his eyes, turned out the lights, and has taken a swing in the dark.
Yeah.
We have to see if this lands.
What do you do?
He
This is a
risked
Globo
his
Gym
You
moment.
might as well roll a die from your end, too, as Phantom. Like,
His
like,
entire
it's
tournament
pure
position
random.
on a coin flip.
I think they're both rolling. I think we're
This-
both going to see a roll.
Oh no.
This is an average
Maybe
Joe
that's-
moment. He's covered Patrick
Okay.
O'Houlihan's
Come on,
sock
what
in
did
the-
we get?
Cluster.
What's it?
Into the voyage.
No way!
Oh
No
my
way! Wait! Wait, we're playing Unmatched today? Yo, we're playing Unmatched today? Oh, shoot!
We have us a fight, ladies and gentlemen. Sinbad
Oh.
takes
Oh.
down She-Hulk on a
My.
coin flip, and we are going into a game 3 with Little Red and Luke Cage.
All right,
Let's
well,
listen to what
yeah,
pans out
let's
this way.
listen to those players because holy
Yeah,
cow.
absolutely.
I'm getting
Or
a
do I not get
banana
healing
real
because
quick.
You die
Hold on.
first.
No, but it's the new rules. All effects come to the end.
Right. Wow, what a game. When you killed Porter with the throw, I was hoping you didn't have a 2 boost. But other than maybe the things.
Oh, I had all fins actually. I had all fins. That was
Yeah.
okay with it. As you see, I could have used one.
You could have. It was rough for me because my last card in deck was the Heal Voyage, and I really needed that earlier. Because if I can get it earlier, then I can throw Voyage home, right, and try to get the healing and like not wait till the very end. You were looking at moving here. It looked like.
Well, nah. I was just thinking. Do I need a scheme and how? But I didn't need it, so like whatever.
I was hoping that you were actually thinking of moving here because I could.
No, that would be stupid.
I think it's 7, right? Which is 1, 2, 3,
Well, actually, I
4,
still
5,
win now because it's,
7.
yeah, doesn't matter. If you come here, you were. Oh wait, you were more health. Yeah, you had more health. You had 5. How much?
I was at 5, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so
I had 2
can
cards.
kill you 1. And...
I had 1 card in deck. But if I move here, I could boost with Voyage Home, and that would let me reach you here and then make an attack without getting 3 damage from the throw, and that would have probably won me the game. And I was really hoping you were going to end there. Because I thought a boosted Voyage Home would be really fun. That'd be like a cool surprise move, but you probably would have thought about that anyways. But yeah, that would've been- wow, what a game.
All right, and yeah, what a finish to that game. So for anyone who wants a quick recap, because there was a lot happening there at the end. Basically, we were in a spot where commanding was lethal over the cancel, and a voyage was lethal over the nerve cluster. And instead of letting Phantom try to figure out what type of mind game Zero would go for, since Zero has a lot of his games streamed and has gone against Phantom before, decided to leave it up to fate, rolled a die for it, so there's no input from Zero himself as to which one's being used, and then Phantom has to basically just guess right, and it's an exact 50-50. And because the cancel did not go into the voyage that was randomly rolled on Zero's side, then that will be enough damage to finish off the game in Zero's favor. So yeah, just an absolutely crazy end to that game. They were talking a little bit about it, and Zero did mention that he would have been able to reach if Phantom stayed in the purple there. And I was thinking just the commanding, but he's right that the Voyage Home boost would have also gotten him there and left up the 50-50 between the commanding and the other voyage. And at that point, he wasn't going to get value out of all of the voyages. He did note that the heal voyage was the last card in deck, so that would have needed to be there earlier if he wanted to try to recur the healing and get out of throw ranges from that. So yeah, came right down to the wire, and you know what? I got to say, I'm glad that we're getting to game 3, especially after such a close game 2.
Dude, He pulled it through. And it's with the hype character, by the way. You have to remember when there's the underdog character, that's when Zero's going to win it back, because that's when the plot line wants him to win.
Yes, indeed. It was, it was up to fate, and today Vorpal decided that we were going to see a game 3.
Lord Vorpal decided we
Vorpal
get a
Lord.
game 3. Thank you, Vorpal. Thank you.
I mean, this is peak unmatched, right? This is the tip of the top going up against each other. Gods fighting it out. Thunder is crackling. The oceans are crashing. Everything is coming together to this exact moment for this final game 3. And this is it. This is their tournament run, all on the line. Little Red into Luke Cage.
Indeed, and while I'm looking forward to this game, let's get everyone else up to speed on exactly what we're in store for as we start the deck highlights with Little Red. All right, we've got Little Red here, and I suppose I will. You know what? I've been known to play Red once or twice, so I suppose I'll take on this deck highlight here.
You've been learning her lately.
Yeah. I've been picking her up and trying her out. She's a pretty fun character. But yes, so Little Red, her main thing is that all of her cards have these symbols. She has 3 types of symbols, technically 4, but she has 3 individual symbols, which are Wolfsbane, Knives, and Pelt, and then there's the Wild symbol, which is basically a combination of all 3. At the start of the game, she starts with nothing in her discard pile except for her basket, which counts as a Wild symbol, which we see on the one of her cards here as well. If the symbol in your basket, which is the top card of your discard pile, matches the symbol that is on the effect of the card you're playing, then you get that bonus part of the card. So for example here, Stones in the Belly, it's just a 2-value versatile, but if you have Knives, during combat, it functions as an ambush where your opponent discards a random card and you add its boost value to this card's value. So really nice on offense, but especially nice on defense if you can get that effect off, because other than this, I suppose this is the only thing that Huntsman, the sidekick, can block with that's more than 2 value. And while he has 9 health, he can go down pretty quick, especially against someone like Luke Cage, who's going to be swinging for the fences. So Stone's really useful, not only to get cards out of your opponent's hand, but also to keep Huntsman alive. Then we've got What's That in My Basket, which is a 4-value versatile, so just good on offense or defense, and it has a Wild. So if this is in your discard on top of your basket, then all of your effects are online. Whereas if only one of your single symbols, your opponent kind of knows a little bit more of the range of what they can expect you to have effect-wise. But the Wild gives you all of the options, and there's even more mind games than normal. In fact, against a lot of characters, the basket is a great thing to attack with when they might be expecting one of your other effects, because if they play a feint, they'll take 2 damage. They're not canceling any effects on your cards because basket doesn't have any effects, and then you're also setting up a Wild on your discard for defense, which is particularly nice. Another really strong card is What Big Eyes You Have. In this matchup, this one is probably going to be used almost exclusively on defense, unless you're attacking Misty with it. I could maybe see it going into Misty, because if you have Wolfsbane, you ignore the value of your opponent's cards. So it's a 3 that ignores, which is great on offense if your opponent doesn't cancel it. But against Luke, because of his ability, this would only be 1 if Luke doesn't block it, or blocks it with something that isn't a cancel. And so more likely we'll see it on defense, because if you have Wolfsbane, it's going to full block whatever Luke's throwing at you, and considering he can swing for up to 6 at a time, that could be a lot to mitigate, especially in late game scenarios where you're trying to preserve your health. Hands is a nice attack for Red to keep attacking and forcing blocks out of the opponent while not losing a card from her hand. Against Luke, it's not that great because he can just take the attack and won't be taking any damage, but the recursion effect is quite nice, so you might see Red try to get back stuff like What's in My Basket to set up extra Wilds or just have better value blocks. She could also be getting back Stones. And then another card, if we could get it up in place of Hands, is Once Upon a Time. This is a key card in this matchup, in a lot of matchups for Red, but especially in this one, because Luke only having 13 health and no healing means that any auto damage you can get into him is going to be great, because Red is probably not going to be getting all that much combat damage into Luke throughout the course of the game. She's going to rely more on the auto damage itself. Speaking of healing, though, while we wait for the Once Upon a Time, a Grimtail is a card that it's basically the main reason people ignore red until Huntsman is defeated, because if you just go for damage on red, Grimtail can heal her back. It is 2 healing by default, and if you have Pelt in the basket, then it's 4 healing. So you can have a lot of your damage just completely negated if you leave Huntsman alive and go for red early on. So this is a card that is probably not going to get played too often, but the existence of it affects how your opponent plays around your sidekick and making sure that he's off the board before you can get any of this in. And then, yeah, we see Once Upon a Time here. So after combat, deal 3 damage to the opposing fighter if you have knives in the basket. This can be good on offense and can actually be attacked with from range by Huntsman. But in this matchup, we'll almost surely see it on defense because Luke does not have a cancel on offense. He can only block with his cancel. It's a blue. So if Red can block with this, she's probably taking some good damage since Luke hits hard, but she's getting 3 damage back into him. And so as long as she's at a healthy life total, she can afford to trade damage like that, especially if Huntsman's still alive, because he can heal her, and Huntsman can also block with this. So if you know Huntsman is going to be dying anyway, you can get like some damage on his death, essentially, since the after combat will still go through, since it doesn't require Huntsman to be adjacent or anything. So the effect will still happen. The other card that we'll be looking out for is Never Leave the Path. It's a scheme that has 3 different modes. In this matchup, you're really only going to see the one with knives to deal 2 damage to each opposing fighter in Little Red Zone. With 2 of these, you have 4 damage on Luke. Ideally, you can get some damage on Misty as well with this, but Luke is the main one. You want to make sure this hits. And then 2 Once Upon a Times is 6 more damage. And so that's already 10. So now Luke is at 3 health out of 13 if you can get all that auto damage off, and then you just have to find a little bit more, whether it's with Huntsman's attack or another defense card in What Terrible Big Mouth You Have. So yeah, those are kind of the breakpoints that you're looking for as Red. And if Red can ever be in a spot where she's ahead of Luke on deck and has at least 5 health, if Luke does not have, if Luke has 3 or fewer health, Once Upon a Time is guaranteed to kill him because he has no way to cancel it. And if he isn't in a spot where he can win an exhaustion, then he's kind of out of luck, unless Misty's still around, but ideally you're taking her out earlier in the game. So yeah, those are kind of the general things to look out for in this matchup, and I'm sure I'll talk more during the game for some of those breakpoints to look out for. But yeah, Red's a lot of fun. Is the fighter that I've played the most, and I find the mind games that she can play and sequencing your cards to get all your symbol effects is just so much fun. All right, and then moving on to Luke, I'll let Jeremy take this one away.
Oh, you're muted, bud.
Sorry there. Okay, with Luke Cage, we have a big guy that just swings with some big numbers here. I mean, he's got Sweet Christmas, which is a 6. He's got Commanding Impact in there, which is a 5. His ability is that he takes 2 less combat damage. So essentially, you're adding 2 to the value of most of his defense cards that he plays. One of the big ways to hurt Luke because of that is going to be effect damage, which Little Red loves her effect damage. We can see that he can definitely get some big numbers into Little Red there with those, with the Sweet Christmases and Commanding Impacts. Still Standing being a 4 that lets him recur some stuff there. We can also see a card, Hero for Hire there, which is a card that lets him boost with some of his other cards that have crazy boost effects on them. We can see that Trash Talk down there is his cancel. This is a defensive only cancel. Now for Luke, this is basically a 4. For Misty, it is only a 2. And also like just ends the turn if he ends up winning the combat. So this could be really huge on a first action attack. from red there. But we can see things like skin like titanium dealing damage back to her. One of the cards I was going to talk about that I went ahead and inadvertently had our producer cover up was going to be Regroup, which is actually weirdly relevant in this matchup. Regroup is a card that's often kind of scoffed at. But two things here. Number one, this is a 3 boost, so you pair that thing with Hero for Hire, and you suddenly got another 6 there. And also for Little Red's little card, What Terrible Big Mouth You Have, which throws the damage and the value of the opponent's printed value back to them. If there is a wolf pelt on top of her basket, this is a great bait to throw at Little Red. When you see that she has a pelt there to throw Regroups as attacks into her, because she definitely wants to do more than 1 damage into you. She wants to see you throw something big into a pelt, so you probably don't see things like Sweet Christmas or Commanding Impact be thrown into those. It is also worth talking about Misty Knight on here, who is really a very strong sidekick on here. Just like the Huntsman, she is ranged and not melee. I think that she does have a few decent defensive options in there. The big things is stuff like Trash Talk is not quite as good with her, only being a 2. But she's definitely something that has to be dealt with there. So both of these fighters are going to be in places where they're going to want to take care of the opponent's sidekick on there. Luke's plan of attack here is basically going to be able to just get these big numbers into red and just be able to knock her down on there without taking too much effects damage back, because on Little Red's plan of attack is going to be to try to just chip him away with his minimal health that he has with the effects damage that she has on her cards. So that's going to be what we're going to be seeing in this game.
Definitely. So we'll see whether Luke can get those big hits in before Red's able to get her effect damage, or if Red can kind of sneak that damage through and make things difficult for him. Moving on to the map, we're going to be taking it to Soho. And if I had to guess, this is probably a situation where Zero got map choice for the 3rd game assigned him, because this map is a little bit rough for Luke. And the reason why is because Soho is a move 5 center. And the move 5 spots are the kind of the triangle formation there in the bottom middle of the map, where we've got the orange, the yellow-orange, and the green-orange spot all connected there in that little triangle. Those 3 are all move 5 from center. And there's slightly different spots you have to stand based on like which one is the move 5 center. But if you're anywhere else on the map, there's basically spots, assuming that you only have one of your fighters left. So let's assume that Misty goes down, because that's going to be what Zero's pushing for early on. If it gets to that point and Luke's by himself, then those are the spots he has to stand to be able to reach Red. But he only has so many times he can do it, because he only has 5 boost 3s. Those being the 3 regroups and the 2 pushback Misty cards. And outside of that, he has the Where's My Money, which lets him warp to the closest opposing fighter and gain an action. So if Zero can force Misty out and get into a spot where it's just Luke, he can start positioning in ways that make it very annoying for Luke to reach Little Red. And at that point, that will give him time to find the cards he needs to get that effect damage through and hopefully survive Luke's onslaught in order to get the win. So the map is definitely going to give Red that option, but as long as Misty can stay alive, the zone layout is actually decently good for ranged fighters, including the fact that there's the gray spot in the center, often referred to as the Robin Hood spot, because it is move 2 from every other zone on the board. Now, because there's a sidekick on Red's side, Red could potentially block off that from being the case all the time, either with herself or Huntsman. But it is going to give Misty some pretty good opportunities to attack from range and put pressure on if she wants, especially into Huntsman, who is going to be one that Luke wants to take down quickly. So it's going to definitely be the battle of the sidekicks in the early game, and we'll see if either of the players can kind of get an edge in that regard, and how the map will play into it. But yeah, I think we are ready to go here, so let's hop into Vorpal and get started with Game 3.
I mean, think about it, right? This is unmatched. This is what we all came for. This pivotal exact moment where you feel like you're not breathing and you can hear not only your heartbeat, but everyone else's heartbeat at the same time. This is the Game 3. This is a revenge match for Phantom. Will he be able to finally surpass zeroskatr and take him out of the tournament? Or will zeroskatr barely hang on and make it to Grand Finals of Winter Champions 2024? This is the deciding factor right here. Luke and Red. And in a matchup that feels like it can definitely go either way, which I'm kind of happy about, because it means that I think that this Game 3 is going to be a thrilling conclusion, especially with how superior these two players tend to be within the competitive scene. Both so well recognized and typically end up at the tip of the top, and here they are once again in these semis.
Definitely.
I can hear your heartbeat, Angel. Can you hear mine?
Yep.
What's it
Coming
sound
through
like?
that excellent mic that you have.
Oh, thank you.
It sounds like 180 BPM.
That's bad. Is that bad? Are you saying I have a bad heart? What the heck?
I don't know. Might want
180
to check your
BPM.
watch.
Oh my, am I okay?
Might want to check your heart rate.
Bro, wait, hold on. Let me check the pulse real quick. I'm fine.
on.
So thanks for freaking me out, dude.
Well, now you're definitely at 180 BPM.
Now I'm there, but I know why. I was going to say yours is mighty. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say we could have seen Huntsman go for an attack on Misty there. Huntsman does have the Long Have I Sought Yous, which are 4s, but they become 6s if you're adjacent to the opposing fighter. Now, Misty does have Trash Talk, but because she's not Luke, she'll still take 2 damage, since it's only effectively a 2 for her, whereas it'd be a 4 for Luke with his, if we're counting his reducing combat damage. But she also has Daughter of the Dragon, which is a 2 that becomes a 6 when adjacent, so that actually perfectly blocks the Long Have I Sought You. It's also a good tool to attack Huntsman with, potentially, because he has no cancels and stones. Stones actually isn't going to be that high of a value block against Luke, because Luke has a lot of low boosts, so unless you hit one of those 3s, it's probably a 4 at best. And often going to be only a 3 because he has a lot of 1 value boosts. Now, the 1 value boosts are pretty good cards, so you'd likely be hitting a good card, but you'd be losing a good chunk of HP on Huntsman. We do see Misty go for the attack here, most likely. Could be something like a Commanding, which will get some good chip damage over, even a Stones, unless Huntsman hits like one of those big boosts, which would be pretty good. Like, if Huntsman can hit a big boost with Stones, it would result in full blocking the Commanding and taking one of the 3 boosts away from Luke, which he's going to need at some point if Misty goes down eventually.
And hitting regroup is pretty solid, as Jeremy had mentioned earlier. Regroup actually pretty decent in this game here because of what big mouth you have. It's usually what you want it to connect into that and reduce the amount of damage that Luke Cage would take. But we're going to see here. He rolled a 4. Hitting a Power Man. Okay.
I'm not mad about that, yeah.
Huntsman will still take the damage, but that's fine. He's a 9 health fighter. He's chilling. He gets rid of a Power Man. That's 1 less defense that Luke has and less auto damage as well.
Power Man is I think, a slept-on card in his deck. I think it could be quite scary moving someone and then also giving them a little damage while blocking.
Yeah, it's got a lot of really nice tools. It's effectively a 4 value block for Luke that moves the opposing fighter. You can potentially get damage on more than one opposing fighter, so it can even be used to take out like multiple 1 HP sidekicks if your opponent isn't careful. One of the reasons actually that Luke can do all right into to Wukong is because he has to position clones in a very interesting way to avoid that being really bad. But then also, like, if your opponent's attacking from ranged, he can move them in to smack on his turn. Not going to be really relevant here because I don't think Huntsman is going to be attacking Luke much, and definitely not from range. He'd want to be adjacent if he's going for a swing. But yeah, definitely a really solid card. So Huntsman does take 2 damage since it's only 1 boost, but a pretty good card to hit out of Luke's hand. It also potentially stops Luke from playing it to prevent a double attack from Red if she goes in with like an Into the Woods at some point to try to just put some pressure on Luke and maybe get some of her effects off or set up something for her basket, etc.
Now, what
We
do you
see
think
Red
Lil
coming
Red's
in
about
here.
to go in with? I can see a Trash Talk just popping out just to make it irrelevant no matter what. So do you think she would throw something like low value to?
Like, I personally like hands here, just to recur the stones. And if Luke
Yeah.
doesn't Trash Talk it, you get the stones back. Okay, we see a an ears, and it's going to be 1 damage into Luke because he blocks with a regroup, which is effectively a 3 into Red's 4.
Maybe anticipating the Trash Talk.
Yeah,
Throwing out
yeah.
whatever.
That would not have any effects canceled. It would be full blocked by a Trash Talk, but a pretty wasted Trash Talk ultimately.
Right.
Yeah,
The
and
card
I
is
don't
not-
think he wants to toss trash talks when Wolfsbane is up.
Yeah, exactly.
But Peltz is up now, so what Big Mouth will be active. Let's see if Phantom is playing around with that. I mean, he's going to Huntsman, so he doesn't really care about Peltz. Great time to hit Huntsman.
Yeah, we
See
a
what
Goblin
he
back.
tosses at him.
There. And yeah, the biggest block Huntsman can have now is a 2. He could draw some cards if it's a wolf skin, and he's going to. Usually like to do that. Okay, still standing, getting some cards back. Going to be commanding in a regroup.
That is not bad.
Those are solid.
Definitely.
For sure.
2 damage into Huntsman as well.
You
And
could
yeah, Huntsman
get-
has no way to stop the still standing, so definitely
Yeah,
a solid
if you got
option
still
here.
standings around, I mean, still standings, it's pretty good to throw those into Huntsman because, you know, doesn't have a lot of ways to stop those, depending on the symbol that's on top of the basket. So do you guys want to know what the Twitch stream, how the prediction for this game has gone?
Yeah, let's hear it.
We are looking at a 1.8 thousand put towards Phantom and 12.5 thousand put towards Zero Skater. So the Twitch stream seems to be in favor of the previous champion there.
Yeah, I mean, especially for people that saw the game that Chad had. It was actually on this map, I believe, as well. So not only was it this matchup, but it was on this map, and he won in pretty convincing fashion. We'll see whether Phantom can avoid the same fate here. I think it's already going quite well. And this is where things get very interesting as well because of Trash Talk. So, Trash Talk is Luke's cancel. It's a blue, so defense only. And if you win combat, you end the turn. So this prevents a lot of first action attacks into Luke because it's essentially a 4-value cancel that if it wins ends the turn. So if Huntsman were to attack with Long Have I Sought You into Luke right now, the effect to boost up to a 6 even though he's adjacent would be canceled, and then it'd be a 4 to a 4. So Luke would win and end the turn, and then Huntsman would just be sitting there next to Luke going into Luke's turn and have done no damage. So definitely a situation where he doesn't want to leave himself open to that. So we do see a maneuver first. We'll see where Huntsman's going to go, but he is in a soft pin here. He cannot escape these rooftops since Misty has closed in. And we do see Huntsman staying adjacent. And it is going to be a Long Have I Sought You. So full blocked. Turn does end, but of course, since it's second action, it doesn't get fully punished. And now he does have knives set up if he wants to use stones on defense, which we might see here as Luke swings into Huntsman. Ooh, okay.
Wow.
Ooh, that's actually pretty solid.
Yeah, and this is
Even
really
with a
good
boost
because
3.
this can't kill Huntsman. So Huntsman gets the Once Upon a Time off and stays alive, so it's going to cost another card to take down. Now, Luke does have a guaranteed kill on Huntsman with really anything except regroup now, since Huntsman can only block for 2, and pretty much I think everything else Luke can swing with is at least a 4, so I guess the hero for hire, he'd need to boost it if Huntsman blocks with a blank 2, but it'd be unlikely that we'd see that.
No, the hero would still deal 1 over.
Oh, is it?
Take him out.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And there's a decent chance of any attack being from a Huntsman just being taken because there may not be anything in there. It is very limited, the number of defenses that Huntsman has.
It seems like Luke had actually maneuvered before attacking there.
He did maneuver to put Misty into the green.
So gonna end there. Huntsman living out 1 and dealing that 3 over once is pretty massive for him. You can either A, try to keep the pressure on Luke. His hand is pretty low. Draw power isn't too great. Or you could maybe even switch gears, maybe go to Misty here. I wouldn't mind a Sought You into Misty, potentially. Maybe even something like a Hands into Luke if you don't think he has a trash to get the Once Upon a Time back would be massive.
Yeah, I actually really like kind of going for that. The other thing you could do is try to set up knives on the basket to give Huntsman another opportunity at Once Upon a Time if you have the other one in hand. In that case, we'd probably see Misty try to get the kills so that 3 isn't going into Luke. So I don't think you'd really want to spend it into Misty. But yeah, if Red does go for a Hands here, I actually really like it. Because you're never going to deal damage to Luke with Hands, of course, even if he doesn't block. But if you can get that Once Upon a Time back, that's huge. But even just one more, like looking at what Luke's at right now, Once Upon a Time puts him down to 6. Then the 2 paths put him down to 2. And then even if regroups go into both mouths, that's still lethal. So because of the little bit of chip damage we've gotten so far into Luke, we are looking at a route already for Red to win. Now, of course, she has to get there, and Misty being currently undamaged is making it, or is pretty nice for Luke because Misty's going to put in a lot of work, especially if Huntsman goes down this next turn, which I would be very surprised if he doesn't. He's basically going to go down to a stiff breeze at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Misty's going to be a really important factor for the late game here. I think since we already have a potential lethal for Red, as long as she aligns that right and gets those cards in time, Misty's just going to be the thing you want to take out. So if you have Hands, I would love to go for Hands here because it makes the route go faster unless Luke takes. No, even if he takes, he gets once back. If he trash talks, that's one less trash talk you have to deal with. But also, you could alternatively try to send Huntsman into Misty and just swing big, but we do actually see a trash talk with the Long Have I Sought You.
Because of how long Zero thought there, my thinking is that he was probably deciding between something like Hands and Long Have I Sought You. And the thought process might have been, well, if he doesn't have trash talk, maybe Long Have I Sought You is just better because I'm going to get at least 2 damage into Luke and set up knives defensively for Huntsman, which could theoretically let him block with like a Once Upon a Time or a Stones.
And once again, that's one less trash talk you have to deal with. And then even if you don't get the other ones back, it's not the end of the world because you have alternative routes to set up a last chip of damage that you need. For example, you have Beautiful Eyes. Beautiful Eyes, not that good on offense against Luke, but technically, as long as it doesn't get trash talked, will deal 1 damage. So pretty solid, especially if that's the 1 or 2 last bit of damage that you need to win the game. But you don't need the Once Upon a Time, it just would have been a massive benefit. So super fair just having using Long For I Saw You. That's one more thing that Luke has to block. Huntsman going down to a commanding here from Misty.
It's super bad. I'm like, I thought see this still standing.
Oh, you're having a bit of sound issues here, Kike. Off your mic.
We're joined by our robot overlord, Kike himself.
Yep.
For one, welcome our robot over.
It seems like Kike has been swapped out for Maneuverman now. Maneuverman's going to be commentating for the rest of the game with us here.
Hello, this is Maneuverman. That's how Maneuverman talks.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what he sounds like.
Yeah, I've never seen him in the same room as me. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, me neither.
Never have.
So how often do you get to actually use the healing in tournament, Zach? Have you ever done
Never.
it once?
Yeah, like I'm sure I've done it at least once, but that's maybe about the extent of it. You can
That's
maybe
crazy.
like sometimes you might take like incidental ping damage from like AoE effects or something on red, and maybe you get a little bit of healing from that. There are some fighters that can sometimes just try to rush red down and hope you don't find the healing, but that is pretty rare overall. So yeah,
Right.
most of the time I look at how much value Huntsman gets based on A, and probably the most important thing, because this is always going to be something that happens, how many resources your opponent uses to kill him off, and then B, if he can get any damage off with his big hits. And I think in this game, while we did see both of his Long Have I Sought Yous be completely negated by Trash Talk, it did pull the Trash Talks out, so that's still something nice. And he took quite a few attacks to kill, and he got a defensive Once Upon a Time, which means red isn't having to take that health damage to get that auto damage on the Luke. So I'd say overall I'd be pretty happy with Huntsman. This was probably about average what I'd want out of him, if not slightly above average. It's not like, oh, the most amazing thing ever, but I'd say pretty solid overall value.
Yeah, and I'd also like to point out here that a defensive Once Upon a Time plus 2 paths is currently lethal on Luke Cage.
Yeah,
Sound the alarm.
Something that we missed while we were seeing Huntsman go down, but Luke did block a What's in My Basket with a skin like titanium. So both fighters took 2, and that was the last 2 damage that red needed to get him into those ranges. So now it's a situation where Misty's going to have to put in a lot of work, because Luke can't really afford to be attacking into the auto damage at this point. So I think we'll maybe see red shift her focus to taking out Misty. She has a lot of tools to do that, and then try to put Luke into that kind of checkmate scenario.
I'd honestly be even down to see red use One Mouth into Misty, now that you don't need them anymore to get that last bit of damage onto Luke. At least one of them is fine, and if she does something wrong and tosses like a commanding into it, she's already down to 1 health. Boom. You're there.
Yeah, the problem is Daughter the Dragon into Mouth is real nasty for red. It doesn't even put Misty in range of like an Eyes. The Eyes, I think, will be really good against Misty, either defensively or just to try to kill her. Because the only way, well, I guess Got My Back is actually not a bad block into Eyes, because Luke's going to take 1, but Misty gets out of there. And Luke's already in the ranges where he's dead, and 1 doesn't actually change all that much at this point, so...
Yeah, 2 makes a difference here, 1 not so much. Here's a guess on whether or not it's Daughter or Commanding. I'd assume this is a Daughter this time around.
Yep, and we see
we
the
are gonna
Eyes.
see
Oh,
it
wow.
cancel more.
We'd also ignore the value, but of course, Daughter getting canceled is just... it already is enough to cancel it, so... No damage there for red, and that's very nice for her. It does mean Misty's a little bit safer now, but Misty doesn't have all that many blocks, so you don't even necessarily need the Eyes fully. Ooh, okay. So just getting a block out of her hand, but Misty does get out of danger now. But that is the other Got My Back gone, so now the other Eyes is going to be 3 damage into Misty unless she blocks with the last Trash Talk. Cannot recur Eyes with hands. That would be absolutely insane if you could.
It'd be pretty cool if we could, though.
Oh yeah, no, I'd love it, but probably a bit too good. If I could just go for an attack here on Luke, honestly.
Yeah,
Like if you
that
got a
or
basket, maybe just smack him.
You ever just smack him?
Yeah, I mean, he's down to 2 cards. He has to block 1.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there you go. This is another attack. We love to see it.
Unless you attack with hands, then taking is fine for Luke. But I don't think you attack with hands here. I like a basket, like you said.
You don't
'cause Luke
need
takes,
like
he goes down to 2.
all doing the
5.
hands here is as a pass, and there are some stages of the game where that would be fine, but right now you don't need it. You'd rather get a card at this point to just find your win con. So he's taking. Is it a 4? It is.
There it is.
Basket. That's
Wow.
very, very big. That means he only needs one path to kill now, along with Once Upon a Time.
And now he just has whatever symbol that he wants.
And on top of that, if he gets one more damage on Luke, that means he just kills with the 2 paths, and he can toss all his combat cards into Misty. 2 more damage, and it's catastrophic.
Yeah.
Because then Luke can't attack for the rest of the game.
If there's anything I learned from this Arsenal banning, is that Little Red is still relevant, which is really good. Electra's still balanced. Medusa is top 3. And Golden Bat's S tier.
And Spider-Man's amazing.
Spider-Man is really good. Yeah.
Yep, the Amazing Spider-Man is in the name.
One of those is true. One of those is true.
One is the truth and 2 are lies.
Chat, guess which one is true? It's the electric one. And Yukon is chill.
Yukon is hype.
We love Yukon.
Yeah, I think somebody
Oh,
like
Zero
made a
is
video
Yukon.
about how
Yukon.
awesome Yukon is. Yeah.
I would love a Yukon shirt. I'm probably gonna have to print one of those out.
Not even like Yukon. It's just like the shirt says "Move 6 Center." If you know, you know. That's it.
If you know, you know.
Lost in the Yukon.
True con.
TrueCon, yo!
See Luke or Misty making an attack here onto Little Red. Zeroskatr taking his time to think about this. He's in the lead right now. This is a good time to like recollect your thoughts, not get too cocky. You want to make sure that you make the right calls and keep going with what you have, because you currently have a pretty nasty lethal.
Yeah, it might be deciding, like, it seems like a difficult choice. I mean, I feel like if you had an ears here, it'd be a pretty easy block. A stones, I think, would be a snap block, most likely. It says to me that he either doesn't have great blocks, maybe he doesn't have anything. Well, I mean, he's probably got something if he's thinking about it, but maybe he's got like an eyes as his only block, and he's considering not using it because he might still need it to kill Misty. Because Luke does still need to have one more damage dealt to him if he never attacks Red again, because that's one of the ways that she's getting her auto damage. So she needs to kill Misty in order to force Luke to attack her at some point. And Eyes is pretty good to try and kill her, so... Okay, goes for the basket. Ooh, and stops is still standing. And that's the second still standing.
Very
big. Is... Okay, so now that's not even an option for Luke to keep going with the recursion.
No more recursion for the rest of the game. These are it. We're locked into the final kit for both players. Luke down to 2 cards right now in hand. I'm assuming he has defense, because why else would you gamble something so monstrous? But hear me out. How do we feel about tossing a hands here?
Yeah, I was saying just maneuver up, attack with hands, and then get back basket. That seems amazing to me.
I think that's something big. You were right. You're right.
And we know about the hands. Phantom knows about the hands.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like getting back a basket just... Getting back a basket puts you in a great spot because it gives you another value block if Misty keeps attacking you. It's potentially something to swing into her for big damage at some point. She doesn't actually have any good blocks against that other than, I guess, the last dragon, which I don't think she'd really love blocking with at this stage. She wants to try to get some damage out of it if she can.
And worst case scenario, hands connects into a trash talk, which is the last trash talk of the game.
Yeah.
And prevents the recursion.
So it would be the last one. She does take it. Yep. I think it makes sense to take here. There's nothing that Red can swing with there that kills you. The closest you can get is a Once Upon a Time getting you down to 1, but she's going to try to save that for Luke, so you're not even that worried about that. I guess it could also be a Stones getting you down to 1 if she hits a 3 boost. But again, you're not dying, so taking there makes sense. You're almost always expecting the hands getting back to the basket. And yeah, now she even has Pelt set up on defense, which is the best defensive symbol because it not only gives you options to draw cards if you want to dig deeper in exchange for some damage usually, or more importantly, Mouth, which will reflect damage back to the opponent. And at this point, even getting a 1 damage into Misty from a regroup would be pretty solid because that'll put her to 3, and then she's dead to the eyes if she doesn't trash talk it.
Yeah, I feel like this is Zeroskater doing the spamming a move in Street Fighter time, where
Yeah.
you just do the same move over and over again, and eventually it'll just kill.
Flash kick. Flash
Yeah.
kick.
Yeah, you
Flash
know.
kick.
We got a lot of resources still for Red, and only missing 2 health from that titanium, so she's in a great spot. It's definitely not over yet, because Luke can still hit very hard, but as long as Zero navigates this properly and doesn't get completely hosed on deck order, I think it's definitely a situation where Phantom's going to have to be the one sweating to figure out what the outs are, because Red's in just a very commanding spot in this game right now.
100%. It's going to be quite rough for Luke to come back, but it's not impossible. It's going to need a mix of Red not getting the card she needs and Phantom making the right calls, which he's definitely capable of doing.
Yeah, he's one of the best out there, man. He can definitely pull it off. But hopefully we just see some sick plays, and I'm sure we'll see it from both sides here.
Another thing to note is there's 2 symbols that are really good for Zero to keep up defensively right now. Pelt and Knives. Knives allows you to Once Upon a Time on defense, which if Luke ever decides to go ahead and hit you, you're pretty much automatically doing because you have so much health to spare. And with Pelt, you're probably blocking anything Luke throws at you with that. With Misty, if she's adjacent, you might consider doing something like a basket, just because you don't really want to make that 2 damage to her for 4 to you trade. But anything else, you'd be fine with. So we'll see exactly. I'm gonna expect Misty to be threatening the adjacency pretty much anytime she goes in to give Red those difficult choices. I also see Phantom doing a good job of avoiding Misty and Luke ever being in the same zone, so Path can't blow him out.
Phantom's
that hitting
positioning has
Misty
been
right now would be
excellent.
pretty bad. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yep.
I feel like that's like an unmatched big boy, little boy play right there. It's like, can you position like a smarty, or do you know what you're doing? You're gonna position correctly, and I have yet to figure that out myself. I don't know if you know, but I did make it out of polls, and I'm not even top 100 anymore. But it's not a big deal, guys. If you guys could just sneak me in, I even take 100 at this point.
It's all about the elo. Nothing else matters.
Ooh, okay, drawing cards to get closer to our goal, but that is a lot of damage taking in exchange.
And Zero has to be careful here, because if he gets to a point, it would have to be 4 health. If he gets down to 4 health, then Once Upon a Time is no longer safe on defense, because Sweet Christmas could just take her out over it, which I'm assuming is Phantom's goal here. Is Misty can whittle down Red's health and do it so enough to where Luke can just take her out with Sweet Christmas, even if the Once Upon a Time will take him out as well afterward. So gotta hope you find that Once Upon a Time soon. Also gotta hope that maybe you can take out Misty soon, because that'll be one less massive thing that you have to deal with right now. But we see Red moving in, potentially first Path coming out here.
There's a little auto damage. Yep.
Luke officially down to 3, which means Luke can no longer attack into Little Red, because Once Upon a Time could just outright kill. He can't attack right now, but it'd be a pretty big gamble, considering that Mouth is still present.
Yeah, and we haven't seen either, so I think Luke probably won't be attacking. I guess if he did, it'd be regroup, but even that puts him in range of the other Path. So it's really rough. Misty, on the other hand, there's actually an interesting breakpoint here, is if Misty attacks with commanding, and Red mouths, Misty will die, and Red will still be at 5 health, which is the breakpoint she needs to be at. And it'll force basically Luke to just hope she doesn't have the Once Upon a Time, because once he's at 3 and she's at least at 5, as long as he's not like significantly ahead in deck, and because of this still standing being stopped, he's not. It means that Once Upon a Time is just checkmate essentially, especially since Red still has a pass in the path. So if Red ever gets into a spot where she has the Once Upon a Time and she keeps knives on top, Luke just won't really have a way to win. So yeah, he needs to be very careful here on how he uses Misty to keep her alive so she can keep putting pressure on at points and make it difficult for Red to actually land that auto damage into her.
Another really big deal I'd like to mention here is that I believe there's no more Daughter of the Dragons. So
Yes.
Mouth in general does feel better, as you were saying, into Misty, because both of the dragons have been used, and that just leaves a lot of high prints for Misty to attack with. Even if it hits like a regroup, then you're fine, because Misty still takes 1 over that, and Red is not taking any damage. And as long as Red stays above 4 health, she's pretty much in the clear right now, unless Luke Cage can position correctly and set up a scenario to where Red gets ruined. Alternatively, could also just have Once Upon a Time super buried, which would be very scary for Little Red.
Yeah, and that could have been part of the reason that she started drawing, is like she risks the big damage from the wolf skin just to draw into more cards and hopefully find the cards he needs and not be stuck in that position where he has Luke checkmated but doesn't have the card he actually needs to do it. We do see boosting away with Hero for Hire here, just making it difficult for Red to reach Misty in particular. She does still have all 3 Into the Woods, so those can help her move extra distances on a turn.
Would still need to boost in order to reach Misty, even with Into the Woods, unless John is able to Into the Woods, into the Woods.
Yeah.
Which is a really weird sentence to say, but technically a possibility.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna see a boost with Long Have I Sought You, keeping knives on top.
Seems like we might be seeing a path
Yeah, I think it's just gonna
here.
be a path, yeah. Yep.
Interesting, not electing to go to the Tri-Zone. Probably doesn't want to get attacked by Misty.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you're
I'm-
prioritizing Misty not being able to hit you over hitting her with it, because now you have even more potential options. Like Luke can just never attack you again, even into Mouth. He can never hit you even with regroup. And you could even try for a route to just whittle him out of. Actually, this might be the route Zero's going for now that I'm looking at it. Luke only has 1 Power Man and 1 Trash Talk left for his 4 value blocks. So if you just use your 4s that are remaining, you have 2 baskets and ears. If you just keep hitting Luke with those, he can't hit you back, which is usually the reason you don't want to run up to Luke and hit him, because he can double attack you on his turn. But if you have the defensive, like if you have the Mouth, both ears and basket set up the symbol you need to have Mouth active. So he can't just attack you back. And Misty's probably going to have to be maneuvering into your zone or something, depending on how you position it. And yeah, you just run him out of his 4 blocks, which he only has 2 of left, and your last 4 kills them too. So yeah, there's even more lethal outs for Red here. So Phantom's on a very short timer at this point.
Looking like a sunset beginning to fall for Luke Cage here. Like you mentioned, only 2 solid 4 blocks left. That's more lethals open for Red. Luke's got to make something happen now. And we see Misty attacking.
So it can be a regroup, it can be a pushback, it could be a commanding. I think those are the options.
I like pushback here, actually.
Push her away as far as possible, and she'll have to boost in to be able to do anything.
Or a Woods.
Think just baiting out with regroups, like Luke doesn't have time left to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, she would have to have an Into the Woods in order to reach Luke if pushback is used. Because you move her 3 to the left. You move red 3 to the left. And then there's no way for her to reach Luke. She would need a boost 4 to reach Luke. Or an Into the Woods.
Oh, well,
Oh,
there's
wow.
Misty gone.
Ooh.
And I think that might actually be the game now. Because now Luke is behind on exhaustion. Red can go for the route of just getting him out of 4s eventually. And yeah,
Christmas
Luke
can't even kill over once.
Can't really attack. Yeah, because Once Upon a Time, you're still safe even with Christmas or Hero for Hire. So as long as, I mean, we might see Red back off if she doesn't have this stuff on defense that she needs. But yeah, it's not going to be a thing where Luke can really... maybe Luke's one out is forcing Red to take at least 1 instance of exhaustion damage. Because then Christmas would kill over, but she still has other outs if that is the route. So yeah, it's going to be very difficult now that Misty's gone. That was kind of the thing that Luke needed to try and even things out. But Red staying, or being able to take Misty out while staying at that key breakpoint. And yeah, we're going to see Luke just maybe go for it here.
For it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the earlier you go for it, the better, because it's less likely that he has what he needs right now.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it.
There's only one card that is lethal right now if Luke just attacks now, and the fact that Zero Skater hasn't immediately played it means that Once Upon a Time is in fact not in hand.
Oh
So
man.
This is Phantom's one hope, is to just go in and attack.
Yeah, this was definitely the time to do it because there's no wild. I wonder if Red should have boosted with Pelt to prevent this from being an option. Just to represent. I mean, Phantom would still probably want to go for it.
Yeah, I think you have to just risk it at that point, because if you don't, then Red just wins the late game.
We know he's got a basket, so at the very least he can block with that. But that does prevent one of his other routes, which is just attacking with the 4s, because you'd only have 2 4s to Luke's 2 4s. Unless
And
you
on top
attack
of
one
that,
the baskets, of course.
And on top of that, let's say this is a Christmas, it hits him for the 4, it puts him below 4 health, puts him below 5 health, which means he can no longer block with Once Upon a Time on the second attack. So I honestly wouldn't hate a double Christmas here from Luke.
That's probably the way to go. Smackdown.
The other thing for Luke is a double attack here still isn't fully safe, because if the basket is blocked with, there could be a mouth afterwards.
Yeah, but if it's double Christmas, then Christmas kills over the mouth.
That's true. That's true. Best case for Zero then is probably like if he doesn't have the Once Upon a Time. I mean, he obviously doesn't have the Once Upon a Time. So since he doesn't have that, if he goes basket into eyes and that hits a double Christmas, that could make it so Luke now is still not able to get over mouth effectively. Ooh, okay.
Oh, we see.
We're going for a potentially risky play here. As long as this hits at least a 2 boost, then it'll be the same as the
3 damage. But here's the thing: if you're expecting the double Christmas, maybe you're hoping that you hit the other Christmas, which is exactly what
there it
happens.
is. Wow, what a call! The super sleuth himself.
That's absolutely
No,
enormous.
that he did initially on that first one. He attacked with something else and then changed it. So we got something else in hand there that he must have thought.
And
was a
here's
decent
the
attack.
thing with that's so unfortunate, because as long as the Christmas wasn't hit and it hit another boost one, the Christmas would have been lethal. No, the cancel ignore was still around. What big eyes. But now you know the basket's in hand, and Phantom very likely doesn't have something to go over the basket unless it's something like a hero and a boost 3. But if you go for that and you call it wrong and you get a cancel, then you just go down. So really unfortunate here. That Stones in the Belly discard. Luke going for a second attack either way. I agree. I think you have to risk it.
Might as well.
You always
Yeah.
eyes here if you have it.
See the basket though. Hits the boost 3
no.
over. Little Red goes down.
Wow.
If he had hit the regroup, that would have been enough. But yeah, wow. What a crazy finish. Yeah, he went for it. He needed to go for it because Red had the long game for sure.
Wow, that was
Let's
so
listen into the
close.
players after this set.
Well, that was why I used scheme and go in or fall in, because it was my only chance. If you don't
Yeah,
have...
it was. I needed that.
I know.
Once Upon a Time, the eyes, any of them. Oh, or just the stones to go right.
Yeah.
Oh man. I was like, all right, because I knew that was a possibility, right? You have 3 cards in hand, and you play Where's My Money? You're attacking. I know it's like the Sweet Christmas, almost guaranteed. So I'm gonna block with the stones, and I'm like, well, I need to eat. If I hit a 2 boost or more, I can live no matter what into the second 6 with my basket. So you might have more than just 1 boost in your hand. And then it's like, okay, if I then just defend with the basket, like even if you have the cell phone, you might not have the regroup, right? You might not have the 3 boost.
Yeah.
So there was like so many chances for me to have it and be safe.
Actually, like for half the game, I was running without defenses, and if you just maneuver, boosted, and attack me with 4, you would win.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I thought like I have so many outs, right, that I'm bound to draw one. And I felt like I had maybe 1 more turn, because if you didn't kill me here, right, like if I was alive at 2, I was just going to into the woods and then attack you with a basket. And if you power man, I was going to into the woods again and attack you with another basket. Or, if you had trash talk, yeah, like obviously that's the worry, right?
Would you go for a risk, or would you wait until you find? Oh well.
It depends what happened this turn right here. It depended what happened right here, because if I was down to 2, right, lethal range, I have to go in.
Let's say let's say you discard my regroup. You will like it, so you'll be at 5.
I would have been at 5. I would have been so sitting pretty then.
So do I attack you second time? I have to, because I know you don't have mouse or Alfred now, so I have to attack you second time, and I attack you with 6, and you defend with basket, so you go down to 3.
Basket.
And
actually, would I? Yeah, I'd basket. Yep. Going down.
Actually, you can go with this. Actually, that's better, I think.
Right, that's what I'm thinking, because then I can attack with the basket. 2
Oh,
baskets.
you can't. There's no. Oh, but yeah, but there's no singles. You can draw. So.
Right.
And you would die at 5 then. So I think
You
have enough baskets in forward then anyway.
Yeah, man, I thought I had the one for sure.
Yeah. I go here. Your turn. So if you risk.
All right. Well, I gotta say, what an absolutely wild set here for the first semifinals, with Phantom doing what he needed to do to find his win con there. Needed to go in that turn before Red could find the stuff she needed, and yeah, did not have the tools that she needed in order to get that auto damage onto Luke, and had a chance there with potentially hitting that regroup with the stones, but because it got missed, then it ended up being lethal. I will say that it was possible that Red could have tried to go for double basket there on defense, because we did see while they were talking at the end that John did have both of the baskets. So if he had blocked both of the 6s, for example, with that would have left him at 1 health and maybe given them a little bit more time to draw into the out. But you never know exactly what's going to happen. And even hitting the Christmas there could have been big if the last thing wouldn't have exactly been Hero for Hire into the 3 boost. So yeah, definitely some calls that it's easy to see in hindsight, but I really like the play from both sides. I think I definitely agree that Phantom basically needed to go for it, especially given what his hand was that turn, to try to get the win, because I think if it goes any longer, Red probably gets there instead. So yeah, very, very fun game. And yeah, do any of you guys have thoughts after that wild ride?
Dude, that was so close. That was poetic. I'm not mad at anybody. I thought that was beautiful. Phantom played extremely well today. Like, the positioning was going crazy. Literally lost to RNG in the last game. You know, like, it took the Vorpal gods were trying to smite Phantom, but Phantom said, "Nay, I shall stand against thee." He confronted the gods, and it was pretty epic. Pretty epic playing from Phantom's side, and obviously Skater. Doing Skater things is always a fun watch, and I was just happy I got to be here to experience all that.
One thing with the best players is knowing when you need to like change your strategy up and when you need to go from what you're doing to know that like now I have to go in here and I have to do the super aggressive play immediately now. And just knowing those moments to change it is just always key to so many matchups. You see just swing on just one turn and there's somewhere that someone knows to go in there and just change it up and hit now.
Yeah, truly the pinnacle of Unmatched, seeing such tough players go against each other and being able to adapt on the fly, like Jeremy was saying, and being able to realize, hey, red is gonna win if I don't do anything. So I need to just throw it all, go for everything. And as we saw, Phantom was able to pull it out because of that. It's very well done to him for taking that risk and achieving that.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very exciting and good play from both sides. Gave us an incredible start to finals weekend here. This is only one of the 2 semifinals, and then we've got Grands tomorrow. So this will be Phantom advancing to Grands once more, gets another shot at that trophy. And it will be Zero being taken out. He is not going to pick up his 4th trophy. But the silver lining, of course, is we're going to get to see Zero host the next semifinal, which was going to happen either way. And he'll also be hosting Grands now since he won't be playing in it. So that's always a good time. And, you know, now that it's done, I'm sure he would have liked to get the Grands, but I know he also enjoys doing the hosting and commentating. It doesn't get to do it all that often, like outside of the finals weekend. So he's going to be able to relax now and just have some fun watching the rest of this awesome Unmatched over the weekend. So definitely a nice backup plan if you're not making it there yourself. And I'm sure he can't be too upset with these really close and really fun games.
Well, well, dude, I actually think that it hasn't been said, like right today at least, but you do such a good job hosting yourself, man. And, you know, if anybody else hosted, it's got to be you, my guy. So you did a great job today.
Thank you. I have a lot of fun with it, and I've gotten a decent amount of practice on my own streams. Obviously, this is the big stage, the fancy production, thanks to the awesome producer, Alan, 645 Development. Always want to give him a shout out because he's what makes all of this stuff possible. And yeah, these streams were, it was actually the first stream for the Premier tournament back when it was, I think it was only 32 people playing in that one. And that classic one that was Prospero and Bug Hunter in the grand finals, with Prospero bringing it back from losers bracket and having just a crazy good set with Bug. It was seeing those VODs on YouTube, and also finding, I think I found maybe one of Zero's early videos first, and he had talked about that tournament and talked about the VOD being, I think, up on YouTube. And so I checked that out. And it was quite a lengthy one because it was like the full final set, and I just remember thinking, this seems, because I'd recently got into the game and I was kind of interested in seeing some more of the competitive play, and it was so good for production value, which was not something I expected out of something, especially at that time, that was a fairly niche community for the tourney stuff. But yeah, it was the great production value between all of the actual stream stuff as well as the commentators and stuff, which was great for kind of just learning more about the competitive side of things, since I was still very new to the game. And that was what got me into trying out the first Summer of Legends myself. And, you know, these, I think almost 4 years later now, here doing commentary on the very streams that got me into the thing. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed hosting my own stuff during the group stages and the bracket stages, and then of course other things like Team League and Monster Mash and all sorts of other side community things. The community has grown so much, and just seeing that growth has been awesome to be a part of it. And not only has the community stuff really popped off, but they just keep releasing better and better sets as time goes on. Like, obviously from today, John showing that there's still a lot of fighters that are older that are still very relevant in the meta and a lot of fun to play, have some great matchups. But a lot of the newer stuff is very significant and prevalent as well. Fighters that we didn't see today, I wouldn't be surprised because they were banned during the draft, are the Tales to Amaze fighters. We did see Jill on Phantom's lineup, but just wasn't a great assignment. Still left it on the bench. But yeah, all of those fighters have been great. And as someone who outside of Unmatched plays mostly co-op stuff, Tales to Amaze has been amazing just for the co-op mode that was introduced. And while we don't see that as part of these tournaments, it's definitely something that I enjoy doing whenever I get the chance. And so yeah, there's just so much coming, and obviously the Shakespeare set, Slings and Arrows, is coming up very shortly. We've been in the middle of reveal season. Yep, there's Tales to Amaze, probably the best single set for value that they've released so far. Definitely highly recommended. All the fighters are great, and the co-op mode is so much fun. But yeah, Slings and Arrows upcoming. We've seen some reveals from it. I've been able to do a few thanks to Restoration and working with them to get some of these reveals out. And I do believe that during the grand finals tomorrow, we'll be showing off another little spoiler from the set. So definitely keep an eye out for that during that stream. But yeah, so much fun stuff coming up for Unmatched between that and the Witcher set, which is or the 2 Witcher sets, which are coming. At the very least, the first one will be later this year. The next IP set, since the Marvel stuff has run out, and we won't be seeing more of those. So yeah, lots of really fun, exciting stuff in the world of Unmatched, and this is always a great time being able to do these final streams, whether commentating or just chilling and watching them. It's a great time.
100%. I had such a blast commentating these semis, and I'm so excited that I get to be on tomorrow for Grands as well. Super looking forward to commentating those Grands. It seems like this is a very interesting phase in the competitive scene, because we're like ending the old era of like competitive and entering a new one between like the fighters that we've been getting. And something that I'd like to point out here, you mentioned that around like 35 people were in the first tournament. Not only have we like essentially tripled that, but right now on stream we have almost double the amount of that. Just people watching alone.
Yeah.
So it's crazy how much this community has skyrocketed and how much the events have grown. I mean, we had 192 entrants in this Winter of Champions. Can you imagine what's going to happen in Summer of Legends?
It's gonna pop, man.
Watch it be just 4 people next time.
Even for commentary, this is relatively newish people, right? It's not just Zero and the OGs, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's really cool that other people get their, perspectives out there, and different skill levels. Some being really, really good at the game, and I play Unmatched as well, and I have a lot of fun, and people like playing Unmatched with me because I'm really good too. And
and hey, the production has gone up too. Like, we've been able to afford to do like this very pretty organization, thanks to Alan. And also we've been able to afford like really big commentators. Like, we were able to get Maneuvermen today. How big of a deal is that?
I didn't see him. You only got Kike today. Maneuverman's a bad boy. Kike's on his best behavior right now. Hasn't said a single curse word. Don't check the VOD.
No, it's been awesome, and it looks like we're going to be getting an interview with Zero shortly. Phantom, it's a bit late where he's at, so we'll probably try to get something with him tomorrow after Grands if there's time.
Gotta get some rest, get ready for Grands.
Yeah, seriously, big congrats to Phantom for advancing there, and I'll be interested to see more of his gameplay tomorrow. But yeah, just to kind of reiterate, not only have these final streams been really fun, but it's just been something that I've enjoyed seeing more perspectives of other streams, to Kike's point, there's been a lot more people streaming as of late. Phantom himself has actually been doing a lot of his own hosts during the tournaments and stuff. Before, like, he would usually ask me to host games, but he's doing all that on his side now. We've seen a lot of other people host. It started a lot more in Team League with stuff like Ouch House, obviously one of the teams there, starting up their stream stuff, and they've done a lot of really cool stuff, including that amazing charity stream at the end of last year. And then we've seen Angel doing some hosts as well as working with them. I know, just shouting out a few other people that have been doing streams, like I know Dark Glebs has been doing some. Karma has helped out a bit, especially that one time where I was late to my own host that I was supposed to be doing. And then, yeah, just more content in general has been cool to see on YouTube stuff. In fact, Karma himself has been doing some strategy guides. I've been trying to do a little bit more on the wackier side, not as much with the competitive, but with the Full Send Friday stuff. And then another series, which has been unique and something that I've enjoyed seeing, is the Historically Unmatched that our good friend Angel here has been doing. And
I've heard about that
it's a new take on kind of content around the game that focuses on the history of the characters and the stories and stuff. And I'm sure the series will continue to be as awesome as the first few episodes have been. I've been really liking just kind of something fresh in the content space. So big props for that, of course.
All right, before you continue to make me blush, let's see if we can get Zero Skater on.
Yes. And there he is.
What's up, guys?
John, Zero Skater himself. How's it going, man? Like, those are some crazy games. What are your initial thoughts, kind of now that it's over? Like, what are your thoughts about just any of the games or the match? Like, they were wild.
I'm mad, dude. I'm mad.
You're mad. Let it out. Let it out. Come on, right
dude,
here.
Because, man, I had that game. I'm not mad at Phantom. I'm mad at myself because I had one shot, one opportunity to seize everything I ever wanted, and I didn't capture it. I let it slip. Man, spaghetti, man. Mom's spaghetti. So, yeah, dude, I'm mad at myself, dude, because Phantom took the shot. He knew his back was against the wall. He took the shot, and he got there. And I had a chance to take the shot, and I didn't do it. So, yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. But that's what the competition's all about. So, like, you know, I'm mad in the moment. I'm mad at myself, and I'm going to be looking back at that being like, man, I should have just went in for the attack. I had the game on lock, but regardless, they were amazing games overall. I mean, the whole set was like crazy close. I got super lucky even in game 2, winning off of a die roll 50-50, like a straight up 50-50. It doesn't get closer than that. And then Luke down to 1 health. Misty's already dead. I get exact lethaled with the exact combination of cards that Phantom needed in that exact turn. Like, you can't get any closer. So even though I'm mad right now, it was still an awesome, awesome match. He played to his outs. He did what he needed to do, and he got the win. So he's obviously a really good player, and we had really good games, and I'm sure it made for some great content. So I'm at least happy about that.
Oh, yeah. Like, those... I think if that last game wouldn't have been so crazy, what we'd all probably be talking about is the die roll 50-50 in the second game. Just because... And I even said it in the mode. I was like, I really like going for that because it's already like the 50-50 mind game anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just make it so your opponent can't try to like read what you would do as a player based on like about your, especially you who streams.
Yeah, I stream. Everybody knows everything about me, so I gotta make it straight up random.
There might be pitches there where he's like, well, maybe based on what you did in the past, so just straight up making it random and showing your opponent that it's random, like it puts them in an awkward spot where they just like hope they pick the right one.
Yep. I got lucky there.
It was a great moment, and led to that awesome game 3, which, like we were saying, during the game, you were out to a really good start, and we're in a very commanding spot, and then it was basically a situation where Luke needed to hope that you didn't have the stuff you needed, and or get you down to a health total where some of your defensive auto damage would not be safe into like the bigger swings.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't think anyone can fully fault not going for the because I assume what you would have done otherwise is like go in and attack with basket.
Hit with basket, go for the lethal, the 1 health. Yeah, he would have had to have one of his 3 defenses. But, you know, I asked myself, what are the chances he's got one of those 3 defenses? It's always 100%, isn't it? I mean, except for when it's not.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I should have done it. And then but the reason I did it, I had justification in my head. I'm like, okay, yeah, he might have one of the defenses. If he doesn't, I'm losing an opportunity. But I also have 3 cards in my deck that will like basically guarantee that I can at least have another turn, if not straight up win the game, and he can't attack me without losing. I had a 100% checkmate situation if I drew Mouth or if I drew Once Upon a Time. I didn't draw him, but even then I'm like, okay, he has to have the exact sequence of cards, right? And if I could have defended with double baskets, and then went for an attack. Yeah, I could have, and then went for an attack with like stones even, right? And tried to like get a 1 damage or something, or maneuver and hope to draw another 4 or a Once Upon a Time or whatever it may be, anything for 1 damage, right? Because the double basket would have guaranteed to keep me alive, but I really wanted one for the offense. That's why I threw the stones first, and I'm like, well, even if he's got the lethal combination, if I hit the higher than a 1 boost with the stones, I'm safe, and then I can go for my basket lethal on the following turn. So there was like a lot of like what ifs, me asking myself the question a lot of times, what are the chances, you know? And every one of them hit, and yeah, I died. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Any other questions from the commentators? If there's anything that you want to highlight from the games or whatever.
Yeah, I got one. Was the sin bad for us?
That was for you, Kike.
Thank you, buddy.
You wanted me to just beat face, right? That's what I did with Sinbad.
You won already to me. That 50-50, that was the hypest thing you could have done, dude.
Right?
So,
yeah, I know that was good content.
I said it already. I said hype over winning, and that's, you know, that was sick.
That was sick,
So.
yeah. So I picked the Sinbad because, A, I've heard that he's good into She-Hulk. He's also like decent into Black Widow if you can get a good map and just keep up aggression. And really, I wanted to protect both Yen and Red, because if either of them go up against Sinbad, it's game over. You're not going to win that game. So he's like the hardest counter for both of those, and because I knew I was going to have both of them on my roster, I definitely didn't want to go up against Sinbad. So I figured like it's kind of dual purpose. It's a defensive pick as well as an offensive pick if I need it.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. One of the things that I wanted to point out and ask was, how did you feel during that first game where not only did you have your Yanenga, which you know you're known for, but you also had to face your second favorite and your new fave, Black Widow. Like, did you feel like you were up against yourself at that point?
Yeah, dude, for real. It's like that Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other, you know? But yeah, like going into that game, I was like, well, this is weird. Like my 2 main girls got to go up against each other. I was feeling great about that one going in. And even during the game, I'm like, all right, this is fine. This is fine. And like combat after combat was just not going my way. And I'm like, all right, this is getting a little scary. Oh crap. All right, now I'm losing. Okay, it's over. Like, it was just a progression of bad circumstances. It felt like a train wreck, honestly. After that first game, I felt like the whole match was donezo. I thought that was it. I was like, this is over. I mean, I'm rolling a die with Sinbad, just trying to beat face into She-Hulk and hoping it works. And then I go Red into Luke, which historically I really don't like that matchup for Red. I think it's definitely Luke favored. A lot of things I feel like have to go right for Red, and they definitely did at the start, but then it all just crumbled because I didn't take my shot. So, yeah, I don't know. That first game, though, I just, like, there were so many combat interactions, so many 50-50s that both of us put on the opponent. So, yeah, it was just that one was just spaghetti, man. I don't know what to say. It was crazy.
Was there any point where you had to like check if you had like already blocked more than 3 feints because of how many feints just kept coming and coming and coming?
Yeah, when I threw the second double attack when he was on the tri-zone, there was only one more of the caught in a web left. And I was thinking, all right, he's got 1 caught in a web potentially. When he revealed his deck, he revealed all but like 3 cards, and there was no webs in there. So I thought the chances that he had one in hand were high, but he was on the try zone, and if I throw a Jaws and he throws that, he takes 3 because he threw a blank 3 defense, and that's a mega punish. So I didn't think he was gonna throw it, even if he had the last one. But so I threw the double attack, but he threw it, and that was canceled. That sucked. So yeah, there was a lot of cancels that went his way. Like what Yen wants in that matchup is her Widow to throw the caught in a web into your surprise volley, so that because it's immediate, so you get your archer revive against a blank 3, and then you have less cancels for your doubles. But yeah, you can't win them all.
Dude, you played great. I know you're beating yourself up right now, but I really liked what I was seeing, and you took some big risk, and I liked your drafting a lot. I thought it was really smart, and I liked your banning. So I know how it is, man. But at the end of the day, I still think you did really great.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I was happy with my draft. I spent some time with Chad beforehand coming up with a pretty rock-solid draft that can't really go too wrong, no matter which way it goes. So I was happy with the draft for once. Like in the tourney, I was not liking my drafts throughout bracket, but this time I was feeling good about the draft. And I did feel good about my play overall. I don't think I made any glaring mistakes. It's just in Unmatched, it's hidden information, right? Every combat is sort of a coin flip in a way, and you hope that things go your way, and you can make educated guesses and whatnot, but ultimately you can't control the outcomes of all the combats. So I felt like I played well overall, but yeah, just didn't win enough combats, I think.
So what you're saying is that Chad manipulated your draft so that you would get eliminated in semis?
No, he wouldn't do that. He wanted to beat me himself in grands.
Yep.
Well, I'm just saying the paper's there.
Mm-hmm. Well, Chad's going to have to avenge me. If he can get to grands, but we're going to find out in just a little while.
I noticed that Phantom was eating something a little earlier. Were you upset that he didn't share any of that with you?
Yes, dude. I was like, yeah. I had like a measly bowl of cereal for breakfast, and that was it. And he's like munching on some yummy snacks, and I'm like, dude, pass me some of that. And he just said, nah, man.
It's for me.
I told him to overnight it to me for grands tomorrow, so I can munch on it while I'm watching him.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, on the bright side, you do have some hosting yourself to look forward to now, and I know you do enjoy doing that. So at least you've got that to fall back on, and I suppose worst case scenario, you've got the 3 trophies to cuddle with tonight. And,
yeah.
And think about what could have been.
Could have made it 4.
But yeah,
4, dude.
Very bet for you.
Very well played, and of course looking forward to seeing you on the commentary as well, because if you're not playing, at least you're commentating. So
Yep. Thanks, man. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you go and get a bit of a break here before the next semifinal starts. But the stream will see you back here soon.
Yep, sounds good.
Everybody
Thanks, guys.
Everybody give John a clap. I love you.
Thanks, buddy.
He didn't say it back.
It always hurt.
I was like, thanks, buddy. You're my entire life. Thanks, buddy.
And with that, that'll wrap up our first semifinal with PhantomX advancing. And yeah, thanks to Alan645 Development for doing all the production stuff. And
love you, Kike.
There he is.
Elite Sana Gaib. It was as written. It was as written.
And of course, thanks to the awesome commentators for joining me. We've got Angelcake. Where can people find you? What are you doing out there for Unmatched stuff?
Well, I'm currently not doing too much stream-wise, but I may be coming back. I got a couple plans. But what I am doing a lot right now is what you previously mentioned, Historically Unmatched. It's basically going to be a bit of more unique spin of a series for Unmatched, where I delve into the lore and the history of like where these characters came from. And it honestly came from me doing it already on my own, and I was like, man, who the heck is Goldenbat? And then I looked it up, and then I was like, oh, that's really interesting. Did a bunch of research, and then eventually I was like, why don't I just share this to other people who are also curious on it? Not a very popular resource, especially Tales 2 Maze was the biggest factor of it, because Tales 2 Maze has so many like anomaly characters that are like, unless you really know where they're from, you don't know them. And it was really interesting to learn about that. So yeah, you can check out the couple episodes I got right now. Ideally, there should be 2 more episodes coming in April. Covering the rest of Tales 2 Maze is going to be Annie Christmas and Tesla. And yeah, I'm just going to keep doing that and go through each of the sets.
Awesome. Cannot wait to see more of that. Like I was saying before, it's a really cool take on content for the game, so definitely excited to find out more, because it's, especially with some of the characters that are a little bit more obscure, it's really cool to see kind of how their histories look and where some of the inspiration for the theme of the deck and the card effects and names and art and stuff are drawn from. So definitely a lot of fun there. We've also got Ikike, or the Maneuver Men. Where can people find you, good sir?
You can find me at zeroskatr12 on youtube.com. I do all the editing, and I do a matchup of the month with Chadtacular. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm known for. Check me out on my open the box reviews. I'm the best in the world. Or Maneuverman. You can check that on.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah.
That works too.
Yeah.
And then of course, one of the funniest Unmatched content creators, I would like to briefly say. He didn't gas himself enough, so I will do it for him. He's one of my favorite content creators in Unmatched ever. I love how funny his stuff is. Like, genuinely, no bits. I'm not just saying this. I'm not just saying this as like a nicety. You should definitely check him out. He's got really good bits. He does also do really good board game reviews. So if you're a company trying to meet someone that can do some sick reviews for him, Restoration, hit this guy up.
Yo, wait, what? Wait,
Yeah.
what? Oh.
And of course, finally, we've got Jeremy, PoindexterG. Where can people find your stuff, man?
Hey, well, you can find me on YouTube at To The Tabletop with an exclamation point, where I've got the fighter reviews and other random comment on the content on there. And also during some of the tournaments, just particularly during Team League, I do a bit on my Twitch channel where you can see me as PoindexterG. You can see me play some really bad Unmatched when I'm on there streaming on Twitch. But definitely check both of those out.
Awesome. And then I'm Zach, or Darkblade113, and you can find me at Darkblade113 on both Twitch and YouTube. I think on YouTube it's at Darkblade_113. But yeah, I do hosts for streams. Nothing quite as fancy as this, but enjoy doing pools and bracket streams. My own games if I'm playing in an event, but also hosting for plenty of other people when it works out. We got Team League coming up, so definitely looking to do a bunch of hosts for that, and of course whatever games I play, because we are coming back with a vengeance this season after not quite making it there last time, to reclaim our title perhaps. And then
looking like the Bozo gym after last season.
It's true. We did pretty well, but we did get completely embarrassed by the Ouch House, so we'll be looking to come back and be the villain arc once more. But no, have a ton of fun with Team League, so I'll be getting more info on that out soon. And then as far as my YouTube goes, recently I've been doing Full Send Friday with Sidious256, or Big Mike, and we have a lot of fun there, just goofing off, and basically, if we can draw cards, we draw as many cards as possible. If we can attack, we attack. We don't play for exhaustion. We don't play double maneuvers very often at all. Like, we just go all out. We have a ton of fun with it. Just do random matchups, curated matchups, like a lot of different stuff. We even did some
it is the way that Unmatched is. truly meant to be played.
It's yes, the intended way, the full send. And then I've also been doing some reveals recently for Slings and Arrows, so if you're interested in seeing a bit more of that set, go ahead and check those reveal videos out. Big thanks to Restoration for allowing me to participate in that, because it's been a lot of fun. And yeah, we are going to have tomorrow, during Grand Finals, we're going to have a reveal on stream here for some more Slings and Arrows stuff, so definitely keep tuned in for that. Because I think you're going to want to see the card that we got given by Restoration for the stream, because it'll be quite cool. But yeah, that's gonna pretty much wrap us up here. Another big shout out to Restoration Games for helping to support these tournaments and events. They provide prize support. They obviously make this amazing game that we all love. And they do a lot of interacting with the community on their server, Restoration Games. They'll also pop up quite frequently in streams, whether it be these final streams or just some of the other ones. Like, they show up in my stream decently often. I've seen them in John's stream and in other streams as well. So yeah, they do so much awesome stuff with the community, and it's really a pleasure to be able to see that and see how they really, I think, set an amazing standard for how the company and the community can kind of collaborate for some awesome stuff around a game that everyone enjoys. And then, of course, shout out to Vorpal Board for the platform that we use to play the game on these streams. Very high quality as far as layout and look goes. Always a great way to stream these. And yeah, I'll give one more shout out to Alan 645 Development himself for the awesome production work behind the scenes.
Yeah, the go.
And with that, I think we're about ready to wrap up here. We are going to be back in a little over an hour. It's going to be at 3 p.m. Central, which is about an hour and 10 minutes from now, for the second semifinal, which will be Chad versus Boderham. And that one will be one to look out for, to see who is going to be advancing to go up against Phantom tomorrow in the grand finals. So take a bit of a break, get some food if you're feeling hungry, and be back here in a little over an hour for some more awesome Unmatched content. Until then.
And while you're taking that break, feel completely free to buy yourself some Sun's Origin.
Yes,
this set
Sun's
didn't
Origin.
get mentioned too much in this stream, and I don't know why, because it's one of my favorite sets released.
It is
Buy
really
Sun's Origin, buy 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 Sun's Origin.
It's true. Everyone should pick this up. Tomoe is a fighter that we might see more as the weekend goes on. Oda not as strong in the 1v1, but if you're a fan of 2v2 or free-for-all, any sort of team play as well, like co-op, if you like
UMA as well.
to Amaze co-op as well. Oda is an absolute beast in those modes. So both fighters are a ton of fun to play, and a set that I would definitely recommend. Probably very high up there. The only reason that it might not be my favorite two-player set is because Little Red exists, but it's still very close despite that. So,
but that's Zach's fault, not yours. So,
that's me. I think
Don't
for
listen
most
to him.
people, it'll probably be at the tippy top. So yeah, no, that's
And
really
of
good
course,
to call out.
Slings and Arrows available.
Yep,
for
that's
order
available
right
for
now.
pre-order. I
website.
think orders will start shipping out from Restoration around May 8th. Those pre-orders, and then street date, if you're looking to pick it up like from one of your local stores, is a little over a month after, around like June 12th. So both of those sets are definitely ones that I'd recommend looking into.
And go ahead and check out that box, because, ladies and gentlemen, that is one of the most beautiful things you can ever have on your shelf. So please buy Slings and Arrows, pre-order Slings and Arrows. It is genuinely so good. It's gonna be gas.
It's awesome.
100%.
I got it right here. No. What if I leaked everything right now, dude? I'm done with Unmatched, dude. Here it is.
This is the burning the bridge moment.
Yo.
Awesome. Well, like I said, back in about an hour. So thanks everyone for tuning in, and definitely be back here to see the second semifinal. Peace.
Have a great one, everyone.